Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and we are watching Conference Championship football today, 24/7. Well, not 24/7, but all day. All Sunday today, we're going to be doing the Chiefs, Ravens, Niners, Lions, getting a chance to watch some hopefully really good football being played this Sunday, but also with just a little bit of a look-see, with a little bit of an eye towards maybe the next Seahawks potential coach being one of the coaches in this particular game, and or these couple of games, I guess I should say, specifically with a look towards Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, and then in this one would be Mike McDonald, the Ravens defensive coordinator, who the Seahawks have reportedly been showing some interest in, even as of recent. There were some reports coming out about their maybe the willingness here to be patient is to wait a little bit for this right candidate. And boy, I've got to just say that very, very encouraged so far by how the Seahawks coaching search has gone, and by the fact that they've done this in a thorough and not in a fast manner. I don't think that it needs to be done fast. So I just love what we've done with it, and I feel like we've also been able to sit here and take advantage now of this situation for what it is, being that there are a lot of really what I'd call prime candidates out there and available to you, because it does seem like some of these other teams got a little bit chomping at the bit. You know, they wanted to get the process done. It wasn't the best candidate. It was, let's get the process done fast. That seemed to be more of the pushing of the day a little bit from some of these teams' perspectives. Appreciate you guys watching today. Please hit that like button as we start this off. We'll be doing some play-by-play today, a little bit of talking about our Hawks. We'll be kind of going all over the place and be streaming all day long. So come in, come out. You know I'll be here, whether or not. So please do. Hope you guys are having a great Sunday here. Nice, calm, somewhat warm middle of January day out here on my end of it. And the Ravens are going to start out with the ball here to begin things up. Jeffrey Thistle, feed me more Seahawks. Good to see you guys in the house. Cool breeze, snail, herbicide. What's up? All right, so Ravens will come out here on 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Little handoff off the right side there for just a couple of yards. Figured out. All right, 2nd and 9. Lamar in shotgun, 3 wide. Chiefs with 8 men around the line of scrimmage. Drop out of it at the snap. Nicely done there. Lamar's just going to take this. It's going to be the hard part, I think, about the Chiefs dealing with Lamar Jackson today is, you know, he's really going to lean on that running today more than probably at any point in time this year. There's really no protecting yourself or trying to stay clean on that. It's just let it all kind of hang out a little bit. Hi, Pumpkin. Presence seen, heard. Good to see. All right, 3rd and 7. Too high look here from the Chiefs. Quick throw inside to Nelson. Was that Aguilar, I think? Aguilar is one of those receivers who has managed to keep a very long career in the NFL, despite the fact every time I watch the guy, he's dropping passes. Am I the only one that just sees that with him a little bit? All right, punt was Stroud. Nice punt down to about the 7-yard line, taken back up by the up man there for a couple yard gain. But very nice punt there. Dale says, I'll take Quinn over Kafka. Yeah, I probably would at that point. If it comes down to that. I don't know if that's a real, you got the job, Dan. Or it's just like, well, these are our options. Thet, what's up, man? Says go Ravens. I'm tired of Taylor Swift. Definitely won't miss the Taylor Swift press box shots every 2 seconds. 1st and 10 here. Little screen out to Travis Kelce for a 3-yard gain there. Brian. Damn, Brian, you got yourself a feast today. Yeah, I'm with you there, man. You're making me hungry too, Cool Breeze. All right, shotgun look, 2nd and 6. Mahomes, easy completion out wide the Pacheco, 1st down. What's up, Addicted? How you doing? Good to see you in the house. Brian says, Brandon, Ravens, Lions, all winners today. I hope so. I'd like to see that. Chiefs have won enough, and Niners, I don't have to tell you why. You know why. All right. 1st and 10 now for the Chiefs. Now their screen here on 1st and 10. Rashid Rice gets right up the football field. Chiefs feel like they can go after this Ravens defense with some of these screens, it looks like. Hans, how you doing? Says, hello, Brandon. Great day on the Hawks Nest again. Hope for 2 great games and see some great coordinators at work. Well, me as well. I'm going to be on the lookout for it, too. See what Mike McDonald's got cooked up against maybe the best quarterback in the sport right now by some, in my measure, many measure. 1st and 10, back under center. Here's Mahomes. Pacheco busts loose out through the middle there. 1st down. Went right over the A gap there. You got an interesting battle that's going to go down today between the left guard and your 3-tech, Justin Matabuke. They doubled it at the point of attack there. They got Algaretti filling in for Joe Thuney, their left guard. Very good left guard. And Matabuke, of course, had himself a hell of a year for the Ravens inside. Ran a little double on Justin there. 1st and 10 from about the 49-yard line, just creeping into Ravens territory. Hand up the middle to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Things getting a little chippy already here between the Ravens and Chiefs. I like that already. You like that? Gives you a little bit of intensity out the gate. You know what I mean? A little intensity out the gate. It's good to see you, though, Hans. Hopefully we do get a great day of gaming. Nicholas says, let's go Ravens. Second down and 9. 3 wide. Low snap. Reclaimed there by Mahomes. He gets it in a handoff to Pacheco. Runs hard as he always does for a gain of about 5 or 6. Megan Gock Roger, thank you for the $5 donation. It's good to see my lady from down under in the house tonight. Hope you're doing well. Says, hey, 12s. Not sure I'll be joining you today. Dealing with an ongoing migraine, so I'm not feeling the best. But go Ravens. There we go, Megan. There we go. You got the game you want. You got your Lamar at home. You got him with the 1st round bye. You got him healthy. Everybody else is in pretty good shape on this Ravens defense. 3rd and 2. A lot of Ravens up near the line of scrimmage here. Yeah, McDonald was taking away the run game there right from the jump. As Pacheco is swallowed up in the backfield, you could just feel no, we're not giving you a 3rd and 2 run here. So you can see that the Ravens run a little bit on that play, the 2-man fronts we've seen at times, 2 down linemen, outside linebackers. But then you see the 2 middle linebackers flood the gaps post-snap. So you're not just, what we would do is we play that just straight up to where our linebackers wait a beater step, play read and react on it. With that, you see them drive down and actually have the linebackers shoot the gap. 4th and 2, Chiefs are going to go for it. Boy, there's that old connection. Just a trust throw by Mahomes. Kelce, not with a lot of separation, but he's got those long arms, can just go up there and snatch that ball out of the air. He's got a size mismatch problem there with Stevens. I mean, there's no separation. Mahomes just throws it hard and out away from him. And Kelce's made that play happen with Mahomes for years. Nice opening drive here by the Kansas City Chiefs. Long opening drive. And off inside to Pachenko. He bounces inside a couple times there to find a little bit of breathing room for $4 or 4 yards. Thank you, Megan, for the donation. I do hope your migraines feel a little bit better. And thanks for jumping back in on as a member. Arturo says, I hope Ravens win. I think that's the consensus. I hate the racist KC NFL team. They've just won so damn much, They just won so much. Keldon, how you doing, man? I'd say best of luck to you guys today, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd be being honest. 2nd down and 6. Balanced drive here. 5 runs, 4 passes for the Chiefs. Mahomes dropping back to throw. He's going up over the top. And we got a flag in the secondary. Looks like we're going to get a defensive hold. BB, I'm having a great day. I hope you're doing well as well. Feeling pretty chill today. Chill. John Stillwell has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 15 long months, motoring his way to 2 years here. Says Jody and her crew may scare off a few. Boy, that may be the case. I think much like we learned a lot about Jody's level of control this offseason, John, with the willingness to move on from Pete, I think we're going to learn a lot about, okay, how far do you want to take this? How did you really want to go find was it about satiating? And a throw here, back shoulder, touchdown to Travis Kelce. What do you do? What does the defender do? I think he's running a wheel route there, and Mahomes just throws. That's 2 guys that have just been together for years. It's kind of a wheel route. He's not open. He's just... Hamilton never gets his head or even gets his head back to the ball, but Mahomes just puts the ball in such a beautiful place out away from Hamilton to where he can't make a play on that. Only Kelce can. And it's a remarkable throw. Remarkable throw there by Mahomes and where he puts that ball. It's a great catch by Kelce, too. Make no mistake about that. But that's an impressive opening drive here in Baltimore by the Kansas City Chiefs. Wow. But John, that's the other side of it too. Is you took this to show us seemingly that you're looking to hire the best candidate, but where you go kind of next on the candidate you hire does tell us whether or not you were taking that all the way or you're kind of how do I want to put this, John? Like you're just doing it for the sake of like. I don't want to use the word PR, but for appearances. That's the word. Just doing it for appearances at that point a little bit. Because I think like you're intimating here, if you go to like a Quinn, I think it becomes a little bit more for appearances than it becomes, we actually recognize we need to change some things here. That while Quinn may have a lot of more things fixed in his potential coaching game than Carroll, maybe not tremendously more. But they've got us guessing, John. It's hard I don't know what the hell they're going to do at this point. Appreciate you, though, bro. Oh, I think I just read something from another few days ago. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. It's good to see you in the house, too, brother. Hope you're having a good day. Says, after a 72-hour dark retreat, my third eye saw Ravens versus Niners Super Bowl and Steve Wilks is Hawks' new head coach. Ugh. Did you do one of those Rodgers retreats? I told you about those retreats, Garth. I warned you, man. Oh no. It's not working here today. I don't know. Well, have to do it like that. Call it a day. Figure it out later. We'll do it live. Let's put it on the kitty. Turn to the kitty cam. Steve Wilks, man. I hope not. There's been some names that are really exciting in this coaching search that have been talked about, and then there's been some names that are just like, please, just don't do that. Don't do that. Please, no. Mercy on us. Steve Wilks. And I think we then give the Niners 2 third-round picks. After the Rams just got 2 third-round picks. Our division's playing that compensatory game, I'll tell you that. All right, another kickoff now. The Ravens are going to get their second possession of the football game. Migla's French toast. But y'all making me hungry here. I didn't get a chance to get some food today. Make me all super hungry. Red Ace, let's go Ravens. Tony's Mahomes is what I thought Russell would be for us. He's really good. He's really, really good. That Russ would go to that next level kind of thing. Yeah. Lamar scrambling around here, kind of dancing in the pocket, going backwards further and further and further. I'm going to do both games, Keldon. Yep, we're going all day today. Everyone seemed to like it last week, so I figure we'll let it roll again here. Oh, it's going to see Taylor Swift still watching games. Yes, it is. She's still a part of the process. I guess he was here. Oh, on a playoff game. What a surprise. 2nd and 10. A rough opening start here for the Ravens offense. There we go. Mark Andrews back out. Mark goes to his own Kelsey. Yeah, Andrews being back is huge for the Ravens. Isaiah Likely did a good job. But Andrews that's his security blanket. 3rd and 1. Handoff inside. Oh, what a play there. Safety got back in there quick. Tranquil. Just got downhill really fast there. Are they going to go for this in their own territory? Wow. 4th and 1. They're going to go for it. Ballsy Harbaugh movement here. 4th and 1. Lamar finds daylight and he's in the open field. Oh my goodness. I thought for a second Lamar was going to bust that one. Then he just kind of slowed down. Well, that works. Not really the brotherly shove. Kind of line him in pistol and then let him take the up back there. Did they pull the guy? Is that what they do? Yeah, they pulled the guy back across the play. There you go. Staley pulling back across, frees that up. Todd Monken with a nice little call there from the coordinator position. That's a hard call there. For in your own territory, Harbaugh tells you, okay, we're going for it. 1st and 10, 6 minutes to go here in the first quarter. John P. Carroll punts right there, but you have Lamar. But when you have Lamar, probably would. I can't ever see Carroll in the first quarter of a game on the 31-yard line in his own territory ever going for it. That would be. I've never seen that before. Never have. Dune 2. Spice. Spice. We just had an administrative timeout. Big country, is that what this is? It's the playoffs. We need to maximize out the problems they had in this first quarter. The clock's winding down. They're like, we need to get 2 more timeouts in here. Kevin O'Connell says Chat Sports is really going hard for Dan Quinn. Well, he's emerged as the betting favorite, and that's that part is true. So I've been wondering with that, though, some of that because people have been putting so much money on Dan. So Vegas is just moving the odds with the money. But, he still does sort of lurk there in the background, doesn't he? So where does Dan's had 3 interviews with Washington? I'm excited to see what McDonald do today as well, King. Ravens on that first drive. He played a lot of man-to-man coverage. Ravens Chiefs came at him with the bubble screen, and then Mahomes just trusting his guy over your guy to cover Kelsey. Tony says refs are like, we need time to adjust the script. We need a rewrite. We need a quick commercial rewrite. Yeah, I think Chat Sports does get pretty close to that clickbait side of not full on into it. Don Mata says, if it was Dan, would you not just have hired him by now? Well, I would kind of think so, Don. Handoff inside here. Nice carry. Up the field, 15-yard run there. Nice job by Edwards. Good, strong, hard run. He runs real tough. Just a decisive downhill runner. Nothing fancy about Edwards. He just gets the job done, though. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Ooh, almost a sack. Lamar able to spin out of it. Still looking. Decides he's going to take a shot down the field. And he's got a man. Zay Flowers, touchdown. What an unbelievable play by Lamar Jackson. He spun out of a sack first. Linebacker had him dead to rights. Kept his eyes upfield and then looped in a pretty throw over the top to Zay Flowers. Zay did a good job of getting into his secondary route there. That's so smart there by the rookie. Because his first route's covered, and rather than just sort of sitting there staring at Lamar, he quickly broke deep. And that's what Lamar recognized and found him up over the top. And a nice throw there to give him time to run up under it. But what a beautiful answer of a drive. Ballsy 4th down decision making by, he almost dropped that, by Harbaugh. Ballsy decision making. But that's Lamar, man. That's the impossibility of Lamar. You call up a blitz like that with your middle linebacker, you get him freed up. He's unblocked. You get him. He's in the backfield. He's got both of his hands around this quarterback. A middle linebacker who's kind of known for their tackling, and can't get him down to the ground. You just sit there as a coach, Spagnuolo, and you just go, there's going to be a couple of these of this game. I know it. Nothing I can do about it. Holy Hand Grenade says, Lions Chiefs Super Bowl rematch of Week 1B. No, I'm going to go. I think the Ravens still come away with this. I really do. I still think the team's good. I like that. I mean, that's a great opening drive by KC, but it's two real kind of just trust throws in there. It's hard to win a game by throwing trust throws all day. Bubble screens and trust throws. We'll see, though. Oh, we had a drone sighting. That's why they shut it down. I see. This is the upshot from somebody trying to run a drone into the stadium. I kind of get why they shut it down. It's like, what are they getting out of this by doing this? Like, there's easier ways to pirate the game. Kelton says, it seems to me that Seattle wants to interview coaches still playing. That's why they're taking their time. That's kind of what it was intimated above, and that's I think you're right on this, Kelton. I mean, that's what this feels like to me. If you were so hot to trot on Quinn, then by now jump on Quinn. I mean, I guess if they're trying to get the sale job of Quinn fully across and they go, well, we waited until the playoffs, we had waited until all these other teams had done their process, and, we were super thorough, like the appearances of wanting to make sure it was thorough. I guess you could, it's a lot to go through for the appearance's sake. I'll say that. And I don't think that's what it is. I think they're just being true and right with it, and they're just not rushed. Good point, though, man. The Kivers, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thanks for the coverage. I'm sticking with the Bird Gang. Go Ravens. Thank you, Kivers. I appreciate that donation. And I think the Ravens are a well-run franchise. Well-run franchises should be rewarded for being that way. And this is one that, Lamar's a great player, but they do so very well at spending their money correctly, drafting with a value-based mindset at all times, understanding the importance of the line of scrimmage, being on the forefront of the analytics age, like as we just saw in the last drive with going for it. There's a lot about this Ravens team that they do the right way that we could certainly emulate here in Seattle as we go forward. You talk about a team that's got the continued success. 1st and 10, play action pass. Another screen here. 3 straight screens on first. They've had 3 first down kind of little screens here in different fashions as the Chiefs to begin things. I think they're sensing with Mike McDonald that he's going to be coming with more of a pressure-based look here to begin things on first down. Or he's anticipating, I think, a pressure look from McDonald. It's kind of like Reed break check. He's break checking sort of McDonald right now with these screens. Just a little bit. Empty look. 2nd and 7. Quick pass inside. First down. Ravens drop back into a bit of a soft coverage there, and then just found Rashee Rice underneath. Ravens with 12 plays today, 7 first downs. 1st and 10, penetration in the backfield. Great job there by Hamilton. The rising star, do-it-all Swiss Army knife player for the Ravens came up and got him in the backfield there. Nicely done. Lined up in the slot and then just cooked off the line. Very good player. Second and 12. Mahomes flush from the pocket. He's going to scramble with this one. Find his way for a gain of about 11. This will bring up 3rd and short. Haley says, so here's a question. If the Ravens defense looks bad, does everyone fair weather off him like they did Bobby S? And Dan Quinn, not you, by the way, just seems to be the theme. Yeah, people will be, there's that recency bias, right, Haley, where it's just victim to the moment sometimes, and even I can fall prey to that sometimes. But I think, you've got to, I think that certainly to your point, when it comes to Mike McDonald, if we just look at this particular game, is we gotta take it through the body of work and what he's done when it comes to a guy earning a job or not earning a job or being the right fit or not right fit. And, I mean, it's also the context, right? Where it's, their Chiefs are having a good hot start here. But like I said, the last two drive, two of those were just kind of trust throws by Mahomes. There wasn't separation. It wasn't a blown defensive assignment or bad defensive call. He just two Hall of Famers beat you, on that. We'll see on how it goes through the course of the game, of course, too, as they're having another good drive here where they're on the Ravens side of the field. But I think you bring up a good point where it shouldn't be that we just take one performance and that's that. It can factor in, but it's got to factor in as the portion and not like a whole meal of evaluation. I think it's a good point. It's a really good point. Mahomes back in shotgun, flips it back out there to the back out in the flat. Ravens are all over this one. Great defense there. So bring this down to a third down now. It's been bubbles and checkdowns from Mahomes, and then it's the over route to Kelsey, and it's the back shouldered on the wheel route down by the end zone. They're not doing a lot of there's not a lot of moving parts here with the Ravens. They're being very precise in what they're looking to do in attacking the Ravens so far is the Chiefs. Third down and 4, 20 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Mahomes dropping back to pass. Another little over route there. First down. Guys don't like knee pads, man. And they get up sometimes after those catches. And that's why you got to have the knee pad. I know you guys don't want it, but that will be the last play of the quarter. First down. Chiefs driving once again. Impressive start to what they're doing here. Very impressive start. Nameless Alchemist is probably yes. If Ravens lose here, then I bet Mike McDonald's out of the conversation amongst the fans at least. It's definitely possible what they say that. As you said, and Haley, I agree. I think I'll see a bunch of it too. It is just sort of that, something that you feel that is in the reactionary side from some, where they're just kind of victims of the moment. And likewise, if he comes out here and dominates the Chiefs the rest of the game, he becomes then the best and brightest candidate, right? It kind of works both ways if it flips both ways. But it's why I love how they've gone about this process if it's truly not being done for theatrics of, Quinn was the guy the whole time and they just they know they can't sell that to the fan base on the surface of it. So they got to go through all of this, kabuki theater in order to make it seem like, no, we didn't just land it and we went around the world on this one and he really is the right guy. It's really him. Fleets the Mac, if we get Mike McDonald, he might want to keep Jamal Adams and Diggs. That's a big problem. And maybe. I mean, he might. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's coaches that are going to be as he would come in here and want that as much as he'd want his guys. But I mean, you never know. Your point. Hard to say. Haley, I really like McDonald, but I just can't see a team that's been successful without a solid offensive coordinator in the past 8 years. Not without a top 3 quarterback. It really is one of those statistical points of data that you look at, and on a yearly basis, it just seems like it is going more further extreme in this direction, where this just is continuing to move here more and more and more and more, where you're looking at it going, man, you got to be an offensive-minded guy. It's just kind of the only way to make it happen here. And I do like McDonald. He's third on my list right now. I mean, hell, I still have two of my top three on my list are defensive coaches, but Ben Johnson is my number one. And because that data and information that you just mentioned there is, to me, just I can't just kind of throw it away or just go, oh well, that's a coincidence thing. It's like, no, it's real data. It's true. It's something to pay attention to. 1st and 10 here for the Chiefs, driving up the field. Boy, what a hit. Justin Matabuke spun Rasheed Rice, who made some great moves after the catch. Just another little throw out to the flat. Is that Patrick Queen? Yeah. Oh, it's Roquan Smith coming in. Yeah, he's a thumper. Roquan ain't going to let you off easy on a play like that. 11 straight completions for Patrick Mahomes to begin this game. That's the longest streak since Rich Gannon in playoffs since 2002. Dropping back to throw 2nd and 5, and I jinxed him. Throws it behind James for a 3rd and 5 now. I think he thought maybe he was just trying to throw this. Yeah, I think Mahomes just didn't get that where he wanted to throw that ball. Please Max says Dan Quinn's defense is trash. Huey says you can't stop Mahomes unless you get pressure on him. He's a surgeon that executes his offense with precision. You have to keep him off the field with your offense. I think you've got to commit to doing some pressure stuff, Huey, with him, because to me, and it's a playoff game like this especially, he's going to get his points. He's going to get his production. Can you get some changing plays in the game? You know, can you get him a couple times throwing a few of those errant passes that are maybe tipped or, you know, when you're playing against the best like that, that's what you got to do. Mahomes having forever in the pocket here to scramble around. He finally throws it out to Kelsey and completes it. Oh, God. How did he complete that ball? Mahomes was dancing and running and frolicking in the pocket. He was through the meadows and jumped over a stream and high-fived a raccoon and petted a squirrel. And then finally got up to the front of the pocket and then just kind of flipped it blindly up to Kelsey, who's falling. And Kelsey somehow reels it in. Kelsey on that demon time right now. 1st and 10. Another bubble screen. They're going to bubble screen them to the brink here. I think that's about the 4th one they ran already in this football game. One that's some works against those aggressive defenses. You want to come hard and push the, you know, an attack, then we'll go to the screens. And it does feel like the Chiefs feel like the Ravens are going to try to blitz here with that 1st down. And that's what a lot of that screen is we think they'll be aggressive on early downs, especially here. So let's counter that. Lined up now on the 12-yard line of the Ravens. Mahomes back in shotgun. Handoff inside to Pacheco. He's swallowed up there in the hole, only a gain of 2 or 3 yards. Nameless Alchemist, look how everyone instantly turned on Dan Quinn. To be clear, Mike McDonald's my number one pick from the beginning because I personally like defensive-minded teams. I like him a lot, too. I think he's very impressive. And this game's not going to move him for me. Certainly not with the needle on my spot with it. Oh. We got some friendly fire here. Travis Jones got poked in the eye. Third and 3. Holmes in shotgun. Drop back to throw again. Way too much time. Way too much time for the Ravens defense. Mahomes able to find a couple yards on a 1st down. Chiefs pass protecting really well. That battle on this left side there. Urban left guard held up well there. Good job by Aljaretti. The left guard there filling in. 1st and goal. Handoff, inside, brought down. Pacheco gaining 2 or 3 yards. Pacheco might not get you 4, but he'll get you 2 or 3. Steve says, geez, you were dead set on an offensive coach. I'm definitely leaning that way. Yeah. But like I said, I got 2 of the 3 top candidates currently on the list right now that are sitting are defensive minded guys. And that's a run up the middle by Pacheco for a touchdown. Boy, 2 impressive drives by the Chiefs. Different, little bit different types of drives a bit, but little run, little pass, mixing it up. They got this Ravens team right now on its back foot defensively a little bit. Drew says, some Seahawks fans seem to be looking for the coach who's never lost a game ever. That's ridiculous. Also, why do we think we can get Johnson? He has to want to be here, right? Yeah, I mean, when it just comes for me, my take on it, Drew, if it's a guy I'm looking at that I like a lot, it's because I can't know who would like to come here or wouldn't like to come here. And of course, too, it's kind of coming down. There's 2 jobs, where Ben would want a, job or go back and be an offensive coordinator for the Lions at that point. If he doesn't have the Washington job, I think he would want the head coaching job. But I'm open to a lot of different candidates. I think the only one that the only couple that I've been a little soured on has just been the ones that are completely, to me, untested and haven't even really, legitimized themselves as a coordinator in this league, much less to be a head coach, or Quinn, who, to me, just, if you're going to make the change and go in a different direction, then go in a different direction, But you're right. You guys are all right on. There's definitely some reactionariness in the fan base on this. I think some of it too is a bit of the impatience and how long this process has taken a bit. Where people want the head coach to be here. Like, come on, why isn't he here? What's taking so long? Come on, let's go. I get it, but I'm okay with I'll be for. I think because they've done a good process here through this, and even if it's one of these guys like Graham or Kafka, I will still at least feel like they would have done a pretty thorough process to arrive wherever they arrive at. Heath Riss says if we had Kelsey, we'd throw to him once a game. Probably true. Yeah, Nameless Alchemist. I think that the Jamal thing, it's gonna the amount of money you save is what makes it at this point the move that you have to kind of make. You have no cap space, and then you save so much by moving on, versus taking the risk of, number one, hoping he becomes the player he once was with a new coach. Number two, hoping that his health is gonna continue that it'll hold up, that it'll get better, that the knee's not going to be a problem for a long, knowing that very injury has definitely cost a good amount of guys their career. I think it's kind of quite a leap of faith to make at this point, considering the cost. It'd be one thing if it was a cheaper deal, but it ain't. Patrick J says, I really don't want to watch another Super Bowl with the Chiefs in it. I don't really want to either. Me neither. Yeldon, no matter how good the Ravens are, they have not seen a good playoff team with Lamar. His MVP year, they lost their first playoff game. It's definitely, one that you're going to pay attention to with Lamar and how he plays in these playoffs, because that's been a bit of what's hounded him, Keldon. I will say right now, it's the defense definitely not doing their part. 2 drives to open things off, and 9-minute drive there to Mahomes and company. But it's kind of something I was going to be watching with Lamar today, just outside of the other things we're kind of watching, paying attention to, seeing how he holds up through the course of this game. See if he goes toe-to-toe here with Mahomes. But Smoka says, I think the Hawks have a decent shot at getting Johnson. His choice is Seattle or DC. Flip a coin on that one, right, bud? And I think we got a shot at him. I do. I think as somebody else said above, it was a great point made above. If Quinn was going to be the choice, why not have already just done that choice and pulled that choice? You've done enough of the, interview, second interview. You've checked all your Rooney Rule boxes and whatnot. If that was going to be your approach to this, I don't think they're going to bring any other fans further along by prolonging the process at this point. Like, well, no, now that I know that they actually talked to Ben Johnson. 1st and 10 here. Quick throw, pass, catch, and run by Zay Flowers. He'll take it for a gain of about 8 yards. Nicholas, how do you know what his choice is? I think are you asking me that, Nicholas? Patrick, because I have a feeling it's going to be Johnson and McDonald. It kind of seems like potentially on that. I don't have a read at this point. I'm completely I think it's one thing one day and then something else another day. Oof. Bad little bubble screen there, throw by Lamar. He kind of looped that ball around a little bit. Got a little cute with the throw there. Gar says making the leap of faith for number 33 is a lot less risky than the other Indiana Jones made in the third movie. True. But not by much, because he's literally getting old like the cup guy that chose the wrong cup. 3rd down and 1 here for the Ravens. Hand off inside. Oh, hard run there by Edwards. Great job by him there to fight. Looked like he was stuck in the backfield. I think that's Edwards. Can't see the number. He was Chiefs doing a good job of getting a little bit of push there up at the line of scrimmage. Okay. I don't know. There's my sneeze. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Lamar. Oh, no. Sacked. Fumbled. Karlaftis falls on it. Oh. Former Niner Omaneu. Came around the blind side. That's why they call it the blind side. Lamar's got to step up there in that moment. He really does got to understand that he's got that coming and move up into the pocket, climb the ladder a little bit there. Never sensed or felt that pressure anywhere near. Tough. Heath's Chiefs already have more first downs against the Ravens than we did. Just a little bit sorry. And that was one of the worst games of the year to watch, man. I get it on that one. That was just that was not a fun affair. Big Hawk, Ravens needs to X out Kelsey, make others beat you. Probably do, yeah. Especially going to be making those back shoulder throws or back shoulder catches and falling down catches and like, all right, Kelsey's in his bag today. Yeah, that's the playoff. Yeah, that's Lamar we know. Lisa Mack, I think picking Graham Barton is a way smarter because if Lucas gets injured again, he can play right tackle if he needs to. That's what I really like about going with one of those guys on that interior that can play tackle is it gives you the insurance policy for Stone or for Lucas, and it doesn't have to be then Stone Forsythe as your backup. I think Stone's functional, but then what if you could bring a backup out there that can give you close to near the play Lucas does? Maybe not exactly the same, but close to. And then it's not a big drop off if that happens, while at the same time giving you that interior, giving you that true flexibility. I really do like the thought of it, especially because it can come on the back of moving back in the draft to get there, where you can go 16 to 25, pick up your second round pick, still get your guy that fits into that line perfectly, get your second round back, come back, maybe attack the defensive line then in the second round, maybe a Tavondre Sweat type. Bam, bam. That's a great 1-2 punch. Red Ace says Mahomes has that Brady-esque demeanor when it comes to the postseason. He does. It's definitely he gets to that next level. Kelsey's a little bit like that, I feel like today a bit too. You're feeling, they know what time it is. They've been here before. They had it in cruise control throughout the year, but now you start to hit the cancel button on that cruise control and push that pedal down. First down run here for the Chiefs for 3 yards to Pacheco up the middle. Nothing fancy. Pacheco, 10 carries, 37 yards already in this game. Hans says Barden would be a high second, so ideal when trading down as well. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't want to take him in 16. I think even 25 might be a shade early, but I'm okay taking the shade early if I've traded back. Travis Kelce with another bubble screen there. Takes it down for a 3rd and 1. But I'm also a little worried if we try to trade back a second time that there might be a team that just falls in love with one of those couple guys. That's a good thing, though, too. You can go keep trading back if you want to, from my perspective, because there are 3 guys there. So as long as one of them remains on the board, they can all kind of do the same thing. I think Barton's the best of the bunch on him, but at least for the tackle part, Bebe's the better guard, I think. 3rd down and 1. Mahomes under center. Handoff inside. First down. That's an old Mike Holmgren look right there. That's the split backfield look there. Holmgren wouldn't send the running back in motion behind the fullback at that point, but that's a straight out of Holmgren. We used to run that thing back with Sean Alexander. We'd have Alexander and Max Strong in the split backfield like that back in the day. Oh, little echoes of the old West Coast offense. Ravens defenders down the ground here, so we're going to have a timeout. Lions fans says that Chiefs versus Lions, it's going to be. Nameless says if they go up 2 touchdowns before the half, I think this game is probably over. It's going to be a problem, that's for sure. This is not a Ravens team I think that's built to necessarily offensively play from behind. They need that running game they can lean on. And right now the Chiefs are just leaning on the clock too. So first down for the Chiefs. Just grinding on this Ravens team at this point. Run play here over the right side. Goes nowhere. A little push in between Kelsey and Hamilton after the play. He says, why aren't the Ravens teeing off on Mahomes and Kelsey? Where's Ray Lewis when you need him? Come on, man. It's the playoffs. Well spotted. I think you're seeing a lot of kind of soft zone coverages and 4-man fronts from the Ravens here. I'm not seeing as much of the stack front looks here from them. And maybe it's the bubble screens, and that just got McDonald worried a little bit on that. But even on this play, again, just a front 4 Clowney in pursuit. Mahomes has to throw it away. So they come out with a cover 3. Kind of looks like it's cover 1. So they went cover 1 with I think they played it man on the linebackers and then just the front 4 pressure. Third and 9. Oh my God. Kelsey with the catch, and it looks like he's going to be close to a first down. they're marking him short, so the Chiefs are probably going to go for this. Fourth and 1. Travis Kelce, 7 catches, 66 yards here. Back under center is Mahomes. Pachenko swallowed up, and I think they might have stopped him. The Ravens got a little bit of a stop there. Big stop by the Ravens defense. Pacheco's been getting at least a couple yards every time. Clowney was in there messing that up a little bit. Big Travis Jones out of UConn. You want a Tavondre Sweat? No, when you want one, that's that right there. You get a guy like that down, then you try to run it inside there on a third down in inches, and he stems it off. Let's go. Let's go, Ravens. Red Ace says if one or both Johnson and McDonald make the Super Bowl when we find out about the hire. I'm not really sure, Red Ace. This is a new year with the way that the new rules have played out. So it's all, and because we're running it as slow as anybody else out there, I don't know if I have a really good answer. AI says, I want McDonald. That guy's wired tight. Smart dude. Smart coach. Knows what he's doing. I think get a little momentum, the Ravens, after this here now. But a Smoka says younger Reed would have kicked the field goal. Yeah, probably. Could make a strong argument to take the points there. Or if you're going to go for it and fourth down, put the ball in Mahomes' hands. But that's also tough for me to say now, and that's kind of hindsight 2020 because Pachenko's not been getting a lot of yards in the run game, but he's getting a couple every time. Like, I need 1 yard. Red Ace, I wanted Travis Jones for the Hawks. I liked him a lot too, especially because he dipped down to the third round. And that was that draft where you had Jordan Davis, and then it was all the way down to the third with Travis Jones as the only one text in that draft. It was really light. And then after the next ones after that were so far down the list as far as quality goes. That was a brutal year for one text. Brutal. Hans says, if your name is Jones, you're made to be a beast on the D-line, it seems. It's true. A lot of beastly Jones. All right, Lamar. What we got now? Pistol look for the Ravens. Read option. Keeper here by Lamar. Spins out of it. Nice job there. Just get 3 or 4 yards. Noah says the Ravens can tackle, and that's the biggest thing for me. They do tackle well. Yeah. And as I was pointing out on Thursday's show, that's one of the things to me that is going to be so very important for the next Hawks coach is, that ability to train and teach tackling technique in this modern era. How do you do it? How do you become effective at doing it? And you can't just use the old ways because the old ways are no longer available to you. 2nd and 5 for Lamar. Blitz look here from the Chiefs. Ball's knocked up into the air. It's in the air forever. Lamar picks it back up and catches it and runs forward for a first down. That ball just seemed to just hold and hang up into the air forever. And Lamar went and ran under it. Oh my gosh. You don't see that kind of play every day. The blitzer knocked it into the air. Blitzer thought he had an interception, and Lamar just took the interception. He played cornerback on that play after the tip on the linebacker who was blitzing and knocked it in the air. Fantastic play by Lamar. Wow. Inventive little fly sweep back across the thing. The Chiefs are all over it, though. They didn't buy the misdirection. A gain or two. Snail, I do believe that counts as a completed pass. Yes, sir. That's a reception to Lamar. AI says, Brandon, I have a video historically looking back at teams that traded back from 15 or 16 or 17, how far teams traded back and what they got in return. Yeah, that's a great idea. All right, let me write it down here. I'll look it up. It's a great idea. Got it on my notes. Lamar getting tackled here, manages to throw it out to the back as he's being pulled to the ground. Chris Jones supplying the pressure. Simpson is the weak link down in there. It's kind of the two places you can really keep close eye on in this game are going to be Jones able to work off Simpson at left guard, and then Alvaretti or whatever that left guard who's filling in for Joe Thuney for the Chiefs, how he deals with Matabuki on the other side. So far, it's Matabuki has been pretty well stonewalled here. 3rd down and 9. Empty look for Lamar. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage, sensing a blitz. Chris Jones rushing off the edge on this play, and Lamar's trying to run a screen that the Chiefs were all over on that play. Lamar's a little bit angry. Odd call there. I think that Chiefs have been blitzing Ravens a little bit more here, and I think that that's what they were just anticipating. Jones, just a monster still, gets that long, big paw out there on the ball. 4th and 9. Chiefs defense playing good. Don says people reading the play-by-play are going to be confused. Yeah, I know. Sometimes things happen. I can't even explain it. It's just something happened. Hans has agreed. Romo said it was well. The Ravens take all the right angles on the tackles. They do, yeah. They pursue. They wrap. It's just. It does stand out. It's so much of a problem throughout the league now with tackling that it does stand out those teams that do it well. It really is. It really is impressive with them. Give me a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, I gotta get back on a workout schedule this week. Good Lord. Season gets me so out of shape. I get myself in shape through the off season to get back out of shape come season time. Nameless Alchemist, if the Niners win it, it'll be 100% on McCaffrey's back. Agreed, yeah. Debo's not coming in at 100% really I think, run the full complement of what he normally does. You know they're going to lean on McCaffrey heavily in that game to get it done. I mean, over under on McCaffrey at 25 touches. I'm taking the over on that all day. All right, so Chiefs back out after the punt, taking over from the 29-yard line in Ravens territory. Play action pass out of center. Is Mahomes stepping up? He's going to let the big arm loose, let the big dog hunt. And that's going to fall incomplete there. Hamilton in coverage on Rashee Rice, showing off his ability to do a multifaceted skill set. I think their legs got tangled up a little bit, and we got a little bit of rain in the stadium now. Could become a little bit of a factor. It is raining, right? Or is that just an optical illusion with the TV? Maybe I'm off. I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit of one of those. Just it looked almost like rain. 2nd down and 10. Mahomes, quick bubble screen out to Rashee Rice. Cut down right there. All over it is Hamilton again. You guys are seeing what makes this kid such a great player. He's just all over the field. You can use him wherever you want to use him. He's jack of all trades. Chiefs trying to come back to that bubble screen game like they have throughout a lot of this game so far. Ravens maybe starting to clean that up a little bit. Good adjustments from McDonald a little bit to play this a little more aggressively. He's got a chance to maybe dial up a little bit of a blitz look here now on 3rd and 10. Let's see if he finally does. Queen dancing up in the A gap. Kind of a zone blitz. Hamilton on the pressure on the zone blitz. Gets the pressure on Mahomes. Brings him to the ground. Great defensive stand by the Baltimore Ravens. And Hamilton is a star on the rise in this league. 3 straight plays in a row having a maximum impact for the Ravens. Comes off the blitz here, off the edge, unblocked. Boy, you want to talk about a well-designed play there by McDonald and a lot of moving parts on that defense there prior to the snap. He had the linebacker in the A-gap. He ended up doing a zone blitz drop with one of the linemen. Then he brings the safety off the other edge, blitzing. Very creative blitz there, dialed up and hard to spot from a pass protection standpoint if you're the Chiefs team. Snail Debo is playing today, yeah. But you know he's not going to be at 100%. Chris Cheatham, do we want Ravens to lose so we have a better chance to hire McDonald? I'm not really a big dog in this fight either way. I just want to see a real good game as much as anything. But it probably would help us better to get him if that's the guy they intend to hire. It certainly help you to get quicker access at him. But I don't know, kind of. He says KC's defense is vulnerable to the run. CMC will vaporize them. Probably, yeah. I could see them having big problems with CMC. Jones would be awesome in Seattle. He's a free agent this offseason. He's going to make still a lot of money, I have a feeling, though. He says, doesn't matter. I don't want McDonald. Not that he's bad. I just want an offensive-minded coach. I get it. Nicholas says, Jones never leaving KC. It's possible he doesn't. Some of this is a little bit of what happens with Travis Kelce moving forward. Is there's been rumors that he might be thinking about retirement. He wants a new contract, I think, if he isn't going to retire. So you got a couple guys up for contract. The Mahomes deal is starting to really click in. They're maybe in a little bit of a tough pickle there as far as the finances to make that work. Predictus says, wonder if McDonald will be able to attract any Ravens assistants if he leaves too. Potentially. He's able to give him a promotion. We saw, Waldron bring Dickerson with him, for instance, from the Rams. I don't think you get a huge, you can't take like half the staff with you, but you probably can grab a couple guys. Take a few. He says might make sense for the Commanders to hire Quinn. Hurts their division rival. That's true. That's true. I'd certainly like to see it. 1st and 10 here. Lamar dropping back to throw. Sidearm delivery. Hits Isaiah likely in space. Isaiah, nice little bounce around there in space to get a couple yards up the football field after the catch. Chiefs rally the ball. Nick, are they constantly showing Swift? There's been about 4. I think we got 4 Swift cams so far. I'm surprised they don't just have it up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, to be honest with you. Second and 4 for the Ravens. Good field position. I think that short punt there bounced in the Ravens' direction there. They're already near the 50-yard line. Lamar's going to change the play. 4 seconds on the play clock. Can't get the call off before the 2-minute warning. Maybe not the worst thing if I'm the Ravens here. I have 3 timeouts, 2 minutes to go. I just want to bleed out this clock and get me some points on the other side of this. Yeah, Kyle Hamilton's awesome, Huey. He's such a fun player. So hard to find these guys that can be so good in so many different areas of their game and what they bring. Find a guy with a couple things they're good at, but don't put them over in this position. And here's a guy that's just exactly what you want in the safety position, where he can do it all. And then he also has the size and length you look for that you would love to be able to get to in addition to all the skill set. It's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. AI, I've been doing my drafts daily on PFF and trading back usually. Usually still get Fatano or Nubin or Kitchens. Sometimes people fall on you, just can't pass at 16. Odunzie or Bowers. Yeah, I couldn't. There's no way I could move off of Bowers if he landed 16. Odunzie would be hard for me probably too, especially if we're going value board. But I was doing the same thing, running a few different mocks as well. AI finding the same thing where there's some room for John, who we know has a predilection for wanting to try to collect draft picks and being down a 2nd-round pick already, that to know he can move back one time, 2 times, and pick up a real maximized amount of picks at that point and still be able to go and get into that top 50 range a couple of times rather than just one time. I feel like that's going to just be such a draw for him in this situation. And there's a lot of guys in there you'd feel good about. You mentioned a few names that you feel perfectly fine about. I definitely think we can add on top of that. So, you're not going to be into that thing where there's just such a good guy at 16, unless it's a Bowers, that is so overwhelming that's going to overrule you being able to get those 2 to maybe even 3 guys if you play it right. But yeah, I'm running into the same kind of stuff. Chris, I heard teams normally don't wait until after the Super Bowl to hire head coaches. That's correct, Chris. This year has been a bit of an unusual one because of the fact that what it was happening for years was the NFL had a Rooney Rule in place, which was the hiring of minority head coaches, and that there were a lot of teams that were, going around those rules. I'll cover in just a second. So we got 2nd and 4 here for the Ravens. Chiefs showing a blitz look here. Ravens seem to recognize it. You know it's coming, Lamar. He's going to go over the top here and just can't get that into Nelson Aguilar on the fade ball. That's Lamar's worst kind of throws, those deep balls. He threw an impressive one early in this game, but it still is one where he just doesn't quite have that feel and touch at times for it. And that you'd love him to have. But Chris, this the NFL got mad about the teams going around the rules, and so they basically made a lot of these teams slow their whole process down. Seattle's taken an extra marker of slowness than other teams, certainly. But all the teams this year went much more slower in the process, and the Ravens are going to call a timeout on 3rd and 4. Don't like the look up front. Very important play in this game right now, even though it's still just in the second quarter. So it did slow teams down. Now, Seattle took a little bit of an extra time, Chris, but I think that that's as much because Schneider's never hired a head coach, number one. Team's not hired a new head coach in 14 years. And there is a bit of this process that's a two-prong approach. One, to hire the next coach, but then the other prong being to learn. It's like self-scouting, to learn about your organization, to learn about what teams consider, learn about new ideas and new approaches that the coaches talk about. There's so much that you can pull from this process and going through it and exhaustively beyond just getting your next head coach. I think the Hawks have committed to doing that. And that's, I think, impressive on their part because I think it's going to be of use, of benefit to them both now and in the long term. Sheldon, I welcome CMC carrying the Niners. It would be cool to see him get an MVP. I don't know when or how MVP voting works. I think that they wrap up the voting before the regular season, after the regular season ends, like right after, I think. 3rd down and 4 now for the Chiefs, for the Ravens, sorry. 4-man front, throw out wide. Just to throw out in the flat to Jeremy Hill, and Lamar Jackson sailed it on him just a little bit. Boy, that ball was ugly coming out of Lamar's hand. Just Monken's play calling has not been the greatest here. Can we acknowledge that here for the Ravens? I mean, Lamar's got a couple throws here on the books but Monken's offense is getting a little overwhelmed by this Chiefs defense. Hansa, you read right. Dan Quinn did have a 3rd interview with the Commanders. Reportedly Seattle, he's just had the 2. Boy, grenade, take a shot every time the NFL shows Taylor Swift. Don Mata, what if John Schneider is waiting for Andy Reid to win the chip, secure a Hall of Fame badge, and move on to a new challenge in the Pacific Northwest? Oh, that old Green Bay connection, Don. You know what I mean? That old GB connection. Oh, man. Wouldn't that be tremendous? DBN says this is in Washington, a rival as well. Our rival? William says, could McDonald use Love like Hamilton? Well, if you backtrack it on this, William, Julian Love was in Wink Martindale's defense with the Giants, and Martindale moved Love all over the place, but he was more the Geno Stone for the Giants than he was the Hamilton. Because Hamilton's more the strong safety type. So they're a little bit of different safeties in what they do. But they both come from, they both have had if he came here, Julian Love does have a background in Wink Martindale's defense. And if you're talking about of the 3 safeties that would appeal most to Mike McDonald walking into the room here, that he probably would say, you can keep that one. He's probably going to say Julian Love before he gets to Jamal Adams or Quandre Diggs because of that, being fluid in the defense and understanding the different roles you got to play within it. It's also a good fit for Julian Love. Kevin says, oh, wait, so you're allowed to adapt in-game to play defense? Shit. I've been told, yes. We haven't seen a lot of that here, but I have been told that is the case. First and 10. Handoff inside to Pacheco. He's wrapped up around the neck there. Taken down to the ground. Some fighting going on here after the snap. A little feistiness. We got a flag after the play here. Boy, some jabber John. A lot of back and forth there. Kyle Van Noy. Oh, they're calling on the Ravens. Unnecessary roughness on Kyle Van Noy. What did you do, Kyle? What did you do? Oh, come on. Come on. It's the playoffs. Oh, my God. It's the playoffs. They're pussyfying the sport. Like, their face mask touched. Ugh. They're wearing damn helmet. Oh, my God. All right. First and 10 for the Chiefs. Kyle Hamilton again coming up, making a marvelous open field tackle on Pacheco after the catch, cutting him down quickly. Second down. Clock continues to roll. Chiefs got all 3 timeouts. They're going to go in and huddle up here. Let this clock roll. Seem pretty nonplussed by the fact this clock is tick-tick-tocking away, and they're deep in their own territory still here. Second and 5. Ravens trying to communicate prior to the snap. Mahomes under pressure. Mahomes smacked. His head went backwards, and he's going to get a flag. He got hit in the head there. No doubt blow to the head there on Mahomes. You could see his head snap back there on the throw. Travis Jones. He just he didn't hit him that hard. It doesn't look like he just clubbed him upside. So then he comes back with a little elbow on the backside of his head when he falls on him. Notice that little elbow on the back of the head when he falls on him. Jones give him a little extra bit there on the end. Ravens shooting themselves in the foot on this drive. 30 yards of penalty have put the Chiefs right up around midfield here. Holmes going to run this out of bounds. Well, that Chiefs offensive line sure gets a lot of benefits of sometimes they get the guys coming through that look like they're being held. You see holding too, bud? Yeah, I've seen a couple of those where it seems pretty. There's been a few in this game off this Chiefs defensive line. Catches into Kelsey. He'll be brought down to the ground in field goal range. Yeah, Nicholas, I'm seeing the same thing. Getting a little more egregious here as we've gone in the second quarter, like on some of these guys with it. Or they're pulling, the guy's getting free, and you can see the guy having to rip their arm, pulling themselves free as they get past the offensive lineman. And it's the one thing then allowing Mahomes freed up to then get cleared out and move in space. Nameless alchemist. Mahomes really getting his money worth from those acting classes. That one hit thing by Jones, he made it look like he snapped his neck. 1st and 10. Ravens actually showing a bit of a stack front. Rare look for them here in this first half. Out to Rashee Rice, out of bounds, 31 seconds to go. Sean Lee says it seems like all the Chiefs have on offense is Kelsey. It's kind of that. I mean, it's that 3-yard Isaiah Pacheco runs, bubble screens, and then drag routes to Rashee Rice. That's pretty much your Chiefs offense right now. But when you have a defense giving you 30 yards of penalties in one drive alone, finally some pressure, and the pressure causes an errant throw. Boy, that stood out. Been a rarity this half. Ravens able to get the backfield quick there on that one. Dafe. Nice spin move in there. "26 seconds to go, 3rd and 4. Chiefs got 2 timeouts remaining here. 4 or 5 on 3rd downs. Mahomes is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Stack front here by the Ravens. They drop out of it. Pressure, winding Mahomes around. Nobody there. Are we going to get finally a hold on the Ravens? Or the Chiefs? Come on. There's about 3 Ravens players that got thrown, I think, to the ground there in the pocket. Yeah. Thank you for finally coming. Sure, Harbaugh's like, thank you. 20 seconds to go in the second quarter. You finally call that. You know he's been working their ear. Trey Smith with the call on him. Yeah. That wasn't even as egregious as some of the ones I've seen here. Big call there. 3rd down now and 14 with 20 seconds to go. The Ravens trying to keep the lid on this Chiefs offense in this first half, keep their team within striking distance. The fans begging the defense for a stop. Another stack front look here by the Ravens. We got a screen. We've got another flag. Rashee Rice is in the open field, and he is going to score with his rocket launcher on his butt. But wait a second here. Uno momento, por favor. It's like the officials heard us talking about all the holds on the Chiefs, and they're like, let's make up for some lost time here. Trey Smith, once again, who's like going, you didn't call it the whole half. You're calling it now? You've let me get away with this the whole half. Now you're going to call this? Right up around the neck. He basically, like something out of jiu-jitsu, grabs him right around the throat there, like he's getting ready to lock it in. 3rd down and 24. Big penalty as this takes the Chiefs now outside a field goal range. Ravens are going to call a timeout. A little sloppy here. A little stoppy. Anyway, I wasn't saying it was being a rigged game or anything, but I was just pointing out the fact that the Chiefs were getting away some egregious holds in the earlier part. So I wouldn't say it's just, maybe they're just letting the guys play on the line. It's a playoff game, they'll let the people play, but it is interesting. Suddenly now they're going to start calling it when there's been a variety of ones through the first half. You're like, okay, there's not been a bad officiated game. I'm okay with the let them play as long as it's equal on both sides. And I don't think the Ravens have been called for but one. I don't think they've been called for one hold on offensively speaking. I think the flags have been addicted. I don't know about the Van Noy helmet thing that happened. That one was one where you go, oh, come on. But the blow to the head's legit. Blitz here by the Ravens. Quick throw to Kelsey. He'll catch it. Gain about 12 there and put him within field goal range. So 4th down. Chiefs are going to try to take a nice long field goal here and take a 10-point lead. A little bit more willingness of the Ravens here at the end of this half to dial up a little bit more of those stack fronts and try to also bring some pressure. A little bit more what we saw in the game plan. I think if I'm the Ravens coming back after this half, I'm going to have to, I think, commit a little bit more to trying to be a little more aggressive and leaning in this way. If you just sit back and kind of hold what they've been holding in, I think Chiefs win this game. 52-yard attempt here for the Chiefs. 8 seconds to go. Snap is down. Holds up. Kick is good. There we go. Chris, I feel like Andy Reid's carving up Mike McDonald right now. No, I think he's given him some problems in the first half. I mean, it's not terribly complicated what they're doing, but it's working. We'll see what McDonald's got for adjustments into the half, but you know, the bubble screens have certainly, I think, it would appear to me that the Chiefs looked at the Ravens tape and they said, 1st down, we're going to get a lot of blitzes from the Ravens. They did a lot of that throughout the year. So that's what we can come to expect here today. So let's run a lot of bubble screens then on 1st down and try to catch them with their pants down on the blitz. Which, I mean, that's worked relatively well. Maybe that has made Mike a little bit hesitant to dial up as many of these blitzes, and that's why we're seeing more of the 4-man fronts from the Ravens through a lot of this half. I feel like the Ravens defense hasn't played that bad in this half. Mahomes has taken 25 attempts to get to 160 yards, 18 carries for 60 yards, 3.3 yard per carry average. I mean, you would like to get some more stops. Don't get me wrong. You'd like to get some more pressure. I don't think they've necessarily played horribly, though. Like, that first drive wasn't the worst thing in the world. It was really those 2 catches with Kelsey that were just the Mahomes and Kelsey's 5-year, we're on the same wavelength, perfectly connection kind of thing. Garth says Hawksnest is a Swiftie Super Bowl revenge for Margot Robbie and the director not being nominated for Academy Awards. Yes. They try to get people, they try to give them a little bit of a little tip of the cap where they can. Carter Metcalf, what do you think of the Mike's defense in the playoffs so far? I mean, it's 17 points to the Chiefs in the first half. Isn't great. I think the Chiefs are kind of finding a way to just kind of milk their way up the field a little bit. They're not necessarily doing anything extravagant against the Ravens defense. I don't think it's been god awful on that side of it. Maybe not great. Hans says, Brandon, what would be the difference for our defense with Mike McDonald as head coach or Jairo Evero as defensive coordinator last year? Denver had an elite defense with him, so the small differences, so go for an OC as a head coach. Yeah, I'm more leaning in the way of the offensive coordinator than the head coach. There's some stark differences between the style of the two defenses that they would play. Evero would be more leaning probably a bit on trusting the front four more often, less about blitzing, less with the single high looks, more two high looks. You're going to get more zone-based defense with Evero, I think, than you will be from McDonald. More man-based coverage concepts on the back end. But I'm perfectly fine going offensive head. I mean, you guys are speaking my language. That's why I got Ben Johnson #1. He has a great young bright mind. I think he is where Sean McVay kind of was when he was coming to the Rams in a lot of ways. That's why I'm in that lane. Is that I think that's the promised land right there. That's the easier path to go. And I just think with defensive-minded head coach, it's just a tougher slog to get there. It's unfortunate. I'd love for defensive coaches to be just as hot of commodities right now as offense. I'm just reading the weather. I'm just taking the finger and sticking it up in the breeze and seeing which way the wind's blowing. That's all. And it'd be great if defensive coordinators were in that spot, but they're just not. I think what I do the numbers on, we just this last year, you had of the first and second place teams throughout the entire National Football League. You go through every single division, when it's 6, 7, 8 division, whatever it is. And you end up with 10 of those 16 teams were led by offensive-minded head coaches. 5 of those teams were led by defensive-minded head coaches, and 1 of those teams was led by a special teams coach in Harbaugh. And that's, it's telling you something. On top of the fact that most of the guys that are getting fired this offseason are defensive coaches. You got more offensive coaches in the league, but then you look at who's getting fired as well on the other side of it. How does that not kind of tell you kind of a clear story of where things are heading, where things are trending? And you want to be ahead of those trends than be behind it. Like I said, it does suck. It'd be cool if it was a little bit more in the role of you wouldn't have to necessarily hesitate with these defensive coaches. Hey, it's fine. He can get it done too. But just, boy, both Coach Carroll and Belichick are going to be without a job this next upcoming season. There was 4, 5, 6 available positions out there, and those guys don't get a sniff. I think that tells you in itself a little bit about, again, where the game's going. When he says Pumpkin is the GOAT, she is the GOAT, man. Look at her. She's just happy. You happy? Yeah. Sleepy and happy. Grossi Raid? What's up, Grossi? How's it going? We got Grossi's posse in the house. Run! Good to see you folks on in here. Tom Grossi, thank you as always for raiding, sir. I do kindly salute you. You are a gentleman and a scholar, both. Not just one, but the both. And it's appreciated from the bottom of my heart. So thank you to the Grossi posse for coming in the house. Sorry I'm a little late to acknowledge. I get deep in my chat sometimes, so it gets a little bit hard for me to go at it. But Grossi, I hope you, I don't know if they've got the Fan of the Year award yet out, but I know that you were posted out there to get it. So you definitely are deserving, my man, especially for what you did the 30-day trip. You went even through my home state of Seattle and did all of the charity work out there. So props to you, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you for coming in on the raid to the Grossi Posse Nation. We're not Pack fans, but it does help. Hope you're having a great day, man. And some pretty good football action here early on. And hopefully it goes a little bit further on and keeps going. Turns around a little bit better of a tighter game. But what's up, Grossi Posse? Appreciate you. Gretchen, my donut, thank you for the $10 donation. Says GPS raid, sending love. Go Lions. Well, thank you for the Grossi Posse in the house. You guys always show the love. You guys are always super kind. And Tom is terribly, terribly kind for doing this to some of us lower end folks here on the YouTube. I mean, I know he's doing it for me. I'm at 15K, but I've seen him do it for guys that have a couple hundred subscribers, like 3 people watching. And I know when you're a small channel like this, I mean, it warms my heart. But I know as well when you're that small channel and you got nobody watching you, man, that's such a big boon when you got people coming in like that, and it just gives you an injection, a little bit. So I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you, Gretchen, and thank you to the Grossi Posse for stepping on in the house, coming on in here. Packer 79, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Kitty goes meow. Got to give the kitty a little bit of love. She's the mascot here, Packer 79. She's our resident Hawks Nest mascot. She never misses a show. So thank you so much. You guys are very kind for coming on in. Duran, congrats on 15K. Thank you, Duran. Yeah, W for Grassi. One of the real good guys out here on YouTube, and obviously does great content covering the Packers and being able to go end to end on that. And he's been doing it for years, and he does great work over there. No doubt about it. Yeah, him and Perna and that whole crew that they got rolling over there. Those guys, they do great stuff. That's the ideal for how you want to be, running these channels and finding that right balance between humor and informative and entertaining. And it's hard to find that little knife's edge. And sorry, yeah, Joe Ratz, I get a little bit behind for Grossi. If we have some Grossi, I'm a little bit usually behind on my donations or my chat because I usually get pretty into talking somebody something. I'm usually into some kind of conversation somewhere. I get to it eventually, Joe. City Burt, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Gus Bus 1 carry. Jeez, you're right. Gus Edwards with only 1 carry and 15 yards at that on the 1 carry, City Burt. I think a bit of the issue here, we ran into this year at times, is that something that can stop a running game that's not always thought about as being a real inhibiting factor to the running game is the inability of a defense to get off the football field. And you have in this Ravens team throughout the course of this first half, they can't get off the field. They can't stop the Kansas City Chiefs on third down. The time of possession right now is over 2-1 between the Chiefs and the Ravens started off with the ball in this football game. So it's you got to be on the field to do it. You got to get more third down conversions. That was another problem we had, of course, too. Because on the surface of it, City Bird, it's like, well, it's about the commitment to running the ball at that point. That's what we're talking about, is that you're just not committing to run to Edwards. But it's as much that you're not getting the third down conversions, you're not getting off the field. I will say, to your point, though, maybe you want to run the ball a little bit more to Edwards in that next half, just a little bit more. Duran says Tom Grossi's well on his way to being a YouTube legend. He is. I mean, he absolutely he kills it away. He does. He works hard as hell. You watch that guy. I do like one stream, or he'll come back, do a stream, cover one game, do an afternoon game, do an evening thing. So, he does a great job. And he's rated me before over here a couple times, been so kind to do it. And it's just awesome. Camille says, when Degrassi said Hawks fan, I knew it was going to be you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You got me a couple weeks ago too, which is very, very kind of him. I probably got to do that myself. I got to probably pay this forward a little bit to a couple of the smaller. We got to do some raids ourselves here at some point. I got to start paying this forward, Like the kid in that movie. I got raided. Joe Routs says, sorry for doubting you, Brandon and Pumpkin. Oh, man, it's all good, Joe. I sometimes get totally distracted. The chat, to your point, Joe, I can sometimes get like, I'm so far behind at times, like it sets some people off. So I'm trying to get better at it a little bit, though, where I'm not getting too far back on stuff, because, it is nice to be able to react more live into what's happening at times and what people are saying, especially where they can have more of a back and forth. But I do get caught in my lane. Should we raid Grossi? Yeah, let's do it. Let's raid Grossi. Get him. Let's give him some love over there, huh? Let's give Grossi some love over there. All right, let's send. I want to send him a little super chat over there. Send him a little love for doing us a solid. Oh Lordy. All right. Got to show Grassi a little love, huh? Yeah, Grassi got 11,000 people watching. I don't know if we'll ripple in the raid on them. Let's go. What's up, Jay? Yeah, gotta do a little raiding, Jay. I gotta get my raid game up. My raid game's like I got a light raid game. I gotta get us on the P's and Q's. I think next year we're gonna do maybe we'll take a page out of Tom's book next year, and when we get to halftime, see if we can go find some guys that are streaming out there in the Hawkland. You know what I mean? Rate them up a bit. I kind of like. I think we should do that next year. Oh, Joe Grassi got back there. He saw the donut. I dropped a dono in there, and he saw it. He saw the love. But exactly, one of the wisest things about going OC for head coach is the high turnover rate of OCs in the league. Get some stability at play caller for years, but still, I want McDonald or Quinn. Stubborn Norwegian. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. I get the pull to either of those guys. I do. And yeah, you look at some of the coaches through the years that have been able to sustain. I think some of those offensive higher losses and still keep their offense in a good place. We're going to get the start here of the second half kicking off quickly here as there's a run for a yard for the Chiefs. They're back on a hurry up quickly here to Kelsey, who'll make the catch for a short gain. Ask a wise Kitty what he or she thinks. Kitty, is the Ravens going to win? Are the Chiefs going to win? Ravens? She's saying Ravens, even though they're down right now. But, I mean, she also predicted us, Jody, that we were going to go 12-5 this year. She may not be the most accurate of sources. I'm just going to say that, okay? Thank you for raiding. I appreciate you guys raiding the Grassi, showing them that love back, man. They've done it. Grassi's, I think, raided me 3 or 4 times over, so we got to show them that love. 3rd and 3 here from Holmes, falling back off his back foot, throwing it up there, knocked away by Williams out there. Nice defense by the Ravens. Very good job. Very good job. Uh-oh, I've awoken the beast, Jody. Will Kelsey propose to Swift at the Super Bowl? Probably. I retire and I want to marry her. Ravens showing some of those stack fronts. I was hoping they'd show this half a little bit more. Kind of speeding Mahomes' clock up a little bit there. He let him get just a little too comfortable in that first half, right? Just a wee bit too comfortable. Well, aren't you being loud now? Don't you have a lot of things to say? Greg says, I love that they both respect the Seahawks too. Me too, man. It's kind of cool with Tom because you can see that there's definitely a rivalry thing he's got for the Hawks. And I know he's claimed it's the whole, conference championship and the Fail Mary. But it was hilarious. Even last year we drafted JSN. That was like his favorite player in the draft. Well, thank you, Jay Helen. I appreciate you watching both. And those guys do great work. They got great channels. Vern is very funny. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, Tom just shouted you out, B. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Megan. I can't listen to the thing so I could get into the feed, but I can't turn it on because then you guys just will hear a bunch of, that's kind of him. I appreciate him doing that. He's a good guy. 1st and 10, run outside. Oof. Well, they went to Jeremy Hill like we asked, and he just got stopped by a great tackle there. Justin Reed came up and made a nice play there. Oh, boy. The pulling tackle went for Bolton rather than Reed. He attacks Reed there. I wonder if the back takes it outside then at that point. Fly sweep here to Zay Flowers. Flowers, not much room to go. Boy, this Chiefs defense is playing fast and loose and free right now. Ricky Tran says, Ravens, I don't mind losing. I want Mike McDonald ASAP. Ann says, thank you for a wonderful welcome and have a wonderful evening. You too, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. Lamar looking down the field and almost throws an interception to Bolton. Forced the ball into coverage there. There was not really any separation on the play. And the Ravens offense continues to play this a little tight. Oh, it went right through his hands. That's why he plays linebacker. Boy. Lamar, definitely we're getting playoff Lamar today so far. What do you guys think? Is he tight? Do you think? Is he not he's so under control and locked in throughout this year. And I know the Chiefs are, Chris Jones a little bit, but why didn't he run that there? You can get 6 yards. Playing a little bit tight right now. Huey says, unless Lamar decides to run first, the Ravens are dust. Yeah, this is, again, the ride in on the horse that brought you here. Lamar's got 8. I know that he was more of a passer this year. He's got 4 carries, 27 yards. This is a game where I'm like, Lamar, you're going to run it 15 times in this game. We got to get 2 wins to get a Super Bowl. I'm not preserving you anymore. There's no preserve. This is now, we're going to run you as a running back, Lamar. You're healthy. We've gotten you through the year. We've gotten you to the spot. Now let's lean on those legs. Brandon says offense needs to at least give the defense a breather. That's the big issue right now it's not only the Ravens having to get a stop here and keep this within striking distance, but that this has also been a 2-1 issue as far as the time of possession goes right now up until this point. And now you're going to start to see that slide more and further and further. And then at that point, the defense is going to reach a spot where it's going to break, where it's going to be wore out. And this time is going to fast approach here in this football game. Well, you're being loud. You're right. Chase Young is a free agent after this year. Hans, I should sell how good our beer is. By the way, we get some Trappist beers. Beer kind of sounds good right now. Jay Holland, I do think we should resign Leonard Williams. I think he's going to be the high priority free agent that we have of our own internal free agents. He'll be the guy that they're gonna take, in my opinion, and say him. That's the one we want. And he'll get highly paid for us, but I think it'll be well worth it. Stephen Penner at the Hawks Nest. Let's go Ravens. I want to be Ravens and Lions in the Super Bowl. A lot of people are counting the Lions out, but they've gotten this far. Hey, Lions are going to not be scared in this game. They're not going to come out, I think, and play it tight. I think that's a team that I know comes into this, and they're going to do what they need to do to win the game. And 49ers may have more talent than them, and maybe just in a better stage at their point of where the Niners are in their Super Bowl win to go take that game. But I certainly think the Lions have got a chance. I don't think that the 49ers are just going to boat race them and it'll be easy peasy. But I'd love to see that Super Bowl matchup. That would be pretty cool. This Chiefs team right now has kind of got their hand on this Ravens team throat, though. Go Breeze says B&B on as a head coach. Brando is OC. Brendan is DC. Arm wrestle for special teams coach and big decisions. That's right. A little paper, rock, scissors, maybe. All right, Mahomes dropping back to pass on 1st and 10. He's going to throw it out into the flat. Great job. Ravens defenders. You are seeing some adjustments from McDonald in this game from the Ravens defense. A little bit more of the stack fronts as the game's gone along. They've leaned into taking away the bubble screens. The flat routes that were leaned on earlier on in this game as well. They've got the defenders coming up playing a little tighter on that. Boy, that's an incomplete pass. No, they're calling that a fumble out of bounds. Wow, great tackle there by the kid. He knocked that ball free. 2nd down and 11. 11:45 to go in the third quarter. Mahomes, 22 of 28 in this game. Been very accurate, but not really trying to really push the ball up the field. Just a little dink, little dunk. Hand off here to Pacheco. He'll get ridden down to the ground for a gain of 4 or 5. Chiefs have done a good job of staying with the ground game. That's the 16th carry for Pacheco in this game. Tay206 says Baltimore just needs to go ahead and give us Lamar. Huey says Lamar has to set up, has to run to set up any of their offense. Don't know if he's just too stubborn or too just coached not to. I don't even understand it either, Huey. He dialed back the run this year, but it was that balance. He was finding that perfect balance, and you were doing it as much because you wanted the offense to expand. But oh wow, completion on 3rd and 6. Easy wide open player right there by the Chiefs. Just Watson that was too simple on 3rd and 6. But I don't get it either. Why it doesn't seem like he's leaning into it as much. This would be the game you'd think they'd be going hog wild. Pre-snap motion there. Just gets the guy moving at the snap, and then he's running past the defender sitting a little bit flat-footed there. 1st down. Chiefs on the 43-yard line. Low snap picked up by Mahomes. Fires it out wide to Scandling. Catch for 5 or 6 yards and out of bounds. ChatGPT for Seahawks head coach. It's only a matter of time before we get our first AI head coach. Kirk, I think it'll be a mistake to take a defensive head coach, especially with us getting a young quarterback in the next couple of years. Let's have a consistent play caller set up. Yeah, I think it's a good role to go. I think that's the role most people are leaning towards going, Kurt. I'm maybe a little more open to the defensive guy, but I definitely have a preference for the offensive-minded head coach too. And I think that the reasons are all solid. Got a little throw out into the flat here to Kelsey, who puts his head down and goes and gets the 1st down. Jay Helen, didn't Earl Thomas get traded to Baltimore? It wasn't a trade. It was a free agent. He was a free agent. Completion down into Gray, backup tight end for a couple yards. Holmes just continues to just little throws here and there. But he was a free agent at that point, Jay. Flag says, you think the Lions D would be better. Aaron Glenn just not doing a great job. Yeah, it's especially in the back end on that secondary at times, it gets a little rough. I think some of it too is a bit of a talent problem there. You know, they don't have a lot necessarily on that defense. They got some good players. They're coming along. It's like a process, so to speak, for them. It's not, but I don't think it's the same as what they've done with the offense, which really good offensive line, Laporta, good receivers, 2 good backs. Defensively, it's kind of, more of a bit of a mixed bag. Big Hawk says, Jody Allen making a tush push for Big Mac, or is it BJ in the works? I I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't. I have no read right now on the Seahawks head coaching situation as far as I think it's here. It just completely seems a little up in the air right now. 2nd down and 17. Chiefs called for a holding call there. Baltimore sliding off the stack fronts here, back to that front four. Throws it out to the flat again. Mahomes, boy, that's got to be about the 6th or 7th throw to the flat by the Chiefs in this game. Hamilton again there to make a play. He's been awesome in this game. 3rd and 15. Ravens defense trying to do what they can. You know they're beat. They've lived on this football field today. Don, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Third down and 15. We got a little screenplay here by Mahomes and company. Goes nowhere. Fantastic play. I think that was Kyle Van Noy in there, and he snuffed that play out. Little screen whisper action there. And the Ravens defense, what a job on their part here to hold up and keep this Chiefs team out of field goal range even. They're giving their offense a chance. Huey Hamilton hurt. He came up a little slow after that last tackle. McFrewer, number one priority is bringing back Trey Flowers. And Jay Allen, yeah, the Baltimore D's miles ahead of ours. Addicted, I think that McDonald would probably improve our tackling. Hard to get much worse. As this flag says, again, nowhere to go but up. Dig Docs, wow, a screen on 3rd and 15 was Andy Reid getting text messages from Shane Waldron. Definitely a little bit of they're not trying to have Mahomes air it out in this game. It's definitely a very controlled passing attack right now. Jay Helen, who to sign for OC? It depends on the next head coach, Jay. You got a Mike Vrabel. You might bring in an Arthur Smith. Dan Quinn's been rumored to come with Chip Kelly. If he comes here, I don't know. That could be just a wild rumor. But I don't know on Ben Johnson and Mike McDonald which direction that they would look to go. U2K says, I want an upgrade at wide receiver. Bobo getting more snaps means we didn't upgrade. I don't know how you're out on Bobo, Huey. He had a legitimate solid year. Anytime you went in there and gave him an opportunity, he did something with it. From preseason to regular season. I don't know. I'm not saying he's the future or the answer, but when you're sitting on DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN already, and then you have Bobo as your 4th, and I guess Derek Young potentially as your 5th, I don't know. I think we're good enough at our skill positions at that point. To me, it's more about go invest in the offensive line, and you'll have plenty at the receiver position to get it done. Hans says, my answer is get a Jairo Evero. Probably Canales keeps him. Canales will probably try to keep him, I'd say, yeah. Ryan says, number one priority is to stop the run. Gashing the middle killed us multiple times. Amen. Lines of scrimmage. Haley, how much of play calling was Waldron versus Pete? This is certainly a guess on my part, Haley, but there are a couple of stark points that come up in my mind as to reasons why this is very believable. That Pete did have a higher level of control than I think some people think in their play calling on the offensive side of the ball. You've got the quote from Brady Henderson about Schottenheimer when he walked in the door, inheriting 70% of his playbook when he walked in. You've got Carroll in his first year of Waldron here talking about how he liked what Waldron was bringing to play. He's really open to doing the things we've done before here. The lack of willingness, Haley, to throw and attack the middle of the football field, both prior to Schottenheimer being here, to Schottenheimer being here, to Schottenheimer being gone, to Waldron being here, you continue to ignore the middle of the football field. I don't think that that's an offensive coordinator thing. So, yeah, I think that there was a heavy amount of control being wielded by our head coach when it came to our OC. the lack of willingness to attack in the ground game to the outside and just hammering A and B gap runs constantly. I think it all pointed to a level of control from Carroll that wasn't good. Quick pass underneath here on 1st and 10. Hits the back for a first down, 14, 15 yards, and he just took somebody out on the... was that little kid got taken out there on the sideline? The teenager, it looks like, got taken out. Like the quick, easy throw here to Gus Edwards. Get the ball in his hands. You haven't gotten him a lot of touches. Poor kid. Those players come at you fast. All right. First down, the last 13 minutes of action here for Baltimore. Play action, blitz coming. Lamar got it blocked up. He's looking. Dancing through. He's got some opening now. There we go. Use your legs. Nice job by Lamar. 12 yards, first down. Haley says the biggest thing I'm concerned about is how samey our issues were each year. Makes me think it had to be a Pete Carroll thing, but gives me hope for the future. I think as you've been with all your comments today, Haley, it's right on the button with your outlook on this. I believe that this is why I think that whatever change you kind of make, there'll be a natural rising of the tide that's going to go on here because of the things that have prevented you or held you back have been things that are long-standing, that other teams across from you are very well aware of that you do. Like when a team plays against us, Haley, they've known for, think about this, well, almost a decade of time that we don't want to throw to the middle of the football field. And Lamar getting out of heat here again, throws it down the field. Boy, just getting out of danger there. So it gets to a point where on a weekly basis, you have a defense that goes and plays your offense and they say, okay, we start this week defense. You know, you got your defensive coordinator in there and he's got the big board up and he's like, okay, you guys see this part right between the hash marks? Just draws a big X over it. I don't want you guys to worry about any of that. We're going to peel down on the routes out here and out here and up here. And I think that's, now you have a coach who comes in and goes, no, we're not going to operate the way. That's ridiculous. And now you start to have a natural bump in the production and the natural way that things work, which is a little bit more just when you're not inhibiting it in that fashion. And I think it was inhibiting it. 2nd and 10 for Lamar here. He's looking, boy. Finds the back out of the backfield there to Hill. Hill made a very nice catch there. Lamar still does not quite look comfortable in this game. Just something feels a little bit not quite right with him. I don't think there's any Haley coach in the NFL that says don't. This is why we were 32nd at throwing to the middle of the field past year and most of the past decade. Is there's not another coach that takes it to that extreme of a level. Yeah. 1st and 10 for the Ravens. They're on the Chiefs side of the field here at the 42-yard line. Play action pass. Lamar dropping back to throw. He's got a lot of time here. He's going to hop, throw it over to the back. This has worked the best on this drive. He's just throwing to the back. Completes it for a gain of 5 or 6 yards. John says right now looks like the Chiefs have the better shot at beating the Niners. I don't know. I think the Ravens and the way they play defense and the scrambling quarterback that's given the Niners issues through the years, I think the Ravens would be a tougher matchup if I'm the Niners. Jay says, I miss when we were good and people feared us. Me too, Jay. Me too. Big Hawk. Yep. Graham is a Yale guy. Smart dude. Players seem to resonate with him too. Like, you can get through to him. Boy, looked like a good pass there to Andrews. Looked like just a pure drop. We do have a flag on the play. Lee says, I think Chip Kelly would be a horrible offensive coordinator. I definitely think it'd be wild. It'd be pretty wild. At least the Max says, once Pete Carroll let the secondary smoke cigars, that's when I knew it was over, laughing out loud. Yeah, that was one for me that stuck in my craw too as well. That was, to me, just no small thing. And Brian Simpson definitely tackled Chris Jones on that play, and that was definitely a drop by Mark Andrews. A little rusty, hasn't played in a while. Understandable. 2nd down and 15. Chiefs bringing a blitz. Pick it up, Lamar. Pick it up. Pick it up. Man alive. completes the ball. This is going to be about a 3rd and 7 or 8, though. Don Mata, yeah, Lamar's ball doesn't look right. This is a little off. He says, don't care, make the offensive side of the ball great. If we lose, we lose. Then add defensive makers later. I'm with it. 3rd and 9. Another blitz here. That's going to be a sack. The blitz gets there. I don't know how you don't think that that's coming if you're Lamar there. And what's going down is the Chiefs are they know Lamar can't throw the 9 route if you get one-on-one on the outside. So they're not worried about getting beat on the outside with one-on-ones. And Lamar, as I think thinking with some of these blitzes that he's still going to get an opportunity to scramble around there, but they're sending too many of them. There's a free rusher coming. He's got to make it through decision-making and get the ball out of his hand through decision-making. But he's not leaning into that in this game. He's kind of wanting to hold it and see it and be clear with it rather than just like he's played a lot of this year where it's a little more, everything's just got a little more rhythm to it when he's playing offensively. It feels a little more disjointed right now. Haley says, interesting point about the middle of the field. Wonder if that's why we couldn't run screens. People sitting in the flats. You would think that probably would lead one to the other. And it was very good, Haley, on Salk on the radio show with Carol. I think it was after the 2 to 3 weeks before the end of the year. Asked him about it because the telecast brought it up to where they had mentioned it. And so Salk was like, the telecast brought this fact up. You guys are 32nd league at, throwing outside the numbers. Is there a reason you guys do that? And then Carol gave that answer. He's like, yes. And then didn't answer it further beyond that. But yeah, I think that when you get to the point of teams knowing they can ignore the middle of the field, that's going to start to tighten. Not only is it that now you lose the production from the middle of the field, but it tightens everything else that goes outside the hash marks or goes deep. Why cover what I'm not going to run? Why protect against that which you don't attack by? Like teams don't have to play us, Haley, for instance. If you played the Hawks the last 5 years, did not have to worry about the fly sweep. We might run the fly sweep and get 10 yards with it on a given play. Might run it effectively, but we're not going to run it multiple times over the course of a game. So you can just concentrate on those A and B gaps, hunker down on those, post snap, just kind of have all the defensive linemen post snap sliding the A and the B gap on run plays, and you'll probably lock our run game up. And it has a lot of times against really good defenses on the line, especially. Brian Myers says the idea of Chip Kelly being on our staff is almost as bad as the thought of Jim Harbaugh. Jay says Andrews was better before that midseason injury. Yeah, I thought that was going to cost him a whole year when he went down. I mean, that one looked gnarly. I'll be right back, folks. Oh, raw, oh, raw, oh, raw. Hey, Space, what's up, man? Good to see you. Flex says, I want to see a Travis Jones pick six. Let that big man rumble. Steven, Hawksnest, how often have the Ravens ran the ball today? Can't watch the game because I don't have Paramount Plus. They have run the ball 12 times. 5 of those have been Lamar, though. I would say at least probably 4 of those carries have been with him out of passing. So really, they've only run it about 8 times in this game to 18 passes. Ravens doing good here on the first 2 plays against the Chiefs. They've got a 3rd and 7 set up. So strange lack of commitment to the ground game today from the Ravens, especially on a day where you're going to want to try to keep the ball away from the Chiefs offense. But they've leaned into it. Now you're down by 10 points, so maybe that's a little bit of what's pushing it now into this half from Munkin's standpoint. Quick pressure here on, boy, great job of getting quick pressure back there by the Ravens defense. That might have been Chris Jones there. I don't know if he just got left unblocked. That was Washington. Yeah, I think it's a blown assignment up front. Just left him with a free rush. Wow. Wow, that's not how you draw it up if you're the Chiefs. Boy, Ravens defense, big stand here. They've been able to keep this thing held together for this Ravens offense, and the Ravens offense is going to get some field position to work with here. Nice punt. Nowhere to go. Fleece the Mac, Pete Carroll was acting like a narcissist. He didn't ask none of the questions and said the ownership doesn't know football. Yeah, I think that there's a bit of that streak, I think, that went through Carroll near the end of it. Yeah. I think that's why you don't fix issues that are so long-standing as they are. It's not an issue. It's how we run our program. It's purposeful. Kind of a little bit of that. But that's why he's led to where he's led. And the non-football people thing to me is a hilarious deal. It's like, Carroll, you hired the general manager who then hires the staff of football people. They're not in a position to fire you. They're your underlings. So it's got to come from somebody that's non-football related. It's like, no duh, Tommy says Pete got pretty defensive at the end of the run when people started questioning his philosophy, almost arrogant. Thought he said he wasn't going to do that anymore. Yeah, well, that was a lot of talk on that, not a lot of action behind that one. And that's the whole shell game that he played over the last 2 years with that defense, and that it wasn't really changed. It wasn't trying to do new things. It was just trying to be still holding on to the old, which he said that they couldn't do. I mean, it's just, he himself told himself it's time to move off of this and go in a different direction, and then he himself refused to listen to himself. But yeah, he did get defensive at the end. He was not a guy that was willing to really answer any of the questions to what I think are strong questions to be asked. When Mike Salk asked you, why don't you throw to the middle of the football field, and you refuse to answer that question, why are you refusing to answer that question? There's not some miracle, strange strategy that you're hiring that you've got to keep under wraps. It's that people aren't going to like your answer, and nor should they. You should never, in this modern offensive age, be looking at any part of the football field going, we don't want to attack that part of the football field, but out of fear. That's not going to lead to offensive success. That's not going to lead to team success. But that's why he wouldn't answer the question. Jeffrey Thistle Jackson getting outplayed with 10 Hall of Fame Ravens in the stands. Brutal. Hans agreed on the middle of the field. The reason why our offense looks so difficult to operate, I think, you need to keep the defense guessing, not the run, pass, Waldron. That's right. It was very predictable. KJ Wright talked about this when he'd watch our offense. He's like, I could tell prior to every play where the play was going. Oh, outside run here, back over here. You're going to throw it out to this. And KJ's a smart dude. So, 1st and 10, deep shot here. Broken play by the Chiefs, and Zay Flowers is wide open. Zay making moves back and forth, finds his way down to the 9-yard line. Uncalled hold on Chris Jones, by the way. So we're looking at little bit of this balance game coming up. Watch Chris Jones on this play. He totally gets held and pulled back around his shoulder. Busted coverage on the back end by the Chiefs, and Zay Flowers wide open down there for Lamar. Oh, an ineligible man downfield. That was a taunting. Oh, they're calling taunting, so it's after the play. Ravens have been a little in their emotions in this game at times. I mean, yeah, I know the guy's holding his ankle and he doesn't like that, but he spun the ball in his face and then he sort of flexed on him. The need to, oh boy, that's a big penalty taking you for the 10. You need to right now save time on this clock. Ugh. Dumb rookie mistake. Monken taking the piss. Yeah, McDonald's gotten impressive as this game gone long. The adjustments have been nice. Anvil says, I told you guys McDonald adjust. Steve says, I thought we'd be done bashing Pete Carroll by now. Guess not. I mean, it's just a discussion about where it was. I'm not trying to be personal in my attack of him, but it's where it was. And it's going to be discussed, Steve. It's a thing that's one of the biggest pieces of news that's occurred in the Hawks team in the last 5-6 years, absent the Russell Wilson trade. And this goes beyond even the Russell Wilson trade. It's not one where I know for the folks that are pro Coach Carroll folks just want this thing to have happened and now it needs to be put to bed and we don't talk about it anymore. It's not going to be that way with this kind of situation and this coach and how this has gone down. And it's not really realistic to think that that's the way that this would play out. That, okay, he's let go. Now he never gets talked about or again. It's going to be talked about. It's going to be talked about in consideration to what the new coach is going to bring. I do know, Steve, you're a big backer of Coach Carroll. And I understand that there's a contingent of Hawk fans that are big backers of Coach Carroll. And if they hear any kind of shade thrown at Carroll, it causes a lot of ruffling of the feathers. I do appreciate that. I cannot do my job as what I do here in analyzing this team and talking about this team and have these landmine subjects that have people, get sort of triggered by the subject being brought up. We talk about all things on this channel, every which way, up, left, back, right. And I will cover all the ground that there is to cover, and that includes covering ground about Coach Carroll. That includes at some point, Steve, putting a video together to talk about what went down in this whole Coach Carroll time at the end. What the good, the bad, all of it. It'll be a point I'll have to do on this channel and cover. That's covering the team, covering the discussions. This isn't to bash on Pete Carroll and to hit a man when he's down or do whatnot. It's about talking about the team and what steps the team needs to take to get itself right, to correct the issues that have been long-standing issues. And unfortunately, Steve, a lot of those long-standing issues reside at the table and at the plate of Coach Carroll, evidenced by the fact that he's the guy being let go this offseason, not John Schneider. And so it's unfortunate that he had so many things not kind of going right there at the end that we got to talk about, but it's got to be talked about it. You can call it bashing if you want. I call it discussing the team, talking about what's good and what's bad on the team and what needs to be fixed or what doesn't need to be fixed. And it's vitally important, as especially we're talking about the next presumptive coach, to avoid the pitfalls that you've just been falling into with the recent coach. So I don't know, man. It's germane to the discussion. Space, didn't Quinn have a third meeting with the Commanders? Yes, he did. House's thing today went to the DK School of Taunting. Yeah, bad timing. On says, Pete said, well, we do attack the middle of the field, but it's just who is open, he said on the Brock Talk, and then said, you think we purposely don't throw there with an arrogant face? Yeah, exactly. Tommy says, just watching the Chiefs here, they are doing most of their damage over the middle. It's not like Pat has some turnover-free rust type, but they don't care. That's what the yards are. Yeah, he's taking what the defense has given him in this game. He's certainly not pushing him. He might have pushed the ball at the best in that first drive on a couple of those throws to Kelsey. Han says, no bashing on Pete. Great coach. Just keeping it real and honest. No BS. Yeah, as I say too with this, I totally appreciate what Coach Carroll did. He'll be revered here for years to come for bringing the championship. But he was just let go about a month ago. We're still in the middle of a coaching search. It's going to be something that's going to still be a point of discussion. And I understand that's going to set some people off, but this is part of what we do on this channel. This is what I do with this channel, is not shy away from any subjects. All right, 2nd and 8 here. Ravens on the 9-yard line. Ball's caught. Zay Flowers looked like he got in. Looks like they're maybe calling a fumble here. Are they saying the ground caused the fumble? I think they're saying he's down on the 1. Oh, fumble. Oh, no. Oh, no. He got Earl Thomas. Les Snead, one of the underrated players in this Chiefs defense, with the play of the game right there. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. No, he didn't break the plane. Just before he broke the plane, the defender's rallying to them and knocks the ball free. Cool Breeze says, funny people complaining we talking about Pete. My point is, he is a legend. He'll be talked about forever, no matter how he went out. Yeah, I think he'll be nothing but loved here into the future. And the ball will turn forward eventually, where the discussion will move on and beyond Pete. And when it is just talked about Pete, it'll be about the good, the great, the amazing. But right now, it is a little bit of it's going to cover more of all of the mileage of it. As some people are confused at the fire, some people wanted to see the fire, some people are trying to understand what it means. Why did it happen? There's a lot to turn over within it. Haley says all coaches have issues and things to improve on. Who's ever next for the Hawks will. Can't not talk about the issues of the past just because Pete Carroll was moved on to an advisory role. Great points. Great points. Everyone on this side said exactly where I feel on it. Can't fix the issues and part of the reason the issues weren't fixed is you didn't work on them, You didn't actually acknowledge the issues. You just sort of went, oh, it's fine. Yeah, we're going to keep doing what we do. He says Pete's got stuck for years. I would finally find him. Don Mata, Flowers, just all physicality, no brains. He's had a rough end of this game. Brutal end of the run of the game for this rookie. And first down on 3rd and 7 out to Kelsey. They leave Kelsey wide open. Jeez. Prime J is Travis Kelsey's best game in maybe a year and a half. 11 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown for Kelsey today. That's coming off of a 2-touchdown performance last week. 11 targets, 11 receptions. He's caught every ball thrown his way. Well, you come into a game against the Chiefs and you let Kelsey come out with 11 catches on 11 targets, you're probably not winning that football game. Sean Lee Roquan's been a little quiet today. He's got 15 tackles, so, he's definitely tackled a lot. 5 solos, but West Coast offense, man. Tommy says, man, the Bill Walsh sprint right option is destroying the Ravens D. They're even running it to the left now with Kelsey. It's giving them problems. Greg says, I feel so bad for McDonald right now. He's been carrying. Yeah, you can't put this on the Ravens defense. They gave you a chance, and you've kept the Chiefs offense to 17 points, 13-24 into the fourth quarter. Still on a long field to deal with here. They've done their done their part. Hand off up the middle. Taken down there for a gain of 2. Anvil says, good news, we can hire McDonald next week. DK Flowers. Zay Flowers, DK comp. Okay, guys. McFaruk Flowers cut his hand smacking the sideline bench. Dude is feeling it right now. Oh, it's tough. 3rd down. Jadeveon Clowney creating some pressure there on Mahomes. I'm surprised they didn't call a flag on Clowney for hitting Mahomes too hard. Oh, did they? They did call the flag. Okay. Oh, can't touch Mahomes. Aw, come on, though. Come on, though. Oh, come on. Oh, he clipped him with the helmet. You can't helmet to helmet there, JD. Yeah, you can't click. You can't. The helmet to helmet thing as a defender, you got to take the helmet and not allow that collision to occur. It's incidental. He's not leading with the crown of his helmet. But if there's any kind of blow to the quarterback's head, he's going to have that call there. It's the right call. I know it's the right call. You can't hit the head. I know it doesn't look right. I know fans don't like it, but the NFL's taken the huge steps to that. You cannot allow the quarterback to get hit in the head. And as a defender, you can't let that happen. Play action pass for Mahomes. He's looking to hit deep here. Oh, he gets twisted up. Somehow keeps his feet. God, he is just, Mahomes can sometimes be so amazing. He's not the most athletic, but finds his way out of stuff. Justin Matabuke finally making a little bit of noise here today. Got the close sack at least. Oh, that looks so brutal for a moment there. Lonnie came in and cleaned it up. Ravens are fighting their ass off defensively right now. I think from their standpoint, you can't let this Chiefs team score another point here. 11:41 to go. Second and 19. Quick completion there to Rashee Rice. Rice taken down to the ground. 3rd down. Third and 13. Stack front from the Ravens. They're bringing the blitz. Mahomes winds to his left. Low throw. Incomplete pass. Wow, Ravens defense. Great job here. Mike McDonald's unit has really locked in. 17 points in the first half. Nothing doing here in the second. I think this is the 3rd or 4th possession here for the Chiefs in this half without them getting anything done. Oh, wow. Perfect punt. Down at the 1. Space, if we're going after Quinn, why have we hired him yet? I think that's a a question somebody was asking earlier too on the stream, and I think it's a great question, Space, and that I think the question tells you the answer about maybe that it's not as likely he's the guy, and that they are in where they are waiting, right? Because you kind of would know with him. You've got your background with him. You've got your familiarity back with him. If you're that hot to trot for him, and you've gone through all these other interviews, and you've gone through his 2 interviews, what holds you up at that point? What prevents you? Ryan Posse says, welcome to Seattle, Mike McDonald. Tommy, I want Ben Johnson, but I also want the Lions to win their game. I'm so conflicted. Ethan HawksNest, Brandon, is the game changing? Any opinions on McDonald? No, I don't think so. I think if he had continued to keep going where he was going, where things were looking like they were going to go off the rails here to start things off, I think you would have seen some of the knee-jerk reaction from the Hawk fans. But I think if anything, he's, should encourage anybody, even if you were a little down on him coming into this game. You should still be pretty encouraged by what you've seen from him and what he's done. He's done a really good job, especially on the back of, you can see tangible adjustments that the Ravens made here into the second half that's brought them to where they've gotten. More of the stack fronts, squeezing down on some of those short flat routes, preparing for some of the bubble screens, doing a good job with that. Really, really good job from early on. That's where the Ravens were really attacking with. Al Bundy says the Quinn's last game is making the Seahawks reluctant. Maybe. Kevin O'Connell, honestly, why does this league protect Mahomes like that? Gino could use this love. Gino could use some of that love. Well, it's on the blows to the head. You can't hit a quarterback's head when they're throwing. So when Clowney comes in and his helmet makes contact with the side of his face, Mahomes, it's an auto flag. Just like if you see a defender, and we had Witherspoon had an interception taken back in the Carolina game that was this way. Remember when Boye Mafe came down with his hand in that game, and it barely just brushes past the side of the face of the quarterback. But that's enough. It's any contact. It's an auto flag. Bam. And that's for anybody, They don't see them all, I'll give you that, but it's supposed to be for everybody. All right, Lamar back in shotgun, 1st and 10. Chiefs looking like they're going to bring the blitz. They've done a lot of that today. Doing it here. Lamar going deep up over the top. He just has no feel on those deep throws. I literally just almost wouldn't call them for him at all. He just can't hit those throws over the top. Greg says best case scenario, Ravens lose. Lions win. Commanders get impatient, hire McDonald. Seahawks are left with Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson has no choice but to choose us. I know you didn't want to come to Seattle, but you must come to Seattle. Quick throw out to Isaiah Likely here. Gets himself 10 yards. Nice job by Likely after the catch there, getting the first. Ben Johnson has a second interview with Seattle, says King Bomber, according to Ian Rappaport. Well, that's good news. Very good news. Oh, Chris Jones just got kind of leg whipped around his leg. That looked painful. All right, 1st and 10 here. 10:21 to go. Play action pass. Lamar dropping back. He's going to throw the 9 route again. Why are they throwing the 9 route? Did they not catch the memo that he can't throw the 9s? He can't throw it. Don't throw it. You can't. And the Chiefs are blitzing heavy, so that's obviously an answer to the blitz. Yeah, he's got Odell lost that separation there. Boy, Odell just doesn't have the juice anymore. He had the quickness off the line there, but you can see he don't have that 4.4 speed no more. It's more like 4.55, 4.6. The trailing corner caught right back up to him. 2nd down and 10. Chiefs running press on the outside right now, disrupting these routes. Lamar, golly, Lamar, come on, buddy. Just run it. Just run it. Take some yards. Stay on your feet. There you go. 9 yards. So bring up a 3rd and 1. But you got the blitz. It's an answer to the blitz because you know you're getting single high safety on the back end. You're getting one-on-ones on the outside. But you have to have the quarterback that they can fit those 9 routes in then. Third down and 1. 2 down territory here for the Ravens. Okay, just you could run it. You could run it. You could run it. You can run it. Run it. Run it. Oh, Lamar, come on, buddy. Just take the ball. He's got it there. There's no spy. There's no spy on Lamar there. He could just have gone. He waited so damn long. He let all of the defense collect back in around him. Tezakaku, he just needs the 5 yards. He just needs the 2. He needed 2 yards. He's just not been decisive today. It's very confused for him. 4th and 3. Throw into Odell Beckham. Completed pass. 1st down. There we go. Yeah, a little rattled. Don't buy too much into it. I've got to be the passer back here. You got to get yards and points. Use your leg. If they're not going to put a quarterback spy on you, you got to use your legs. They showed the all-22 shot. There wasn't a spy. There's not on this play. Oh, boy. Why is he going to play us like Superman? And it just everything's pure and free. And he just looks completely confused. And this is a way different Lamar in this game than we saw. I'll give Spagnuolo credit, I guess. He's just confusing the ever-loving hell out of him. Deviant says you watch your mouth about Odell. 2nd down and 10. 4-man front, plenty of time. Finds Odell there for a 7-8 yard gain. Bring up 3rd and short. Yeah, he's had a couple of these. He's got to run these. This is do or die drive now with the time on the clock. You got to score. So no more holding on to any other strats. 1st down run here. Prime J, it's been a little rough today, yeah. This has been thought this would be a little bit of a better game. It's been fun to watch the Ravens D stand tall, especially with the thought process of McDonald and potentiality of him in Seattle. But I'm surprised to see what Spagnuolo has been able to pull off from a defensive standpoint here against this Ravens team. And pressure-based looks, I advocate for him. You know, you don't have to always bring him, but you show him to the quarterback, and you get these quarterbacks mighty uncomfortable. .723 clock rolling. Lamar in shotgun. Another blitz look here by the Chiefs. Lamar finds a man there on a little bit of an over route. Wide open down the field. Nelson Aguilar. 1st down. Boy, the Ravens needed that. Somebody saying no flag on that? Was there a hold there I missed? Lamar going up top again here on a 9 route, because why not? They're going to keep throwing these nines. Eventually, the dice have got to come up, I guess, right? Flag on that play. Their legs got, there's some contact, but their legs got tangled up a little bit, I think, there. Second and 10. Lamar and shotgun. Back to throw. Oh, my God. Lamar just throws it into triple coverage in the back of the end zone. And Lamar just literally had one of the more poor games I think I've seen from a playoff quarterback in recent memory. Why don't you take, he has routes sitting down underneath that are open. What takes him to 3? Boy, this has got to be brutal from a Ravens fan standpoint watching this game. Because you've played a certain way offensively throughout this year, and then you're a shell of yourself in this game. And the Chiefs have a good defense. I don't want to make it seem like the Chiefs haven't taken it to them from a purposeful standpoint as well. I mean, they've shut down the running game, but then again, Ravens never really had much of an opportunity to even be committed to running the ball. Lamar has just been, something's off. It's almost like watching two different quarterbacks from the one that faced us to the one that's faced this Chiefs team. And maybe it's just on the back of just that much better pressure and what you're bringing at Lamar versus us, of course, that we're more front four and giving him time to kind of be in that pocket and survey and figure out. I think the Chiefs have made him uncomfortable with some of those pressure-based looks today. But that play right there where you're sitting second down and 10, you've got a stop route to your right. I saw it on the screen. It was wide open. Chiefs dropped into depth on coverage. Take the stop route. Why throw a risky play into triple coverage? How does your process take you there? Yeah, if I was a Raven fan's mom, I'd be really like, dude, you've taken so many steps this year as a player, and then this playoff game you go completely backwards? What a strange decision. He made some ones today that it just, and I thought he was going to go hog wild with the run today, where he's like, I've been safe all year. It makes the offense easier for you. They showed a couple times that the Chiefs aren't running a spy. If they're not going to run the spy, then unbelievable fatal mistake on that play. Yeah. There's been some decisions in this game you can understand under pressure or whatnot. That one where he's got a clean pocket and he's looking right down the field. They're right there in the middle of the field. He can see all three of the guys. How do you make that throw? And it was probably PI there. Yeah. I think they're going to try to say that it doesn't affect. Six minutes and 6 seconds to go in this football game. 2nd and 6 for the Chiefs. Mahomes dropping back to pass. Mahomes taken down, sacked. Third down. Brian says Kansas City has only 65 yards in the second half, and Baltimore can't take advantage. Terrible. Terrible. Can't even get 3 points, Brian. Mike Skinner, imagine having Lamar Jackson and not using his legs. Laughed my ass off. Yeah. All these quarterbacks end up wanting to do that. And it's like, I get that you want to transition that way as you go along as a mobile quarterback. But when it comes to a conference championship game or a Super Bowl, lay it on the line. You know what I mean? Like, we're not saving nothing for tomorrow, you know? It's been very impressive what he's done this year, but he still ran for 800 yards this year, right? It wasn't like Lamar just completely abandoned his ability to run the ball. Situational awareness down at the end of the game. And that's a boring play call there by the Chiefs to Pachenko there, which will not get them the first down. Does keep the clock ticking and rolling at 5:35 and counting. Sorry, Megan, that this ain't making the migraine any better, and I about to give me a migraine. I'm not a Ravens fan, but geez, like, come on, guys, don't make it harder on yourself. And now Mike McDonald. Ain't nothing but good coming from this game if you're looking at McDonald. I don't want to hear no shade on him after this post game. I mean, this Ravens team did their job there. The Ravens punt returners up the field, knocks over his old man and gets out of bounds. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Chase. It's great to see you in the chat too today. It says, McDonald deserves a ring for this. Chiefs have 0 points and less than 70 yards in the second half. Phenomenal performance by this Ravens team. You got almost little to no room for error in this half. If you had allowed a single field goal, this turns this to a 2-touchdown game. There's no chance at that point with the way the Ravens offense has been playing. They've been just really good, really good. And the fact that they're doing this not just off of plan A, right, Chase? They came in this game, they had a plan A against the Chiefs. Plan A worked, sustained it out throughout the course of the game. Instead, you came in with a plan A that didn't work. You went and adjusted the plan B, and now you've locked the plan B and made it work throughout the course of this game. Impressive as hell what Mike McDonald has done in this game for the Ravens defense. Now, offensively, Monken. Oh! And we got a sack on 1st and 10. George Karlaftis getting in there. Just beat Moses right off the line. 2nd and 4, clock ticking. Lamar gets to Odell. Odell gets out of bounds, gets a lot of the yards back there. This will bring up 3rd and about 5 or 6. DVN says, at this point, I want McDonald over Ben Johnson. I get it. I love them both, man. I love them both. Man says, I still want Johnson, but would not be upset with Mac. 3rd down and 6. Isaiah Likely going in motion here. The stack front. Trying to take away the run game by the Ravens. Oh, what a catch there by Jeremy Hill. Lamar wanted to run it, realized he had guys hanging out in the gaps there to protect, and then just kind of flicked it last second, not accurately to Hill. Hill was able to somehow kind of gather this in. Boy, quick hand reactions there by Hill. There's like 3 yards between him and when Lamar throws that ball, and not accurately. Boy, the clock's running fast, and boy, this drive's taking some time from the Ravens. Play action pass. Lamar dropping back to throw. He's looking. Come on, Lamar. God, he just gets in. He just stands in the pocket. Come on, buddy. You got to move. You got to move. Like he feels like he's acting like he's got forever back there with pass pro, and he doesn't. Decisiveness. Come on, Lamar. Got to get decisive with the play, with the decision making. If I was the OC in the thing, just decisive, Lamar. Decisive. If you're going to run, run. If you're going to throw it, throw it. Quick throw here, down to the 30-yard line. 3:24 to go on the clock. Ravens have 2 timeouts here. Chris Jones on the field, down on the field looks like. I don't know if that's Chris Jones, actually. Steve says put Gino in. Gino would have played better than this, I'll tell you that. Even Mahomes completed all his passes in the first half. Mahomes was definitely put on a master class. He was great in that first half. Does it got? I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm just finding myself with Lamar sitting here tapping my toe. Just run now, go, just go. You know, if you get a 4-man front and they're dropping their guys into coverage, run. I mean, let's simplify this down. Somebody said backyard football. Let's make it backyard football. You know, Tommy says what I like is McDonald winning at halftime and actually made adjustments. It worked. Can't remember when the last time we did that on defense was. Agreed. Yeah. Real adjustments that work. Took away what the Chiefs were wanting to do. Nameless Alchemist of the Ravens offense is embarrassing. Yeah, it is. It's been tough to look at today. It was not a Hall of Fame performance by Mahomes, number-wise. He just took what the defense gave him, took care of the football, and made accurate throws. Agreed. 1st and 10 here for Lamar and company. Lamar again looking a little hesitant here. Okay, run it, buddy. Run it. Run it. Cut down there. He just isn't ever kind of decisively deciding to do anything. He just kind of seems like he's always in a half jog right now. Mahomes is very football smart. And taking with the defense, especially against this tough defense, understandable. 2nd and 5. Nice play out there in coverage by McDuffie, the Husky out there. Knocks the ball away. 3rd down and 5. You don't have time. You have much time to run. You don't, DVN. You got to choose if you're going to do it. It's that moment where you drop back, hit the back foot. Now I got to go. Right? You get the and the is that's my progression read. Then I got to go. Especially if I don't see the spy. If they bring up the stack fronts with the 2 guys lingering around the A gap, like mugging up the A gap, then okay. Like they're going to do here. He's going to get a spy here. Okay? Now try. Oh. 4th down and 5, and we got game time here. Oh, they're going to go for the field goal. That should have been defensive holding. And I can't blame UHK. I mean, Mahomes, I think, has played the smart game with that because he's going against the defense that is so tough. Yeah, that was a hold. You got to, that should have been a call there. Onside kick? No, you'll trust your defense. As strange as that sounds. You're not fearing the Chiefs' running game. And the kick is up and through by Justin Tucker. Nice job. You're not going to fear the Chiefs' running game. I mean, you're going to fear it, but you're not, going to onside it because you're like, well, there's no way we can stop them run the ball. I think you got to kick this all the way down. Brennan says, hopefully the refs keep it up in the Super Bowl against San Francisco. Of 1-score games, still anything possible. This Ravens defense is playing lights out. They are. Yeah, I wouldn't onside kick. You need a touchdown. So, you fail at the onside kick, you're taking your chances of your offense taking the ball up to nothing at that point because you're not going to have any timeouts. I would kick this. You get 3 stops of the clock. You could have the ball back with like 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock at about the 35-yard line. I think that's better than trying an onside kick that has such a low possibility of success. How does Andy call it? He'll be ballsy and throw it. I guarantee you. Second down play will probably be play action, if not first down. Andy's not just going to hammer the run play. He might on the first, and he might on second, but you're getting probably play action before third down. That's just how Andy does what he does. It makes him so good. I think Zoc says if won't happen, but if the Ravens win, can we revisit the offensive coordinator versus the defensive coordinator? Sorry to keep mentioning, just loving the Ravens defense. No, I think it's a great discussion and debate to be had. So I think it's worthy of discussion, worthy of consideration. All right, so the Ravens defense is held up all game long. Let's see if they can do so here. And right off the gate, ooh, we got maybe a penalty flag here. Hold on. Kelsey getting chippy in there. Kelsey going nuts. $12 men in the huddle for the Ravens. Okay. Jeez, that's horrible. That gives it to that's a 1st and 5 now. 12 guys on the field. Oh. Brennan, I know. Get it together, Baltimore. Come on. Give him a chance. This makes it hard with 1st and 5, though. This sucks. Oh, I see what happened there. Smart play by Baltimore there. Baltimore's going to do a purposeful false start here. I love this. This is smart as hell. No, it's smart, Huey. It's smart. Because you still preserve the 2-minute stoppage and you have the 2 timeouts. The clock doesn't roll on this. The clock, they're going to call personal foul. He's just offsides. Well, Roquan decided what? Roquan decided, I think, to take out a little bit of venting frustration there, but he didn't hit him that hard. The fourth, the penalty, how do you get a personal foul? It wasn't supposed to be unsportsmanlike. It was supposed to be that you just get the offsides, and then it's 1st and 10 versus the 1st and 5. Because they have 1st and 5, they run it, they get a 2-yard gain, it's 2nd and 2. They get the first down, bam, everything resets through. You're trying to keep this down to a 3-play series, which you still preserve even at this point, even with the PI, with the deal. And we got to carry in the backfield, taking down the ground for a yard loss. So to me, it's still very smart, but I don't understand why it was because I guess he hit him too hard on the deal. I don't understand it being unnecessary roughness. The guy got knocked down his butt. Like, come on. But I do like the thought of offsides there. I like that better than letting it be 1st and 5. And, letting them grind you on a couple plays, then get the first when they're 2 yards out. First, like what we have now here, where you've called the timeout. There's 2:24 to go. It's 2nd and 11. Phil's Dirty Gut 8 says, Mike, 49er killer McDonald, come to Seattle. Tezakaku says, it went from smart to what are you doing? Yes, that exactly. Like, dude, too much. Just all you got to do is just touch him. Just touch him and then get the 5 yards and call it a day on that. 2nd and 11. Hand off here to Pachenko. Gain of 2 or 3 yards. 3rd and 11. I'm guessing the final timeout here called by the Ravens. So it will come down to this. 3rd down and 9. Mahomes in shotgun. They're not going to be scared about throwing it. You know that. I don't think this is a run. You're going to throw here all day. Up over the top. Marquez Valdes-Scantling with the catch on the deep ball. Ravens didn't have it. They were not protecting up against the deep ball there, trying to take away the short routes. Had one-on-one coverage out there deep and got him. Game. Oh, sorry, Meg. That was a frustrating game. Good. The Ravens did what they could. Offense just could never find its footing. I think like all Alchemist said, even if you'd given the ball back to the offense, I mean, it was going to be hard for them to get that football field. That was a great catch by Valdes-Scantling. More just you were trying to squeeze down tighter on the zones up front. You thought they were going to try to take, I think, a check down play if you're McDonald. They're not thinking that. But that's Reed Mahomes. They're going to always be a little extra aggressive than most other teams. They're not going to play with it a little bit as fearful as I think other teams would. Or we'll look for the deep. We'll look for the kill shot. You know, that's what makes us champions. Is we ain't looking to just ease through on you. We're gonna go and take it. Says Gaka, the Chiefs should make it interesting and throw an INT. Don Mata says, Mike McDonald, book your flight right now, bud. Radu says, let's go. Ravens suck. Lions have a better chance to win than the Chiefs. To win with the Chiefs. Yeah, probably. Great game by McDonald. Made Mahomes look mid for most of the game. Whether it's in Seattle or DC, he'll be a great coach. I think he'll be a very good one. And you saw, I think, today why his star is so on the rise and why he's looked upon so favorable by so many in the Hawk fan base, despite being a defensive-minded head coach, which has a lot of people hesitant. Steve says Lions will not beat the Chiefs. I think it's going to be a hard game for them to pull off. I do. I don't know, though. They still got to get through the Niners. Nick says Lions versus Chiefs confirmed. And Power Goat says, please, McDonald, come to us, baby. Come to Seattle. Come to the heart of the Pacific Northwest. A lot of McDonald love. I like it. Get Mike to Seattle after this game, says Jose. I love it. I love it. Let's go. I'm with it. I'll be happy with it. We do. King Bomber says the better offense wins the game, not the better defense. Prove him out today. Proving out today, that's for sure. Drug, I believe in the Lion pride. One pride. Hopefully they can pull it off, man. It's going to be a tough game tonight. Lions can't beat the Chiefs. Only the 49ers are up to the job. Probably. I think the Niners give them a bit of a tougher game, probably. Radio, am I streaming the Lions game? I will be streaming all afternoon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big Hawk says Jody just sent the Hooters girls on a Hawk jet for McDonald. Rampasi, so many people in here forgetting the Lions upset the Chiefs to start the season. I do remember that, Rampasi. And that was the very first game, of course, of the year. I think the one thing that they did have at that time that they didn't, or they have now, they didn't have then, is I think Kelsey was out for that game. And I think that Chris Jones was also out for that game. Or it was just Chris Jones. Maybe Kelsey was in, but it was just Jones. Nick says, does this dispel the Super Bowl logo conspiracy? Kind of, yeah. I don't think we got any purple remaining. Dewey says Ravens had 2 turnovers. Can't beat the champ like that. No, there's so many, I think, kind of stats in this game, anyway, that usually these stats will just be the single ones you look to and go, this tells the whole story. I think you look at the turnovers, you go, man, that tells you a story. The run pass rate by the Ravens of this game tells you a big story about this game. The time of possession and the splits there tells you a huge part of what went wrong in this particular game with that. I mean, there's a lot of things the Ravens can look at in this game as to why they lost this game and point to, and it ain't just one thing. You know, they had their opportunities, though. That offense had its opportunities. That defense gave them its chances, and they could not capitalize at any point in time. Big Docs, now does Ben Johnson earn the big bag of cash? Truly, if Lions put up big points against the Niners defense, you might convince me. Very possible. The Nameless Alchemist. Trust me, that KC defense is going to eat Brock Purdy's soul. If they pressure him like that, he's going to fold in a half. Love what I saw from the Chiefs in their aggressiveness today, man. It's what I've said, I think, where the defenses where NFL defenses are going to is more of the embracing of stack fronts with a little bit of lean to the blitz. Stack fronts, lean to the blitz. Now, sometimes the stack fronts are drop back and you run your 4-man fronts and pop, right? But it's also the leaning into that and the creation of the confusion up there and the willingness to roll with man-based cover concepts. This is, in my opinion, where, this kind of is going. And I can see the Chiefs defense giving them some issues, giving Purdy some issues, because they have that willingness to attack in the way that you have to attack Purdy to try to limit him. 12th North Chat. Hey, B, do you have any prediction on the Niners-Lions? I think I'm going to probably go, I'll go 27-21 Niners, I would say. Misfit, monotone announcer. I mean, where is the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl calls. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Flies out with man, the Seahawks draft blog crowd has been whipped up into an anti-McDonald frenzy. So much that they're saying it's more bad play calling by Reed than good defense by the Ravens. I did see it, didn't he? He had some video said why McDonald wouldn't work here or couldn't work here. Yeah, I think he did a great job today. Look at the adjustments made and how they did it. I mean, just you don't stop. It's very rare you're looking at, well, Andy Reid didn't call a good game. No, you stop them. You're going to have to do something purposeful and real to make that happen. Brandon says, I think Ben Johnson's going to Washington, but we'll see. Those have been the connections. That's been the main connections made, him going there. Tyler, Ravens stumbled big time. Like you say, big time stumble. Had their opportunities, and that offense has looked so commanding this year, so purposeful in their approach. Such a beautiful balance with Lamar between playing the position from a traditional standpoint to utilizing his legs at the utmost. But there was none of that real balance feel today. None of the poise was there. None of the purposeful approach was really there. It really felt like they were sort of guessing through most of this game. And he seemed to be very confused on what he was seeing on the back end. Mixes, they knew they were on to them on the conspiracy, so they had to change the script last minute. Makes sense. People are a little more on in this day and age, man. Can't get away with that stuff like you used to. Anvil, yeah, Lamar kind of sold the game. Huey says in the first game, Kelsey was hurt and Jones was out. Lions won't win the rematch. There we go, yeah. Bit of a difference when you got those two guys for the Chiefs, right? Because Gakko wasn't even the refs. It was Lamar and Flowers. Yep. Ravens can't look at the officials on this one. You can't go that little holding call that wasn't called at the end. No, it was... You have plenty of opportunities to win this game. Plenty of opportunities where you can't just say it was on the officials. Tyreek who? Tyreek what? Tyreek who? Tyreek what? For instance, people are underestimating Detroit. I hope so. I'd love to see him win today. I think it'd be great for that franchise and that fan base. Empower Coats is hot take. Mike McDonald named Seahawks head coach by the end of the week. Love it, man. Possibly. I wouldn't mind it. Sign me up. Yeah, well done, Chiefs. Great game. Keeping Goff clean will be a big part of this game because he can't move around. So, very well said. Yeah. You can keep him cleaned up, then you're going to be good. Tezakaku, Lamar looked like Geno in the pocket where I'm screaming, run, run. Yeah, it was giving me shades of Geno at times this year where you're seeing he's got free space to take some yards and he's just refusing to do so. Take the yards. You're in a playoff game. Yards are going to be hard to come by. Take the yards. Not enough of that today. And Brendan, I'm good with either of those two choices either. Johnson or McDonald, I would be happy with either one. Johnson, congrats to the Morgan State University Choir and their kick butt performance of the Star Spangled Banner. With Louise Fonzie's performance top that, we'll have to see. Misfit, the defense did really well. Power would like to see McDonald head coach, Arthur Smith offensive coordinator, Ajiro Evero as defensive coordinator. Sweet mama. That'd be a cool little combination. I'd go for that. Swedish Shinobi, how long until John Schneider can slide into McDonald's DMs? Oh, I'm sure he's already. So next Tuesday, Mike? Jose says, when does Mike get hired for the head coaching job? Maybe very soon. I think we're going to have the hire go down within the next 2 weeks here, but I don't know if I've got a firm footing of exactly when the next couple of weeks. Ray DT would love to see the Lions book in the season with the win over the Chiefs in Vegas. That would be pretty cool. Radu, Brandon, you still want Monken as coach consideration after this game? Not really. I mean, I'd have consideration, Radu, but I think there's better candidates. I think there's brighter candidates. I do, Radu. I'd probably look to some other guys. But I don't think one game can neutralize everything you've done for a full year. Especially when some of this game, I don't know if it's as necessarily just Monken as is Lamar and some of the decision making, some of the throws. I mean, I don't think Monken told him to throw into triple coverage. Stephen Quinn McDonald equals now. Mick says all McDonald has to do is go into the interview and show the Ravens tackling highlights, and they might give him the job immediately. Maybe just. Jordan Clark, will Lamar ever make it to a Super Bowl, I wonder? Not if there's going to be a playoff version of himself that's so highly reduced from his normal regular season version. And there's enough now that's gone on with him in the playoffs here and his level of play and how he's played the games that you're starting to come out of it going, okay, is maybe there is some issues there where Lamar's getting a little bit tight or something's going on when he gets into the playoffs. He just doesn't seem to be the same player. And there's been times they've gotten the playoffs where he's just not in the same shape as a player, like he's not in as good a health. That wasn't the case this year, which makes it harder to kind of explain. The Hawks, does Lamar Jackson have a wife family they might want to spend the next week at a local hotel or resort in Hawaii for the next few days? Not good for the kids to see their dad cry. Tough. Megan's Seahawks Nest, can barely keep my eyes open. Gonna head out and take a nap. Hope to be back later. Sounds good, Megan. I'll be here for the game here today, so feel free to pop in anytime. Hope the headaches feeling better. Yaki Treehorn, I swear if I had to root for the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl, I might as well start drinking Jaeger before the game because I'm going to throw up either way. Can KC beat San Francisco if they win? Yeah, Brendan, they can. They could be a tough matchup. They'll drive defensively what they need to do to make things hard for Purdy, and of course offensively they can give that 49ers some issues too on the other side of it, especially because they are basically at full health. Kelton says the problem with Dan Quinn as the head coach is even a good defensive coordinator as a head coach. Sorry, Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator. I made that C-A-Q, Kelton. I don't know why I did that. You will always lose your offensive coordinator by getting fired or promoted. This is a disadvantage to your quarterback. Brady was the exception that could run it all. Yeah, That's something we've a lot of people pointed to, and I think that there is something to that. In that you see certain places they're being defensive coaches to your point on this, Keldon, who hire even a good offensive mind like a Shanahan, and then the next hire he comes back and he's able to go with a Sarkisian, but then once Sarkisian leaves, he doesn't really have the third dip to go to, right? Even Vrabel hired Matt LaFleur and then hires Arthur Smith, and then both those two guys are hired away as a head coaches and doesn't really have an answer for the third. It's hard to. It's hard to find those guys as you lose them, as you got to go through them a little bit. It really is. Jordan says, I kind of feel he's similar to Josh Allen. They both don't seem to be themselves during the postseason. They don't. No, it's hard to make much sense of it, but they just don't seem to be the same players that they are during the regular year. And things get tight, nerves get spent, lots on your shoulders as a quarterback in that position, so this happens to a lot of guys, but this is what also separates the cream from the crop. And that you're able to handle those nerves, deal with those nerves, use it to your advantage even, and funnel it, siphon it. New Blacks, Lamar did suck today. Griffin, who won? We got the Chiefs were able to beat the Baltimore Ravens. 12th North Chat, I was wondering if John Schneider and or the incoming head coach will select the OC and DC. The new head coach will select the OC and DC. I know John Schneider had some comments that threw people off with this a little bit. He was more talking about that as it being that he can come in at a point in time and tell a coach, hey, you need to let this coordinator go, or this isn't working there. He's got more of an oversight, but he'll allow his next head coach to build their staff however they want to see it. I don't think that they're going to fit them with coordinators and coaches. Money Rich, I don't want to see the Niners in the Super Bowl, but I want to see the Seahawks interview both Johnson and McDonald and hire either one real soon. Well, maybe we get both of those happening. Neither the Niners in the Super Bowl, and then maybe the interviews happening quick. All Casey has to do is get a lead, and they can predictably win because Purdy can't come back from being down. I would apply a lot of the same kind of game plan if I'm KC that I applied this week against the Ravens to the Niners. I do some very similar stuff. And yeah, I agree with that. If they get up a little bit of a lead on them, then that can be a big difference. That a Niner team like the Ravens team is not built to come from behind. New Blacks, KC's defense is vastly underrated. They played good. They played a great game today, too. Brandon Janis says, Lions have been awfully friendly to the Seahawks the past couple of seasons. Just hook us up with one more time by beating the 40 vaginers. Let's go. 1 second. I'm going to be right back here, folks. Bear with me 1 second. Hey, we're going to be right back real quick. I'm just going to scarf some food down. Just give me a couple minutes, guys, and we'll have the kickoff starting here in just a second. So, be right back. Oh, ready. Switched over. I'm hungry here. Thank you everybody for watching today. Do me a favor, please hit that like button if you could for me. Really appreciate it. So I got to eat on stream today, but we got a long stream, so got to do it. I gotta change my thumbnail here. Change the thumbie. Dun 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 dun. All right. Thumbnail's updated. Good to go. What am I eating? I'm eating some Chobini coconut yogurt. I'm about to have a banana, which I'm not going to eat a banana on a stream. I'm not doing it. That will be off camera. Al says, I like how your cat is chilled out beside you. She's awesome. She's super chill. What's cool too is that she won't even sometimes be on the cat tree when I'll be doing my stuff. And as soon as I start going live and start talking, she knows right where the spot is that she needs to be. So she comes right on over. She's a good girl. You did say the Ravens were going to win though, Pumpkin. Your prediction game has been a little off this year. Hasn't it? Yeah, it has. Just a little bit. That's okay. I got you on a beer, Steve. Domestic, microbrew, foreign. Ray Barrios brings up a really great point. Says Kyle plays not to lose. Dan Campbell plays to win. That could be the difference in this game. I have some great point on your part, Ray, and that I'm sure even Niner fans would tell you a little bit with Shanahan at times that he can play a little bit safe, you know, that he can fall into some safe machinations and kind of just grind his way through the game a little bit. Brian says, get some real food, dude. I dropped the ball today, Brian. I meant to get up early enough to go and get some food this morning, but I was actually up a little bit last night and was working on this is a good time to bring this up to you guys. So we're obviously in the off season. We're going to do some fun videos this off season too. I'd like to get some more greatest moments in Seahawks history vids out to you guys. And then I'm also going to be doing I've got one I've been kind of putting together for a while, but just going to be kind of a fun 6-7 minute video. But it's the greatest hits in Seahawks history. So if we've got any today that you guys can think of, I've got all of the hits, I think, of the last like 15 years that have been the biggest hits that we had. And I'm trying to grab some more of the older generation ones. So for all of any of my old head guys in the chat that can remember of any of the old hits, Rufus Porter once dropped this guy or one of those. I'm definitely looking for anybody on any of the ones that I might be missing out of the vid, but I'm hoping to have that drop this week. So I'm gonna get that out on the channel here real soon, hopefully. Hans, the key is the defense. Lions can keep it tight. They have a chance. I think how they play the running game is going to be a big part of this. Lions made a big part of their offseason plan stopping the run at the forefront. It's kind of some of the reasons that they have so many holes at times in their secondary to go and attack is because their defense has so much of it built to stopping the run. But this is a game where that's got to come in handy for you. Because I think if you can turn this 49er attack into a one-dimensional attack and that they have to pass the ball, that opens up things so nicely then for them to be able to kind of maybe put a little bit more of the clamps down on this Niner offense. Snap out of it, frozen pizza hack, cook half of it, take it out, cut slits and crust, and put shredded mozzarella in slits and cook the rest. The way you have some stuffed crust pizza. Ooh, that is a great trick. I just got myself one of those air fryers. I've been thinking about making some home pizza in it. I've been turning it over my head a little bit. Brian says pumpkin dropping the ball here. She is. Where's your prediction game? Is it Niners? Okay, who's going to win today? Is it the Niners or the Lions? Niners or Lions? No answer? Yeah, no answer? He's not having it. Gibbs is going to be the key for Lions offensively, Brian. I agree with you there. I would really lean on him as many carries as I could. The Niner defense, surprisingly, you can get to the edges on them a little bit in the run game. That may be a place to really try to lean on Gibbs in this one. Keeping the time of possession balance is going to be key for the Lions. Find that balance offensively so your defense doesn't get wore out. Being aggressive. Kelton, I want to see Purdy pass like 8 times, like the Niners-Vikings playoff game. Cal has proven he can do that. Just do that. Hey, I think to your point, Kelton, you're also a little worried about the fact that at times you leaned away a little bit away from the rushing attack last week at times, that you didn't lean into it as much. So you're going, okay, just stay on what we do well. Do what we do well. I'd say, too, Kelton doesn't have to all just be McCaffrey. Just lean on the ground game. Work in Elijah Mitchell. Work in the big kid here and there if you can. I'm not a big Greg Olsen fan guy either. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Marcus Trufant's 3 INT game. We'll get that game in there. That's the Great Seahawk Moment one. I'm doing. I got one Great Seahawk Moment from 17, but we can do that one eventually. I'll definitely get it fitted in. If I can find some good tape of it. Some of the tape back then, Snail, is like in 360 deal. My pleasure streaming, by the way. I got thanks for streaming today. I have a great time doing this with you guys. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Kevin Conn, if you do eat the banana, I'm screenshotting that. It's a great suggestion, by the way, Snail. I'll see if I can find the tape on that game. One thing I need to see on. Largent hit on Harden. I got that one in there. That's a great suggestion. Absolutely, that one's in there. I've got the Bam Bams. I got all the Bam Bams. I got the Bam Bam on Anquan Bolden, the Bam Bam on Montario Hardesty in the open field. Of course, the 2 Vernon Davis ones. A couple other Bam Bams in there. Steven, one of my favorite all-time hits when Cam destroyed that poor 49er on the sideline and they called a crappy call. Lions, let's get them. I'm a Lions fan today. I think I know which one you're talking about, Steven. I got one where he's taking out a Lion. I think that's the Vernon Davis one I think you're talking about. Yeah, I got that one in there for sure. Oh, show. All right. Looks like the Niners are going to kick this ball off to start out. Nicholas is Pumpkin giving you the dirty side eye, Brandon. Better check yourself before you wreck yourself, Pumpkin says. Yeah, she's kind of giving a little bit of attitude right now, huh? What's wrong? What's the matter? Why aren't you happy? Because I need some salmon. That's why. If I had some salmon, I'd be much happier. Much happier. It was a little evil eye there. Kelton says it's the best version of Kyle. I don't know what he's thinking sometimes. First and 10 for the 25 for the Lions. Coming out under center here. 3 wide receiver look. Pitch play out wide here to Montgomery. Okay. There we go. Already trying to get to the edges. Spaces I paid for a membership, but it's not showing up. I'm not sure what's going on down. I don't know why that's going down like that, man. But you can email me too, and I can send you the link for the shows and stuff. So I know you've donated a ton in the past. I don't mind sending you a link. Montgomery up the middle here on second down. Big hole up in the middle of the Niner defense. First down. Montgomery's got that shirt on that makes him look like he's got a belly. He's got such a big undershirt on underneath his jersey. Big hole there by the Lions offensive line. Massive hole. First down and 10 from the 44-yard line, their own territory. Back under center, Goff here. Play action pass out to Sam Laporta. Laporta, 12 yards up the field for a first down. Megan, the Hawks Nest. What about the Sherman tip? Well, it's hard hits, Megan. It's a hard hit video. So like hard hits. We got a nice little end around here. Jamison Williams, it is. Williams up the field, still on his feet. Touchdown, Jamison Williams. Pure, unadulterated speed up the football field. Little fly sweep there. They start making it look like an outside zone that's actually going fly sweep the whole other direction. The Niners over pursue. It's an aggressive defense. Gets Lyman out front blocking, and then Jamison Williams just turns on the Jets. Greenlaw had an opportunity, just could not bring him down. What an impressive opening drive by the Lions. Let's go. Cool Breeze says, Brandon, get pumpkin on the freeze-dried salmon. My guy loves it. I will. I've been trying to find some of that stuff. I could. You'd love freeze-dried. You'd like freeze-dried salmon, wouldn't you? Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Mm-hmm. Scripted plays are working. That play was crazy. Kitty go meow. Chaffee City, USA. Look at how still that cat is. Pretty majestic. She's very majestic. She's a lion in a little cat's body. She should have been on the Sahara taking down zebras. Instead, she's stuck with my ass in an apartment. She's making the most of it, though. Making the Largent hit. Largent hit's definitely in there for sure. I'm gonna have a couple angles on that one.
Dig Docs, I heard the touchdown was grilling two brats. What was the play, the touchdown? It was an outside zone run, but then a fly sweep going back the other way. So it's a little bit of Niners flow to the outside zone run, comes back to the fly sweep. You get some space the other side. They got the lineman out in front. Well play designed. Well set up. 42-yard run really made it happen. They had a couple of other nice carries by Montgomery, a completion to Sam Laporta. Biting kneecaps right from the jump, the Lions. Greg says to B, we sign McDonald tomorrow. Steven says, yeah, I think you have a big delay because I saw that touchdown about 2 minutes before you did. Yeah, I've got the FUBU app, which I guess is behind some people that, got their deal on certain stuff. I can't control it, though. I can't do it any faster. So that's why I do try to tell people on it, Steven, is just hit the pause on it, and then you can sync up right with the play call as I'm doing it synced up, But I know some folks want to know what's happening and don't want to hit that pause button, but that's the way to get around it. I can't speed my thing up, though. It's fast as it'll go, so to speak. Fast as it'll go. Lions aren't messing around. Brandon Jana, Big Mac or Big John? Big John. I don't know Big John. I don't know. Can't do the fast food stuff. Makes my burger. Gets the stomach go. Ugh. Camille says, safe to say that kind of creativity would look good in Seattle. Hire Ben. They'll look real good in Seattle. Everything in this play, they pull from the soft side of the formation over the hard, making it look like it's going to be a run play to the outside. Everything in the Niners pre-snap makes it look like outside zone there. And you can see them all kind of buying into that's where it's going, or kind of more inside zone, I guess. But they got them buying in on it, on that play. First down and 10 for Purdy and the boys. Setting up from the 25-yard line, 13-18 to go here in the first quarter. Lions with a 3-4 kind of look here. There we go. Nice stop by Anazole. Dom H, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 19 long months, almost 2 years. I appreciate that, Dom. Hey, B, looking forward to the off-season content. Well, thank you, Dom. I got some big plans on the way. So we're going to get the hardest hits in Seahawks history video dropped this week. I've got a great moments in Seahawks history with the Doug Baldwin video. I'm eventually going to get worked on and out. And, of course, we'll be pumping through with free agency, draft, all that kind of stuff, too. And the live streams. Second down and 9. Ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Nice job. Active hands by the Lions defense. That was Hutchinson. But I appreciate you, Don. Thank you for that long-time support on the channel, man. We're having a fun off-season. And Brendan, I like both choices too. Ben Johnson, McDonald, both good. Real good. Big Hawk says, open up the checkbook, Jody. All right, we got third down and 9 for Purdy. 3 wide for the 49ers. Dropping back to throw. No pressure. Got a man open there. Brandon Ayuk makes the catch. Out of bounds. First down. Hawks Nest and the Jim Zorn video. We do have to get a Jim Zorn video here at some point. Yes, Megan. Greg says, hey, B, love the mock draft. Let's go. Thank you, Greg. I went a little heavy on the offensive line. I'll own it. But I want that offensive line great. You know? Appreciate it. First and 10. Birdie back to throw here. He's going up top deep. Almost intercepted there. Brandon Ayuk did a good job of turning into a defensive back there. There was no separation. Cornerback was looking like he was going to get just about a freebie pick there. Ayuk able to knock it away. 2nd down and 10. I formation look here for the Niners. Purdy dropping back. Under pressure, absolutely gets smacked. Takes the hit, completes the pass. 1st down, nice job. Very nice job. Deebo Samuel, looks like the shoulder's all right. Nice catch. Niners on the Lions side of the field now. Again, kind of an I formation look here for them. Purdy's going to check the play at the line of scrimmage. Play clock winding down. Pitch outside here to McCaffrey. Early penetration. McCaffrey patiently navigates through it and gets up the field for a 2-yard gain. As a cock, I don't know, the all-white jerseys are sometimes a bit much for me. Not bad. Cole says, isn't Pete on the books for one more year? How much does that factor him into being a consultant and not fired? You are with the coach's contract, Cole Breeze. Coach's contracts are guaranteed, so they get paid whether they're fired or let go, or a consultant. 2nd down and 8. Little 5-man front here from the Lions. They're trying to fight to take away a little bit of this running game, it looks like. Good job by the 49ers there to still get a little bit of yards on that ground game. And Brian said that defensive back looks like he has Jamal Adams' hand. Yeah, it wasn't. He did look like he's close to catching that thing. Yeah, CMC's hard to tackle. Very, very, very elusive player. Lions defenders on the ground right now. UE2 cases, Jamal Adams would have never been in that good of a position. Two bricks trying to catch a bail. Jamal Adams catching the strays in the chat tonight. Mr. Dog, do you think Washington gets Johnson over us? I think they're more of the front runner to land him than us because of the Peters connection. And I think Washington will be just as willing to pay them whatever they want to be paid as we're willing to them. So there's really no thing that has us winning that over them or doing better than them on that. Costa Rica sports fans says we're going to get Chiefs Niners again. F. Steve, what happened to Clint Hurd? He's technically on the staff, but I don't expect the new coaching staff to retain him. Just kind of a matter of time on that one. Tony, I like the Seahawks all-white look. It's not bad. I don't hate it. That's for sure. Grug says the Johnson-Peters connection is severely overblown. Johnson himself said he barely knows the guy. Yet people act like him and Peters are roommates and knew each other since the 2nd grade. That's how it was kind of first explained to me, too, on that when I was reading up on it. Even articles being written like that's the way their connection was. So, I mean, that's the only thing kind of connecting, as I understand it, him to Washington over us. But I think the fact that he's interviewing with us, I mean, if he had the Washington job just sewn up, Washington's not interviewing Dan Quinn 3 times over. And boy, Barnes stepped it really badly with that leg. So he's out there linebacker. A bit of a loss for them, especially when you're needing to stop the run in this game. 3rd down and 3 for the 49ers. 3 straight runs here to McCaffrey. First down. Shanahan not overthinking it. Smart. Jordan Clark says Glenn Hurts just ignoring his phone and looking away as he figures, they don't tell me I'm not fired. I can't be fired. I'll just show up like nothing at the first day of camp. That's right. Just comes in and be like, I'm the DL coach, right? Defensive line. No, I'm not. You don't. Okay. First and 10 from the 34-yard line in Lions territory here. Pistol look formation for the 49ers. 4th straight run to Christian McCaffrey. He will be hemmed up in the backfield there. 2nd down. Stephen Penauer, the Hawks Nest, would Ron Rivera fit well with us? I don't think so, no. He's not, as a DC, as a defensive coordinator, maybe it's been a long time since he's DC'd. I think it's been like over a decade since he was a defensive coordinator. I don't think so. I think there'd be probably some better other fits. Purdy dropping back to throw here. Ball knocked down. Second ball knocked down of this drive on Purdy. He's a little undersized, and you got that timing-based attack, those short passes. There'll be a low trajectory of the ball coming out of his hand. Nice job by Hutchinson there. Third down 11. Shotgun, empty look here for Purdy. He will get it down to McCaffrey, who will be stopped far short of the first down. Niners are probably going to go for the field goal here. Uses Purdy is very vulnerable to pressure because he doesn't like to move off his spot, and he's a timing passer. Yeah, agreed. Making the Hawks Nest. Is it just me, or if Ben was in on the Commanders as much as he's been said, wouldn't they have interviewed him again, or have they? I think they have interviewed him twice, but they've interviewed Quinn 3 times. And I think when it comes to both the Washington and Seattle job, I don't know if there's really in the field goal attempt is up, and it's a miss. The rookie kicker for the 49ers misses the 48-yard field goal attempt. Not what Shanahan wants to see. We drafted you in the 3rd round, kid, for a reason. Misses it wide to the right. Dan Campbell says, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. So I just don't buy into the connection as much here, Megan, totally on it. Especially with how long this process is taken from Washington's standpoint, if they were just so zeroed in on Ben Johnson. So I don't think, I think that this stuff, I think a lot of people in this process, Megan, are trying to do a lot to connect these teams to coaches. There's this rush to try to, here's your front runner, here's the guy the job's going to be his. He's got, and versus letting the process just play out and acknowledging that these teams they're going through a process with it. And maybe they don't all have some individual, personal dog in the fight of who they want from the onset, that they're just truly looking for the best candidate. And that's the impression, with everything the Seahawks have shown us, maybe it's just what they're showing us with this, which is we're trying to be exhaustive and go thoroughly through this to make sure that we truly can make the best possible hire. And maybe there isn't some, we're doing this for other reasons, or we already got the guy we want, or, maybe it's just for what we think it is. Big Hawk, I'll trade field goals for touchdowns all day. Hell yeah. Oh, hell to the yes. John Stillwell in the house. John, hello, my man. It's good to see you. He's out here gifting memberships right and left out here, folks. Cool Breeze, Flag Sabbath, Hans Van Nguyen, Mark Havercorn, Tyler Muir, Diddy Cat Lover, CJ Kurzman, Sumeda Vadruvu, Swedish Shinobi, Radu Turkan. You have all been gifted memberships by Mr. John Stillwell. So please do keep an eye on your community posts, as I will be doing more and more membership benefits through members there on that community post. Keep an eye over there. We'll be doing a Thursday show this upcoming week. But John, you are a scholar and a gentleman, sir. Thank you for gifting those memberships as you did. I really, 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 really do appreciate it. And do keep an eye, folks, as members on the channel, on those community posts. That's where I post the membership benefits. So keep an eye on that. You'll be locked all into all those benefits. And Mark, always our hero here on this channel, helping out. And it's very much appreciated. Thank you so very much, John. Very, very much. All right. Lions take over under center. Play action pass. Goff, long time in the pocket. Finds Laporta underneath for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Hope you're having a good night, John. John is amazing, man. Megan says the Hawks Nest. That's why I said Ben is out on Washington in a few weeks. It's possible. It's really possible there. And I'll tell you, talking about the offensive talent that we offer versus what Washington offers, Megan, it's night and day, right? Handoff. Nice run by Gibbs. Gets through for a first down. So, I mean, it's us definitely putting 1 and 1 and 1 together to get to 3, Megan. But I think that logically you can do that. Especially when you look at, Megan, the way that these teams, when they do have the guy they want, when Atlanta realized Raheem's their guy, when Carolina realized Canales was their guy, they jumped on it with both feet and pressed down. So if this was really where Washington was, I know that Johnson's a little restrained because he is kind of still coaching, technically speaking, but I think it's kind of logically to look at it that way too. 1st and 10, throw outside here to Jahmyr Gibbs. Quick little pass out in the flat to him for 4 or 5 yards. John Stillwell is the true MVP out here. No doubt about that. Appreciate you, John. John says people that hire people for important jobs don't care how big of a hurry everyone is in. No, they don't, John. That's right. And nor should they be. Because I think that, hurry is what sends you down the pathway of being too quick with it, of not being thorough and exhaustive with it, of not making sure you turn over every possible candidate and thinking about each iteration and what they bring and what they don't bring. Play action pass. Goff. Going to go back outside here to Montgomery on a little throw out into the flat again. Goff being patient, precise, decisive. That's why I am really liking John. We're definitely, I know you and I both are worried that there's the bad way they could go with this, but at least on the surface of it, the process seems to be the right one, the correct one to getting you to the right candidate. We'll just have to see if they can bring it home now, down the straightaway. 1st and 10. Into Niner territory. Goff tries to sidearm it down to Gibbs there and throws it at his feet as the Niners were bringing some pressure. John's doing great. Got to get back to the party. Enjoy it. Thank you, John. I hope it's a great party. Tell your wife said, hey. Handoff inside to Gibbs here. Not a lot of running room to be had there. Niners all over it. Fred Warner, nice tackle in the hole. Big Hawk says, shake that ass. Show me what you're working with. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry. Flag says I'd be bummed if Ben takes the Washington job. I would too. Hans says, agreed, Brandon. You put in 3 players, and our offense is like top 5 again. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You get the offensive line corrected, everything else lifts with it. DK's production, JSN's production, Geno's production, the 2 running backs production, it all lifts with it. Bubble screen out to Amon St. Brown. They caught the Niners right with it, too. Perfect bubble screen called. Perfect timing there. Perfect timing there by the Lions. Amon had a lot of freedom out there. The Niners kept it light to that side. It looked like two of the receivers were unguarded off the line. And Shanahan shaking his head. I think I just saw Shanahan said we got to keep more guys over to that side. Because they did. They dumped it to the one side and they kept it light. And then it was just a free, easy 10 yards for Amon St. Brown. 1st and 10. Goff, lots of time here. He's just going to kind of throw it away, 2nd down. Big Docs, does Johnson have family in the D.C. area? I haven't heard why the Commanders are one of his faves. It's back to this rumor that he has a connection with Peters. According to somebody here in the chat just above, saying that there's really not that connection. Peters being the new general manager that was signed there. You know, the way people were reporting it at times when Peters was first hired, it was like he was BFFs with Johnson. 2nd down and 10. Handoff inside. Wow, what a nice bounce cut there by Jahmyr Gibbs. Woo! He is hard to corral. It was an inside play. That was almost a little bit like Kenneth Walker-like, where you start inside, then bounce it far back outside as you get the defense kind of seeping down into that A-B gap. Especially Armstead gets pulled down there. Gibbs able to bounce it back outside. First and goal. Lions on the 8-yard line here. Already 7 first downs in this football game. 3:21 in the first quarter. You got to call a timeout. Oh, no. Handoff inside to Montgomery. Montgomery fighting hard all the way down to the 1-yard line. Brandon Genesis, worst part of the game, and Craig Olsen. 2nd down and goal. $2:49 in the first quarter. Lions love this start. Just what the doctor ordered. 2 receiver, 2 tight end look. Porter goes in motion. Handoff inside to Montgomery. Puts his head down like a bull and gets on into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Boy, this is not the start the 49ers wanted. And I'll tell you this Niner team, it's still very early in the game, but this is not a Niner team that is built for coming from behind. So Lions just came out and has punched this 49er team right in the mouth. This is a good offensive line thing, too. This is why I love offensive lines and why I want to build it that way, too, is just, that they're taking to this defensive line, this great San Francisco defensive line, they're just taking it to them up front. They're getting pushed. They're getting holes opened up, using the dynamic back and a guy like Gibbs and Montgomery to do what they do. Like, this is where I come back to the line means so very much to a team, and a good quality line inside and out. I'm not talking like 1 or 2 guys on the line that are good. I'm talking about you create a really, really, really good offensive line all the way around. Priority for me, number 1 this offseason. Cool Breeze says, I wouldn't be surprised if Olsen tries to shit on the Hawks today. Tony Impressive screams, this makes me want this in Seattle. I think on the Amon Brown thing, I think that was an adjustment because I think they had a tight end, 1 wide receiver on the outside, and then they had Amon off the line as the slot. And this is all to the right side of the field. And then I think you only had 2 defenders over there. So you have basically an uncovered Amon. The 2 receivers block it up, and he's got a free 10 yards right there. I think that was almost a option call there for Goff to go to. Great calls, though, all the way around. Johnson's looking strong. He's looked strong this whole playoffs. I don't know if I'd go 3 really good receivers, Huey. I'll give you Terry McLaurin. They got okay receivers as the other 2. The tight end's okay. He's a little bit better than league average. But I don't know if Logan Thomas is necessarily a better overall player than even Will Disley. Yeah, I don't think Logan Thomas is that good of a player. He had a good couple years ago. 55 catches, 496 yards. He's targeted and used a little more, but Disley's a better overall player between the two. 3 good receivers. I don't know about 3 good receivers. Phil's Dirty Gut 8 says, we'll see how much of an MVP Purdy is when he has to play from behind, laughing my ass off. Where it's not as bad. They're not as best. And that's the other thing, too, is that if the Lions have a little bit of breathing space, they can play a little more aggressively defensively. And if they can play more aggressively defensively, that means more pressing up the line of scrimmage, more man-based concepts, more blitzing of Purdy, which then significantly makes it harder for Purdy because he doesn't, deal well with that type of stuff necessarily. Wet Spank, wow, just checked the score for the first time. How are we feeling, 12s? Feeling good. Mike McDonald had a good day today. Ben Johnson's having a good day today. It's a good day for the Hawks so far. Very good day for the Hawks. Stephen Penner says, Hawks Nest, if the Lions' offensive line keeps pushing like this, is it going to be a long day for the Niners D? Boy, will it ever. Yeah. I mean, every single run so far, I think, has been at least mildly successful for them. 8 carries, 86 yards for the Lions on the ground already. Now, one of those is a 142-yarder by Jamison Williams, but it's working. Got a little fly sweep here to Deebo Samuel. Samuel, nice job with a little hesitation there. Get the defender to stop his feet, restarted it back up, and then got the edge on the defender for a gain of 8 or 9 yards. Han says, I'm totally up for your mock draft, Brandon. Get that O-line done, and Geno can get back and do damage. Man, that's where I think it is, man. I'm going to be hardcore about it. I'm probably going to... I had a few people that commented on my video going, too much on the offensive line, dude. Roll out to the left here by Purdy. He's looking around, still looking. He's going to try to lace this over the top. Great improvisation there by Purdy. Finds Kyle Juszczyk for a big play down the field. Got some use. But I feel good about it. I just feel like, especially if it's the quality that fell in my mock, Cedric Van Pran and Cooper Bebe, that's fallen to me in a draft and the value's there to go take, then you go take that value. Because those are going to be good players at the pro level. Nice throw there by Brock Purdy, by the way. Good job keeping his eyes up the field. Hand off to McCaffrey up the middle here. Lions have him corralled up there. 2nd down. Lee says, we got to get Ben Johnson now. Second down and 6. 48 seconds to go in the first quarter. Hand off to McCaffrey up the middle here. Steps around traffic a little bit there, but just a short gain. This will bring up about a 3rd and 3. Next, not Vexo, says Mike McDonald or Ben Johnson for Seahawks head coach. That's it. I think everybody's kind of in that lane right now a bit. George Brady says, if we don't hire McDonald or Johnson, I'm going to cry like a baby. Greg says, B, I'm with you. Draft offensive lineman. I love the manhandling. I do too, man. It just sets a tone on your team. It really does. And you can, I think it's one of those rising tides lifts all boats thing. And then all these other supplemental boats, our DK Metcalf, Battle Cruiser, our Charbonnet, Tugboat, all of them rise with it. And McCaffrey, a carry up the middle there, 3rd down, gets a 1st down for the Niners. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Niners down 14-0 here. But yes, I just think that if you've got a line that can do that, and I think this is where a place where our line struggled in this area for a long time, where we just have not had the strength in place. We've had some good guys, but we've not put that great strength across the board. And a lot of what, like, for instance, analytics tell you is that they'll say your offensive line ends up only being as good as your weakest link. Because if you have that weakest link, it can disrupt and have the whole line get kind of tossed aside at that point. But that then within that tells you and instructs me in a manner to say, well, then I need to build with strength. I need to then build all the way across the board with strength. I can't look at it like I can get by with 3/5 of a good offensive line and the other 2/5 of guys are just going to be kind of hangers on. You got to be totally purposeful with it, I think. I'm glad I'm not alone, though. Wet Spank says, I agree. Thank you, Wet Spank. A go-getter. Mike McDonald's second half adjustments were really impressive. He did all he could to keep them in the game. He did a great job, Oketa. Great job as well. I thought he did a very impressive work there. And it was on the back of adjustments. It wasn't him just on a plan A, executing the plan A, and that plan A worked. Plan A wasn't working great for them off the beginning. And he, in the moment, found a little bit of a spinning through to find the right approach. And it worked. And yeah, Wet Spank, both coordinators are cooking right now, man. Which is good to see for us. Adrian X agrees with me as well. Says you win football in the trenches. That's where it's won. Yeah, we're in that fancy pants modern age where everybody throws the ball and everything's fireworks and explosions and scoreboards going crazy. But, offensive lines, man. Offensive lines, they work. As I always say with this, and I brought this up. I haven't heard anybody push back on this one. Can we remember any team in NFL history who went out and hardlined their offensive line, right? I'm saying they went, hey, we're going to make this purposeful. Have we seen any team in the modern NFL that's taken that approach, who then in retrospect after it happened came back and went, we went too hard on our offensive line this offseason. We built it up too strong. We ignored these other parts of the team by making this too strong. And that really kept us back from our best version of ourselves this year as a team. I don't think that there's been one team that's done that. But yeah, teams seem to sometimes begrudgingly over and over find themselves, kind of ignoring it a little bit. DVD says Purdy will have to win this game on his own. Step above the system to win. I like that. Brock Purdy, step above the system. Sounds like that'd be like if he had a rap album, that'd be the name of his rap album. Blitz here by the Lions. Purdy picks it up, finds McCaffrey out in space. McCaffrey breaks the first tackle. He's still up on his football feet, and he's still going on his feet. Drug all the way to the 5-yard line. Greg says, I'll listen to you over Greg Olson any day. Well, thank you, Greg. I appreciate that, man. I love doing what I do, brother. Love what I do. UETK, that's slander. Logan Thomas is way better than Disley. He's been injury prone, but better. Disley can't even start in Seattle. McLaurin is great. Samuel is good, and so is Dotson. Dotson's young and upcoming. Samuel's okay. I would disagree with you on Logan. I think Logan gets more run because they have just one tight end, so they lean on their one tight end there. 1st and 5. First down from the 5-yard line to use check. Taken down to the 2. But I don't think he's anywhere near you, the same blocker that Will Disley is. He's not in Disley's range as far as a run blocker or as a pass blocker. And if he is, then provide me at least a little bit of backing on that. Give me something that but yeah, he had the good year in 2020, which really set up Logan Thomas where I think what you're thinking of UE2K is a little bit of what he did in that 2020 season, where he had 72 receptions and 670 yards. But then he followed that up in 2021 with 18 catches, 196 yards. 2022, 39 catches, 323 yards. And off to McCaffrey and touchdown. Nothing extravagant there. Just ran it right up through the A gap. And they kind of got at the Lions on that drive to the Niners. Nice job answering back. Teddy. So you've got 196 yards in 21, 323 in 22, and he got up to 496 this year with 55 touchdowns. So, yeah, maybe he gives them a little bit more as a passer. I think that's a little bit more to do with how much they target him and go after him. Like I said, they didn't have a Noah Fant and a Parkinson on the roster as well, so it just becomes him all the time. And because Washington's often behind in games, they're throwing a lot more. But he's not the blocker he is. He's not in pass protection or as a run blocker on Disley's level. West Bank, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that, West Bank. Very kind of you. Didn't have anything in your super chat there as far as mention on there. So, but I thank you for dropping that in. Very kind of you. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation, Nicholas. Says, I'm with you, B. Get that O-line right, and away we go. That's what I think, too. Get the line right, and away you're flying offensively. You are then a top 5 offense. And people get very caught up, Nicholas, with the quarterback position, and that's the thing that needs to twist and turn next for the offense to get to that top 5 state, and I disagree. I think you get the offensive line, and that will be the thing that can twist it to that top 5 state. Don't give Geno Smith 28th best pass protecting unit in the NFL next year, and he'll be remarkably improved. Get the offensive line able to open up some holes in the run game at times, especially with the diversification of the new coach and what they'll bring in the running game, willingness to attack outside, fly sweeps and whatnot. But get the line that can control things up front. Thank you though, Nicholas. Appreciate you. Brandon, Niners fans feel a little nervous. Nameless Alchemist. CMC running looks like it defies physics. I don't know how he generates so much power. I don't either, because he's got a little bit of an upright running style a little bit. He's not a low to the ground behind his pads kind of guy who, if you're sub 200 pounds, okay, you can feel where that's the power coming through from that. But he's got to weigh no more than 205 at his most. And he is able to really fight through and drive forward and be a pretty physical runner, even at that size. Very unusual to see. Usually those kind of guys, you got to be up more 215, 225-ish range to really be able to kind of drive the pile and push things forward. Mr. Carroll to you says, watching our potential coaches cook up got me excited. Hell yeah, it should. As it should. Steven says, Hawksnest, I agree with everyone. If K9 gets some good blockers, he's going to shred this league's D. He's so dangerous in the open field, not catching him. Absolutely love K9. That's where it comes back to for me. I just think that you put the offensive line and it benefits the K9, the Charbonnet, the DK, the Tyler, the JSN, your quarterback, and having them much more calm and under control and poised and able to feel like they can trust their line up front. It's got a combination of so many benefits to it. I don't think that there's any other position that you could address in such a way that could bring so many downstream benefits by really addressing and attacking it at the forefront. Wetsbank, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for the double dono, Wetsbank. He says, loved your video about Ben Johnson. Can we expect a video on Mike McDonald? I think it's a great suggestion. I will, let me see if I can kind of get something working with that. It was just jumped back out the last couple of days, Wetsbank, that he was for sure going to be back in there and kind of included in the group that they're really looking closely at. So now that we do understand that he is back on the Hawks radar really firmly, then yeah, I'd absolutely love to do a Mike McDonald video. So I'll try to put something maybe short together this week. Maybe it won't be super long, but just kind of capture some of the essence and what you're going to get. It's a great suggestion, Wetsbank. Fantastic suggestion. So yeah, let me see if I can put something together, man. Thank you. Appreciate the donation and a great suggestion. First down handoff here to Montgomery, still on his feet, spinning through tackles, keeping his feet past the first down marker. Nice job there, Montgomery. Arm tackles aren't going to get it done on him. And the Lions continue to control the line of scrimmage here. Yeah, Steven, K9 is he could be even more dangerous. I'll be doing a video this offseason on it, but he's a 1,600 yard back waiting to happen. We've got a trick play here to Jared Goff. And it just kind of ends up dying on the vine there. That ball just floated dead. I think he didn't get a good grip on it, and he was trying to get it off quick. A little bit of a trickeration there, though. So a pitch play to Montgomery, throw back to Jared Goff. Niners did a good job of getting pressure in there. I think they got the matchup they wanted on the outside there with Williams getting one-on-one, but too much pressure. Second down and 10. Goff throws it. Amon Brown can't bring it in there. Hit him in the hands. Just couldn't reel it in. Wait, Amon Brown's got the smallest thigh pads I think I've ever seen on a football player. Take a look at Amon Brown's thigh pads. Those are just baby thigh pads. Fred Warner, very good in coverage back there. 3rd down and 10. UK's defensive adjustments, who'd have thinking? A foreign concept in Seattle. Very foreign to us. When it happens for the first time, everybody's going to be like, whoa. Dropping back to throw. Goff here, 3rd down. Amon Brown. Nice job, Amon St. Brown. He caught it, and then he jumped backwards. It looked like he could have just fallen forward to the first initially, jumped backwards, and then got a little creative with it to find some space between the defenders to just kind of tuck his nose in there and go get the first down. Big conversion there by Detroit. Second first down on this drive, up around the midfield mark. 12:28 to go here in the second quarter. I formation look with Laporta in the backfield as your fullback. Amon Brown goes in motion. Pitch out wide here to Montgomery. He's going to be clipped off his feet here for a negative play there. Billy Hodges says Mike McDonald's having a meeting with the Commanders tomorrow night. Steve says that's why they say the battles are won up front. They are. I know it's an old cliche, Steve. I know it's been beaten to death, but it doesn't make it not true. And that is that the game is still won and lost in the trenches. 2nd and 10 here for Goff. Blitz by the Niners confuses Goff a little bit. Bosa's also back there, and he's going to throw Goff to the ground. Nice job there by the Niners. A little bit of confusion by Steve Wilkes there, drawing up the defensive coordinator for the Niners. Boy, you left. Yeah. See, it's Greenlaw coming on the blitz, brings Penny Sewell off Bosa, but then you leave Bosa unblocked at that point. Just the perfect call against the play, against the Lions there from the Niners standpoint. 3rd down and 15. Niners, too high look. Goff hits Sam Laporta. Boy, Laporta's just crunched. And Dre Greenlaw is going to get up very, very slow now. Boy, he looks woozy. I think Greenlaw just knocked himself out. He absolutely just laid a nice lick there on Laporta. But boy, you could see right after the hit, Greenlaw was he might have in some pain. Boy, that was pretty violent. 4th and 6. Interesting to see Lions are going to go ahead and I think punt this ball. Thought maybe Dan Big Balls Campbell might take a little bit of a risk there. But I guess not. $10:39 to go here in the second quarter. Lions setting up for a punt. Punt will drive back. Fair catch called at the 11-yard line. Who gets the kick in the second half? I think it's the Niners, wet stank. The Niners get it back. Steve, I have seen McCaffrey train. He is a beast. Brendan says, I don't like how an ex-Seahawk traded CMC to our biggest rival. I don't either. He says, but agree, Thomas is certainly not the blocker Disley is. Yeah, and I don't need another run blocking tight end. I can get those anywhere. I need an offensive weapon tight end, aka Laporta. Well, I think you need both, in my opinion, Yui. I think some teams go with one or the other. I don't think that you're completely right. I think that going out there and getting a dynamic weapon out there that can also go out there and catch. And ideally, you'd love the guy that can do all of this skill set. But I think in this day and age, you need 2 tight end sets. I think that Disley provides a very complete skill set. I think he was a top 17 player, top 17 tight end by PFF this year. And I'm not trying to overstate him to say he's the best thing since sliced bread or anything like that, but that he's steady and he provides value to this team. And with Thomas, I'm not, there isn't, as a pass catcher, I'll give him a little bit there, but I think that there is I think they're close as a pass catcher and what they bring to you as far as receivers. I think Disley's a lot better of a blocker in what he brings. But I agree with you. You need a dynamic guy too. You need both in this league. Because there's going to be times you need the guy that can go up there and, lay his block, drive the 9-tech off the line of scrimmage. And I think a part of what I say this to you is I don't think there's as many tight ends that can do that skill I just mentioned. Take a 9-tech in the run game, drive him off the ball. I think there's fewer and fewer tight ends, and that's becoming more of a cherished skill set to be able to do that. I don't think that just everybody can do it out there. When I watch a lot of tape, especially in the All-22, I watch a lot of these tight ends get their butts owned when they've got to take on edges. You put them on maybe a linebacker and safety, and they can hang in there. But when in the modern blocking schemes for the run game, especially on outside zones, you want the tight end coming down on the 9-tech so that you can then wrap the left tackle and pull him back out in space. So you've got to be able to eliminate that 9-tech to make even outside zone runs really work at a consistent basis, pitch plays, that kind of thing. I think it is important. Throw inside here to McCaffrey. Completion for about 4 or 5 yards. Here's the Niners will take over from the 11-yard line. Kristen Smith says, I remember when lots of people were thinking that CMC trade would be a flop because of his history, how wrong they were. Yeah, I didn't understand how many people were so out on the CMC thing to the Niners. They gave him really, I think it was a second, third, fourth round pick. All of those were going to be in later points of the rounds, late second, late third. I think one of them was even a compensatory as a late third. So it's basically a fourth rounder anyway. Fly sweep out here to Deebo Samuel. Nowhere to go at first. He does a good job of cutting it back up the field and finding a first down there by running hard. But I always thought from the Niners standpoint, it's a great trade. Go for a move. Look what he does to that offense coming in there. They got to take off of all of Dre Greenlaw's chains in order to get to his neck. He's got like the Mr. T of all chains going around his neck, and you're seeing the trainers like pulling one after another off of him. That stuff's got to weigh him down, doesn't it? 1st and 10 now. Purdy and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Skies that one up over Ayuk. Just a little bit of an errant pass there. 2nd and 10. Yeah, Wetspank, we'll get that. We'll see if we can get the McDonald one going. I'll try to work on that this week. Keldon, I don't see Steve Wilkes is going to survive this offseason. Niners have been losing all their defensive coordinators, and it seems to have caught up to them. I think a little bit, yeah. I mean, there was definitely a dip to him with Raheem Morris. And, when you look at these recent places, Keldon, 2nd down and 10, Purdy under center, dropping back to pass. He's got pressure in his face, loops it back over the top. And that's another errant throw there to Brandon Ayuk, back-to-back plays. Purdy was under a good amount of pressure there, so hard to deliver the ball. He couldn't really step into it. His guard just got kind of beasted on the play. Bull rushed right back in there off the jump. 8:47 to go in the second quarter. 14-7 Lions. Niners on the 24-yard line, their own territory with a 3rd and 10. Too high safety look here from the Lions. They're going to bring a front 4. Pass pressure. Looped over the top. Intercepted. That ball's picked by Campbell, the rookie, and he's out in space, still moving down the field. Rodriguez. Sorry, not Campbell. Rodriguez. I was like, man, I know Campbell's faster than that. Oh, we got a flag. Lions are signaling it's on the Niners. Greg says, B, I think some teams just think they can plug and play their offensive line. I 100% agree, Greg. Yeah. It's shocking to me. Let's see what this flag is. Hold on. What is this? All right, so it's after the interception. Purdy got his hand hit on the throw, which allowed him to not be able to complete it. And I guess there was maybe a block that occurred after the throw. Josh Paschal got his hand on the ball there. Oh, yeah, the Lion corner came up to try to blindside Debo a little bit there. That was cute. But yeah, Greg, I think that this is a weird thing for me that NFL teams still look at it that way too. They know how hard it is to find good quality offensive linemen, but you see a lot of NFL teams get their attention and mind's eye on other places, and they just end up ignoring it. And this is what's created the market, to me, the market opportunity. Hand off to Gibbs here after the interception, and he'll be get dragged to the ground by Fred Warner. Gibbs comes up kind of shaking his arm as Warner pulled him down by that single arm. That got to hurt a little bit. But this is what creates to me the market opportunity to take advantage of building an offensive line, is that if you have so many teams in the league that are kind of running that plug and play approach, you as a team that then makes it the onus, that makes it the priority, it's really going to stand out. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a face mask there from the Fred Warner got away with it on that play. 2nd and 15. Blitz coming. Goff feels it. Gets back to Laporta. Laporta slides his way down for a first down, it would look like. Nice job by Laporta after the catch to get up the football field there to get to the first. Boy, is he a good young player. Just turned it right upfield there. And Goff, nice anticipation on that throw. First and 10. Lions on the 35-yard line. I formation look here. The Gibbs going to be to Gibbs. Gibbs, not a lot of room to move there. Taken down after a gain of about only 3 or 4 yards. Amon's had some bad drops. TheSeahawksNest, my Winter Classic hockey puck has arrived, signed by the Kraken head coach. Nice. Gotta get that thing framed, right? Or putting a little like box thing. Those are pew pew pad league pads. Those are like peewees. Woo, ballsy throw by Goff. He laced it up the seam there. Niner defender was closing underneath. He gets it into Amon St. Brown. Goff showing off a little bit of the velocity on that throw. A Niner defender just jumped just a hair late there. Closing in. Gutsy throw by Goff. You can kind of feel in a guy like Goff watching the early game with Lamar and how confused and uncertain and tentative he was with the position and how he played it versus the way you watch Goff in this game playing with the purposefulness. He's got an idea of what he needs to do, and he's doing it. Pitch play out wide to Gibbs. Gibbs dancing home. He's going to get home. Touchdown, Lions. Gibbs showing you already a couple times this game how elusive he is. Pure acceleration. Pitch play out wide. You get the pin pull block with the receiver on Bosa. This then frees them to flip the tight end out and pull him in space. Then just poor tackling. Normally, Fred Warner, a good tackler, can't bring him in either. We saw Greenlaw, and these guys, Lions with Williams and Gibbs are legitimately, they got that next gear to them from a speed standpoint, even in a close proximity. They will get up and get past you and away from your grip. Even fast players like Fred Warner. So the interception, Brock Purdy having his hand hit there on the throw, ends up looming very, very, very large. Kneecaps. We want some kneecaps. Let's go. Sean Lee, would you take Russ back? No. No. That ship sailed, especially with Carroll gone now. It's all about the new. Laporta was a steal AI player. Stephen Penner, the Hawksnest, looks like Dan Campbell's going to keep attack in the middle of the field. Isn't that odd? Go at this Niner defense in the middle of the field. Seems like there's some openings there. Campbell Johnson doing a good job with this offensive attack. From a Niners perspective, if you think about these 3 drives where they've gotten 21 points, what do you stop if you're the Niners? What do you concentrate in on? Who is the player you try to take away in this game right now from this Lions team? You have David Montgomery, 6 carries, 40 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, 6 carries, 31 yards. Both of those guys over 5 yards per attempt. Goff playing efficient at 9 of 13 for 104 yards. 4 catches to Laporta, 3 catches to Amon St. Brown. You know, they're going, as I said about Ben Johnson, the thing that I really like about his offensive attack and general tones, or what I really love to see in what he does, is he has a way of being able to utilize the full complement of his offensive attack without making you feel like he's trying to hammer on this, hammer on this, hammer on. Okay, now I'm going to hammer on this, hammer on this. Okay, now I'm going to go hammer over here and hammer over here. You feel like it's a musical note on a song being played, and all the right notes are coming through at the right time. You know, that's where they're, as a play caller and the sequencing of plays and keeping defenses from being able to zero in on what you do and what you're wanting to do. Brandon says, I'm laughing. Who gave the Niners our defense? Laughing out loud. Simple scheme, bad tackling, easy completions. Yeah. Goff looking real good. Brandon Moody, up the middle, first downs. Ben Johnson, welcome to Seattle. Spreading that rock. Don Mata, cancel Mike's tickets. It's BJ all the way. Find someone that loves you like BJ loves the middle of the field. All right. Kick went through the back of the end zone, 25-yard line. Niners will take over here. 5:54 to go in the second quarter. Purdy, late throw, trying to go through his reads, comes back to McCaffrey to the other side of the field, and a little bit of an errant throw. There's been some of these now popping up here with Purdy. He had 2 to Brandon Ayuk on the last drive that were overthrows. The ball, his hand got hit on the interception, so that's not as much. I think you put that on him, but a little bit off with some of the accuracy here. The Lion watch party in Detroit's awesome, Brian. That they're in that stadium and they're all just watching it. Like, that is great. I love that. 5:50 here to go. 2nd and 10. Shotgun look. Inside handoff to McCaffrey. McCaffrey, nowhere to go. Campbell in there, cleaning that up. Rookie out of Iowa. Just Iowa. Been a good rookie class for the Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs, Laporta, Campbell, Brian Branch. 3rd down and 10. Pressure coming on Purdy. Purdy feels the pressure. He's going to try to roll out and still throw this. Loops it over the top, and he can't get it to Brandon Ayuk. I think he was trying to throw it to Kittle. Brandon Ayuk just hustling the whole way to try to get to the ball. It sailed a little bit, I think, on Purdy. And that will be incomplete. Love the Lions drawing up the pressure there on Purdy, by the way. It's a little bit like the Chiefs of the Ravens. We're not going to worry about Purdy throwing the 9 route here. We're not going to worry about one-on-one deep on the outside. Let's not let them have the time on this 3rd and 10 for this play to develop. Let's take the pressure to them. get him off of his spot. As someone else was saying in the chat earlier, that's with Purdy, you don't want him on his spot and let him sit in his spot. He can kind of cook you up from there. But if you get him moving around a little bit and having to throw moving around, there's a little bit of a dip in the accuracy at that point. Lions will take this up the field on the punt and an okay return. This will bring up 1st and 10. And boy, 4:49 to go in this game. If Lions can put a touchdown drive together here, it's going to be a tough day at the office here for the Niners to get back in this. John Stelwell says, oh, tough break for the 49ers. Tezakaku, it's crazy how a coach can change players and make them go all out. I think that they matter. I've heard a lot of people say that in this offseason, well, no, it's just the players. The players make everything. No, I think it's both. And I think you got to have the good coaching with the players. Did the Lions score a touchdown on the Ravens? I think they might have gotten a garbage time 1 flag. John, that's a pretty good analogy. Thank you, John. Haley, would you take a tight end in the first or high second in the modern NFL? I would, Haley, but it would have to be for a very, very, very good talent to go to that area of things. So it's got to be a guy that, if you're going to do first round, this year's a great year as an example, Haley. Brock Bowers is the best tight end prospect that's come out in the draft. As far as at least as his prospect status is, we'll see if he can turn into that player at the next level, but his prospect status as a tight end is the best that we've seen probably in 5-6 years. Kyle Pitts, I think, is more of a receiver. He's sometimes viewed as that guy, but he was more of a receiver than a tight end. With Bowers, he's a legitimate, pure kind of tight end. And I would say with that kind of talent that's that good, then yes, you do it. The same thing is going to be kind of true with the tight end stock, is that the talent's got to be there. And the reason I harp on this, Haley, is that when I've scouted the last couple of drafts for tight ends, the classes haven't been the greatest. Laporte has been really good this year. Certainly, there was a couple in last year's draft that were all right. This year's draft is again looking, Haley, like you've got Brock Bowers in the first, you'll have Jatavian Sanders in the second, and then you might not see another tight end taken to more like late third. So the talent's not great this year, and that's the one issue, is that some of these positions on a yearly basis have the talent reduced in the draft. You'd like there to be a couple of first round, a couple second round, a couple third rounds, but sometimes it's more like there's one first, there's one third, there's one fifth. Nose tackle's been like this at times in drafts, where there'll be like 2 or 3 real quality defensive nose tackles, and then it just dips and falls off completely off of a cliff. I mean, off of a cliff from the talent standpoint. So, yeah, I'm willing to do it, Haley, but the talent, you can't stretch on it. You can't, on that one, you can't allow the scarcity of the position in a draft to draw you to grab a guy higher than you should. Nor can you let the need of the position in your house draw it higher than it should either on the other side. All right, the Lions are going to take over here from the 29-yard line with a 1st and 10. They have all 3 of their timeouts. Both teams do. Give is going to be inside here to Montgomery. Takes it up the middle and a nice run for about 5 or 6 yards. Wide receiver Sawi says pressure equals replacing a sub 500 coach. I would think so. That's one way of applying pressure. Yes. Shanny choke special. I wonder if I should just start trolling some of the Niner fans and change my title to Shanny choke special. Do you think that we'd get some pissed off Niner fans into my chat if I did that? Is that too trolly? Is it, do I need to run a poll on this one? Would it be too troll to change the title to that? A Shanny choke special. A run up the middle by Montgomery for a 1st down. I think the Hawks still kind of frustrated. We let Waldron go to the Bears. I think Pete put training wheels on him. Ben would make BK and JSN look like studs. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll find out a lot about Waldron. I'll tell you this, if he did get that shake, and another give to Montgomery, another 9-10 yards here on this Niner defense. Boy, they look a little listless and a little bit like they just kind of gotten smacked in the mouth and they're not sure how to respond. The body language of the defense on the field right now is not great. There's a little bit of just kind of shrugging and pointing. 2nd down and 1, 3:22 to go here. Ben Johnson with an absolute masterclass of play calling in this first half. Play action pass. Goff throws it underneath here, hits Montgomery for a 4 or 5 yard gain. Love the patience by Goff there. Take the easy completion, take the first down, keep the clock rolling. The very least, from a Lions perspective, own the rest of this clock this half, whether points come out of it or not. Bury this clock down. Take away a possession from the San Francisco 49ers at this point. First and 10. Another handoff here to Gibbs. Gibbs tries to bounce it outside. Chase Young does a great job of bringing him down the open field. Great play by Chase Young. Negative 2 or 3 yard gain. This will take us down to the 2-minute warning. Huey says Lions built an elite offensive line, made a trade for and stoked their team with excellent skill position players. Goff was a bonus. Yes, sir. Yeah, in a lot of ways with Goff, it was you sort of just taking on Goff because it was going to get you an extra first-round pick from the Rams, not as much as that they loved Goff. That's worked out for them. It's worked. And that's part of also Ben Johnson's development of Goff and how he's taken him in a bit of a different direction from how McVay took him. He sort of built in more of a confidence in Goff, I think, than McVay had in Jared. And that's allowed Jared, I think, to find a different level. Steve says Clint Hurt coaching the D today. It would appear so. It would appear so. Did I say Glenn Campbell? I meant Dan Campbell. See, this is what happened. I'm getting old now, and all the names start to run together. Guys giving me shit for the Campbell. It's hard as you get older, man. John says, just look at the body language. I'm not the only one then, John. You're seeing it too. Man, the Niner team looks kind of defeated out there, which is a rarity for that team. They don't tend to look this way. Keldon says if Kyle would let them carry him, he won't. He won't do the short passing game. I want to box his ears. Yeah, kind of just frustrating offensively in it, Keldon, a little bit. Short passing attack. Hand Debo. 7 or 8 more fly sweeps. Work back in McCaffrey as you can. That's the issue here, though, too, Keldon, is that as you go further behind now, you can't lean back to the running game as much as you want because you're going to drain the clock. Lions fan 22, we're going to the Super Bowl, man. Jose says Mike McDonald meeting with Washington tomorrow night. Scott Clark, Mike McDonald should be our next head coach. A lot of people are loving. I think Scott and Ben right now are 1 and 2. Scott with the fan base, pretty heartily so. Adriana Corona says, let's bring some of that Motor City magic to the Pacific Northwest. Let's do it. Come on, Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, come on down. John Stillwell, thank you for the $25 donation. I really do appreciate you, John, for that, man. And I hope you're having a great party over there. Appreciate the $25 dono. It is kind of nice here. It's been an all right game. I've been enjoying this one. But thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And thank you for gifting those donations. 2nd and 12, falling back away is Goff, and he's going to throw this out of bounds. Kind of a throwaway by Jared. I appreciate you so much, John. Thank you, man. Liking it so far, man. I'm feeling this so far. Sorry, Keldon, man. I feel bad for you on this a little bit, but there's time yet, man. There's time yet. 3rd down and 12. Big play in this football game here. Niners bring in a blitz. Goff recognizes the blitz, changes his protections. He's got plenty of time. Niners stay in their blitz. Oh, it's a handoff. Dropped out of it. Boy, Goff with an absolutely amazing. That's Goff's. That might be the play of the game right there. Goff changed the play to a run. So the Niners have themselves stacked up with 5 men to the right side of the line of scrimmage. He called the play to the left side of the scrimmage where there was only one real Niner onto that side. Attacking the numbers flow from one side of the field to the other are the Lions here. So overflow to one side. Goff recognizes it. That's that part of development in Goff's game. This ain't the McVay Goff, right? Who would never have gone to that call with McVay. Not unless McVay told him in the first 15 seconds, right? With the getting the mics on and all that. And they were under the 15-second mark there. The play clock was winding down. Goff made that read on his own. And he's going to be sacked by Bosa here on 1st and 10. Goff made that read on his own. And that is a tremendous audible there to go to that. He felt the overload, went to the weak side of the formation. You get a 10-yard run on 3rd and 10 by that audible of your quarterback. That was great. Brian Kennicott, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Brian. Says, if the 49ers can't stop Ben Johnson and this roaring pride, then the 49ers' offensive woes are largely irrelevant. Great stream, Brandon. That's true. It's very true. I think, and your point to that is that this is where we come down that line of what do you need more, the defense, the offense. A great offense, a great defense. You do have an offense that can be great. It can protect the defense. Whereas inversely, a little bit to your point on this, Brian, if I have a great defense, it doesn't necessarily protect my offense because the offense can eventually wear that defense down with the 3 and outs over the course of a game. Lions are going to run this ball on 2nd and 18. And I'm guessing the Niners here are going to call another timeout. And this will be their 2nd timeout called now. So a little bit of chess match here between Johnson and Shanahan on, I want to try to grind this clock out if I can and give you very little chance to do much with it if you do get the ball back. Past maybe getting a field goal attempt. Which, as we saw with this rookie Niner kicker, is a bit of a journey. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate you watching tonight, man. And yeah, a great offense can help a defense. A great defense doesn't necessarily help an offense. And you're getting a bit of that today. Hell, you got it a little bit in the first game, right, Brian? With the way the Chiefs were able to control the clock of that Ravens defense in the first half and keep that Ravens offense off the field. And the Ravens offense never got into rhythm because they just never really felt like that time to kind of set in. Part of it was just Lamar's play. 3rd and 18, Goff dropping back to throw here. He's going to whip it, and he's going to complete it for 1st down. The Amon St. Brown wide open, middle of the field. Just running an over route, little over route, nothing too fancy, and just finding the big hole, finding that big hole in the scheme. Boy, Niners, 2 3rd and 10s on this drive, giving up a 1st down, and the clock continues to tick. 1 minute to go. Lions still have all 3 of their timeouts at the 19-yard line of the Niners. What a big play. Handoff. Jahmyr Gibbs falls down, gets back up, falls forward, gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Lions will probably call their first time out of the game here now. Oh, they're letting the clock run. Okay. Interesting call here by the Lions to let the clock kind of run. Just want to make sure that they're leaving the Niners nothing on their side of it. I guess I get that. Huey says you got to have the players. It's players and coaches that know how to get the most out of them. Dan Campbell, and no different than Jeff Saturday, just have better players and assistant coaches. It is a both for me. I would never say the coaches are going to rise the lower crop of talent above, right? Like they'll be able to take crap players up to average even. I would never say that. You need the players too. But sometimes it's been told to me at times this offseason and having these discussions that no, it's just the players. Players make the plays. Players make everything happen. Players are a big part of it. But you got to have the coaching there with it too as well. Thank you, John Stillwell, Brian Kennicott, again for your guys' donation support to the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. Black says, oof, they're getting pantsed. It's about to get maybe ugly. Misfit says Chase Young exists. Weird. Yeah, he's been pretty quiet. Mike Skinner, Eminem is at the game flipping off Niner fans. Laugh my ass off. Well, that's that fits the character with them. You know what I mean? I'm on the Lions here. I get where Dan's coming to on this as well, because I think he's just looking at it like, take this down to no time, take the field goal 24-7. I'm perfectly happy with that as an end result to this half. Yeah, great throw by Goff, Sawe, to Amon St. Brown. He's had a couple of spots in this game where he has laced it in with some velocity and accuracy on the right spot into a tight window. Misfit says, can we re-interview Ben Johnson at halftime? Can we give him the job at halftime? Can we just say, hey, do you want it? Ben, we don't want to talk long. We know your halftime adjustments, yada, 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 yada. Yep, we got it. We got that. Do you just want to say you'll take the job right now so we can just, like, our fans are watching right now. Do you think maybe we could just give it to you? What do you want? 14 million a year? Yeah, whatever you want. Whatever you want. Let's just make this happen now. Okay. 2nd and 6 for Goff. 38 seconds to go here. He's going to drop back to throw. Ooh, we had a man open to the back of the end zone, and Gibbs just could not get the throw on point there. A little errant pass. Goff cussing under his breath. I think he thought he should have had him there. He had to slide a little bit to his left. Bosa bringing some pressure from that side. The interior bringing some pressure from that side. Just couldn't quite get it in there. It's a tough throw, Jared. Don't be bad at yourself on that one. That wasn't easy. That was no easy throw there. 3rd down and 6. Goff back to throw. Outside, completes it to Amon Brown. Another 3rd down conversion on this Niner defense. 1st down, 28 seconds to go. The Lions offensively are absolutely humming. They got still this drive, all 3 of their timeouts. They've taken the clock down to where they got all the time in the world. They can do whatever they want here, run or pass, with 28 seconds to go. Shanahan's shaking his head over on the sideline. Can't blame him. Just cannot get a 3rd down stop right now. One of the best defenses in the National Football League. Up over the top is Laporta. I think Goff kind of threw that one away a little bit there. Says both these quarterbacks fold like cheap suits when pressured. Yeah, they don't like pressure, and neither of them do. That's for sure. They're not extended. Purdy will extend to get away. He'll scramble, but he's not an extender to throw as much. Goff back in shotgun, 2nd and goal. Handoff inside. Not a lot of room in there for Gibbs. Let's get Sewell a touchdown. I'm with it. Misfit says Hargraves hasn't done jack despite his $80 million deal. I don't think he's, I mean, he's got 4 tackles today, but you don't feel a lot of extra impact with him on the football field this year. He had 7 sacks for them, but of course he's kind of a negative as a run defender. So it's like he really has to give you a lot as a pass rusher, especially at the cost that he costed in order to make that contract really work. 3rd and goal now. Goff back to pass. Flips it out here to Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs with the catch. Gibbs taken down to the 2-yard line, which will bring us up to 4th and goal. On the Lions, I'm taking the points here. Extend this out to a 3-score game. I know Campbell's got some big old kahungas, but he needs to just keep those kahungas laced up a bit. Is he going to big balls this one? He is big ballsing this one. Wow. This is gutsy. This is gutsy. Can we just take the 3 points? There we go. Thank you. Whew. Dan wanted to do it. Dan wanted to go for the fourth there. He's like, he wanted to do it. No, take the field goal. Steal the possession, take the field goal. Call it a day. Don't overthink that one, you know what I mean? Is it Hell Ben Johnson? John Schneider here. Yeah, I know we talked a couple days ago. I know you're in the middle of the game. We really just want you right now, okay? We just want to seal this up right now if we could. I think it's going to get a little weird after this game. We just want to kind of straighten it up. We'll wait for you till after the Super Bowl. Kicks up and good, 24-7. Lions up top. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Megan. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Says, heading out to watch the Kraken in a while. Might be back later. Make things better. My Kraken coach's buck just arrived. Talk to you later, 12s. Have yourself a good one, Megan. Best of luck to the Kraken tonight. They can pull it off. But, we'll be here, so feel free to drop back in. Be rolling up here. Jake, smart call taking the kick there. You got to take the kick, and I know Dan wants to, everything in his mind pulls him there to, try to go for it there. But you're on the road. You're coming through this half. You're going to come out of this with a 17-point lead at half. You feel good about that. You've controlled the time of possession. I mean, that's the other part of this right now. When you look at this game, this is something that will factor back in. Is your 18 minutes of time of possession to San Francisco's 11 minutes and 44 seconds. That another part where you feel good about where this is going to trend to. Responsible. Very responsible in that one. He didn't do anything too wild. I don't mind with him when he gets wild with it, but not in a game like this. Uh-oh, nice return. Got a flag there. Fraud Purley losing. Wow. Should have lost versus the Packers. Snap out of it says rumor has it that Ben Johnson's going to the Commanders. That's a hot one that's out there. Yep. Haley says halftime adjustments will make or break this game. Nothing feels safe since the 28-3 Super Bowl. No, it doesn't feel safe at all. I'm with you on that, Haley. I mean, Lions are going to still have to do more work. They can't just lean on this lead going into the half. And I don't think that they're going to be a team that leans to just trying to sit on the ball, sit on the lead in that way. No, I think they will try to push. But you're right. Halftime adjustments from the Niners standpoint. Offensively, what do you find is your method to go at this Lions defense that you've struggled with on that side of the ball? Defensively, you've got to start taking away the middle of the field from this Lions team. You probably got to start running some stacked boxes potentially at times against this running game. But we're going to learn what their intention is at that point, and the Niners are just going to sit on this ball with 2 seconds left. Jack Maloney says, go Lions. You helped us last year. Now beat San Francisco Niners. Time to rebuild. Let's go. And that will take us to half. So the Lions up on the Niners here. Well played half by Brock Purdy especially, who I just thought was so in control. When the play wasn't there, he would dirt it up. He wouldn't try to force anything, stayed within himself. It wasn't a half where it's magical numbers, 13-20, 145 yards, just an 86 rating, but in control, poised, decisive, accurate, throwing with velocity. Very impressive first half with Jared Goff. Running the ball, this is where Lions made their hay here in this half. 21 carries and 148 yards, almost 150 yards on the ground in the first half from the Detroit Lions. And that's without Jared Goff giving you anything from the quarterback position. That's all your running backs and Jamison Williams getting it done. Very, very impressive first half from the Lions. And you want to go out there and get yourself the Super Bowl. This is the kind of performance you got to put together to make it happen. Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $2 donation. McDonald meeting with the Washington Commanders tomorrow. Well, thank you for the update on that on top of the donation. Your 20th super donation on the stream. So I thank you for the 20th super donation, super chat. And this is the part where if Ben Johnson's such a certainty to Washington at this point, I can't buy it. I know that there are reports of it that is the case, But if that's the case, why are you having a third, not a 1, not a 2, but a third interview with Dan Quinn? Why are you continuing to bring Mike McDonald in? Are they maybe just being ultra thorough at this point and going like we are? Maybe it's some of that. But I think that even that then indicates, if that is the case, that it's not necessarily as straightforward of it's just this guy, that there maybe is a front runner, but maybe Mike McDonald comes in there and blows them away tomorrow in the interview process. So I do think that in both the cases of Washington and Seattle, whatever's been reported up until this point, I think it's all really still very open-ended, and that there's nothing that's been determined or decided in this situation by who's going where quite yet. Mike Skinner says, Niner fans preaching Purdy was the next Montana when he's not even Cap. Oh, that one hurts. Oh. Mike, we got to keep the gloves up. Steve says, Niners aren't just going to roll over and play dead here. I would think not. As John Stelton was talking about a little bit earlier in the stream, there's the body language is a little bit off in this game, especially in that Niner defense. That tends to be an intimidating, rugged, they carry themselves with a certain amount of swagger kind of unit. And they definitely seem to be a little bit shell-shocked there about midway through that first quarter. Goff is playing like Montana. That's right. Scott Clark, Mike McDonald for our head coach. The Lions are not going to let Ben Johnson go. No way. It's hard, Scott, to keep a guy like Ben Johnson when he can be he's got a head coaching opportunity somewhere else. And you can't offer Ben Johnson that. You got your head coach, so you can't really, there's really not much of a track record with a young coach like this who's deserving to be a head coach, who will get a head coaching job, who then remains as an offensive coordinator at the original spot, even if they were willing to pay him. Haley says, Niners too used to the Seahawks. They probably thought it was illegal to target the middle of the field. I'll admit, I had to check the rule book, but it looks like it's actually perfectly legal. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, you can actually go after it. And yeah, maybe we lulled them a little bit there, Haley. You know what I mean? We just kind of lulled them into thinking they didn't have to play it. Lord knows they don't against us twice a year. Jack Maloney of Hawks Nest, if the Niners lose this game, are they in trouble? Do they need to trade everyone? They're not in trouble. While their cap situation is a little bit in a precarious position next offseason, one thing they're going to be doing is rolling over a lot of money from this year's cap to next year's cap. So they do have a method in place in order to get around the fact that the cap is where it's going to be. With that said, they probably lose somebody major this offseason. And the guy that I would guess on that to be would be probably Brandon Ayuk. He's going to be due to be probably paid about 20, maybe even $25 million a year, where the cost will be at. And I don't think that the Niners are going to have that in their wallet in order to do that. So you probably lose Brandon Ayuk. There's also potential here, of course. A guy like Kirk Cousins has been long connected with the Niners, who will be a free agent this offseason. Does Kyle decide that he's going to go with Kirk Cousins? We had a story that came out this last week reporting that the Niners were making a run at Tom Brady this past offseason, and that they had told Purdy that if they get Tom Brady in-house, that he would be the backup. So if they'd gone down already that road once, would they not go back to it again here with Kirk Cousins? Probably. Probably, I would say. Or not probably, but I'd say there's a good chance of it. I can't say probably, but I think they definitely could be looking at that. And 92s, let's go to the Lions. Lori Go Hawks says, please go after Ben Johnson. ASAP. Please. You can see why, Lori, he's been my number one guy in this coaching search and has been so since Harbaugh got plucked off the board. He was always number 2, at least for me. He's slid into number 1, and you guys have seen throughout this playoffs why. He is very, very impressive. David M., it's actually only Quinn's second interview with the Commanders. It was supposed to be this past week, but it was rescheduled. Oh, okay, David. Man, some of these reporters, I read stuff and I'm like, okay, that's a fact. And then somebody corrects me. I'm like, God, reporters do your job. Because I definitely read a couple of different spots, a few different reporters saying that was his third one. But okay. So it's just 2 that they had to reschedule. That makes sense. Brandon says it's simply a Jimmy G 2.0 situation. Kind of, yeah. You kind of Jimmy G, but you got a guy with some mobility. Yeah, it's Jimmy G, but with mobility. Ray Barrios says, Ben Johnson, come on down. You're the next head coach at the Seattle Seahawks. Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $2 donation. Oh, I think I read that one. Sorry. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 dono. Is ready to mix some 49er tears with Crystal Light. It's got that great savor to it when you do that, man. It makes it just, it's got that great, just kind of just, there's some tones of bitterness, some sadness, a little bit of like lost opportunity in there. It's a great little just swirling of tastes. Haley says 49ers in such a perpetually good spot because of their 50 comp picks each year. Legit seems unfair. It does suck sometimes how many that they're able to reel it in. You know, to your point on that, Haley, it does. But I will say they're at that point now where this is deep into their Super Bowl run. These things don't tend to last for 10 years. And guys are getting older. Kittle's getting older. McCaffrey's getting older. You got another year of McCaffrey with over 400, like almost 400 touches on that body again this year. How many more years of that does he have in him? You know, Deebo Samuel continues every year to fight through injury after injury. You lose Brandon Ayuk potentially this offseason. Who are you replacing him with? It is going to, I think, it's not going to fully come the bill due this offseason. Like, okay, now this was their year. Now it's all done. They're going to still be legit. They're still probably the team that's going to be put as the team to win the division by all the pundits at the start of the year. But little by little, stuff starting to bleed out just a little bit here on that team after this season. Just a little bit. Just a bit. Just a bit. Thank you, King. Appreciate the dono. UAE Niners not getting pressure with the front four. Goff has the arm to pick them apart in that event. He does. Great points. And yeah, good offensive line from the Lions holding up. Nobody's getting home. Riverside, Goff throws an ugly ball. Only when he's got to move a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean even a half a step. But if he gets to get his feet planted and let it rip, it's all right. Misfit says you're a Rizzler. Thank you, Misfit. AI says Ben might think Washington's a better spot. Easier conference, better picks. New owners, while ours will be selling at some point. Good point, AI. Good point. Those could end up factoring in such a way. Brendan says, I mean, you could say the same thing about us. It seemed we were interviewing a lot of defensive coaches. Yeah, agreed. We're definitely trying to go through a lot of guys and take a look. Kings' Lions use both running backs to their elite strengths. They do. They put them in the right positions for success. They get Gibbs out in space. They let Montgomery hammer right up in the middle. 12th Ward Chad, hey B, with an equal O-line, would you choose Goff over Geno as your quarterback? No, I think Geno's the better quarterback over Goff. I think Goff's got a better supporting cast and a better offensive coordinator, better offensive system. But I think that Geno Smith is a better player than Goff. If you put Geno on this Lions offense, I think that he's every bit as productive as Goff, if not a little bit more so. He gives you at least a little bit more mobility that you don't get from Goff. If they're equivalent as passers, he gives you at least that. Thomas says, honestly, Washington is open slate while Seattle has so much talent. Johnson may go to the Commanders, but I'm not buying Johnson going to the Commanders until it's announced. It's hard to say. I mean, this is just a tough one to say. I don't think anybody's got a real true read on what's going to happen with this situation at this point. It's just a big, big question mark. And we're getting reports of connections, this and some of that there. And I think that anybody trying to say they know what is going to happen here is kind of lying to you. It is completely, I think, open-ended right now. And I don't think there's a certainty one way or the other, which I think is a good thing. And you're right, it's maybe not a surprise that they got that 50,000 that Lions Stadium, but it is cool that they did it. It is cool that the fans are engaged in that way and appreciating it in that way. We've been waiting for this, been a long time. Part of why you kind of tip your cap to them and knowing that they've suffered for so long, and feels good if they can get this for them. I always got a big heart for the long-standing, suffering fan bases out there. You just feel for them. Josh says, happy days, my boy. Pumpkin, how can you sleep at a time like this? She's just so tired. She is so very tired. Brian says, get too high on Johnson coming in your setup. In your set, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. True. I think I'm going to be pretty happy with just about anybody that hire absent. Maybe one of these just super crazy candidates where you're like, what? Graham? What? What'd you say? You said Graham? Okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'll be right back, folks. 1 second. Just bear with me, please. Here we go, when the tomb starts to broom. Long live the king, I'm sold on Ben Johnson. You're not alone. You are not alone. Jack Maloney says, I call the Niners the miners because they shrink when it matters. He doesn't mean like miner with a pickaxe. He means like miner. There's a great Louis C.K. bit that he does on that. Hugh says, with all things are close to equal, the best quarterback wins. That's proving true so far today. Purdy will have to play much better in the second half. Yeah, I don't know if it's down to it. I think the key of what you said is probably right, Huey, when it comes down to things being equal, where the two teams are at kind of an equal place. And the way they're playing today, I don't think is an equal place. I think that at the line of scrimmage, Lions are beating the Niners on both sides of the ball pretty healthily. Where now that sort of, to me, takes it even beyond what's going on at the quarterback position. And it's more of the assembly of the other parts with the teams and what's going on there. Certainly Goff's outplaying Purdy. I wouldn't disprove, but I don't think it's necessarily just the quarterback play that's the separator in this one. It helps when the Lions are running for 150 yards in the first half, controlling that line of scrimmage. Brian Kennicott, the Seahawks might not be sold for 10 years yet. We simply don't know. I think Seattle will be sold is an overblown factor. I do too. I don't think that it's as much coming into play at this point. I think the Carroll firing indicates that there's not necessarily a sale right on deck. All right, we're going to start out the second half here with the Niners taking over the 25-yard line, and they're going to run out on a pitch play to McCaffrey. That's always a good idea, and they'll get themselves 8 yards on the back of that. Seahawks says McDonald is the future. I love it, Seahawks. Great way of putting it. Great way of putting it. Almost a hurry up here for the Niners on 2nd and 2. Purdy dropping back to throw. He's going to find Deebo Samuel for a big play down to the 40-yard line. Thomas Cox, but I feel Jays will want an offensive head coach, but if McDonald becomes a Seahawks head coach, then I wonder who will be the OC and DC for him. going to be very important on if you hire a defensive coordinator, what the plan. I mean, it's the next question you ask. Dan Quinn's hired. Okay, who's the OC? Mike Vrabel's hired. Okay, who's the OC? Mike McDonald. Who's the OC? Yeah, you're right. 1st and 10, already in Lions territory at the 41-yard line are the Niners. A throw out here to Deebo Samuel. He breaks the first tackle and takes it down for another 9 yards. Jack Maloney, you guys think we win the division next year? I don't know, man, Jack. It's going to depend on who the head coach is and kind of what their approach is going to be. Do they want to take a year and reset this all the way through, or try and run it back fast? Albert Nickus, I'm loving the Lions and Ben Johnson right now. Oh, yeah. What's not to love? 2nd down and 1 from the 31-yard line, 32-yard line. Fly sweep out to Deebo Samuel. Going nowhere. Wow, that was really well defended by the Lions defense. Josh Paschal, the kid out of Kentucky, with some heavy, heavy ass hands down there. He got himself into the backfield real quick. He's unblocked. Good job on his part. Kittle just kind of decided to ignore him, like he thought Deebo would run past him. They'd done that before. Remember, they did that against us with Darrell Taylor back 2 years ago in the first matchup, and they had Darrell Taylor unblocked, and they ran Deebo right at him, and Darrell completely whiffed. Purdy's going to try to scramble for this one. He throws it late over the top. What a grab! Purdy throws it late back to the middle of the field, and Juwan Jennings reaches up with one paw and reels it in. Boy, what a job by Purdy there to recognize late that he wasn't going to be able to scramble for that first down, and then Jennings goes up and reels it in. Great play by Juwan Jennings there. That's a tough catch. Niners finding some footing on this drive. 27-yard line, 1st and 10. Purdy and shotgun. Hand off inside to McCaffrey. McCaffrey bouncing around, looking for some daylight, not finding much. 2 or 3 yard gain. Haley says, I find the number of defensive coaches the Hawks have brought in weird, given the comments JS has made about offensive coaches bringing stability. I've found it odd as well, too, Haley. It doesn't quite as much make a ton of sense to me. I do think there's a little bit, Haley, on this, though, that is, as John's told us, a reality of what's going on here, which is that they are searching for a coach. That part's going on. Oh, 1 second here. 11:17 to go here. Shotgun look for Purdy. Purdy just throws that one away. That was a weird-looking play there from Shanahan. You had 2 guys running to one place there on that play. 2 receivers running to one spot in the flat. 3rd down and 8. But there's the other part, Haley, that I think is a part of this process, which is the learning part from the front office. Schneider has never conducted a head coaching search. He's never done these interviews. It's been 14 years since you looked for a coach, and I think that quick snap here on 3rd down and 8, Purdy's looking. Tries to go high and can't get it there to him. Fourth down. I think the Niners are going to have to take the field goal here. Jake Moody back out. He already missed tonight from 48. He's on that same hash mark here to the right side, same side of the field that he missed on last time. 43-yard attempt here. And he gets this one through. There you go. 24-10. Niners, nice opening drive here. Nice opening drive. So, Haley, I think there's a part of this that's we're learning how our interview process can work better, how I can do better as an interviewer. We're learning about our team, but what these coaches say about our team and the view of our team by these coaches throughout the league that we're bringing in, talking about what we do. And then, of course, just the learning process as well as of the coaching candidates that are out there, of the guys that are out there. If these guys end up kicking loose at some point, Haley and, a Jairo Evero becomes available or a Kafka becomes available, that they look that much more attractive to you as offensive coordinating hirers because you know a little bit more about them having had already interviewed them. And so there's a bit of, I think, extra part of this process that you don't get with other teams in their hiring and what they're doing that we're doing that makes it a little bit more unique. And that's part of why I think it's taken so long. And that's, I think, also why you're going through so many different candidates. He says Goff has 2 teams to the NFC Championship, possibly the Super Bowl. Geno barely made the playoffs once with a 4-play schedule. So I think that just gets back to our root. Our root is I kind of, again, remember our conversations with the Chewy. It's just our outlooks are different when it comes to team versus quarterback. And a place that I bristle at and I really push back on is this whole quarterback is the superhero to the team thing. You have your team and then you have your quarterback. I think it's a team-based sport. I think that the team around you and the quarterback position is as much basis for success as anything else. I think in both of the 2 destinations that Goff has had, both with the Rams and the Lions, he's not been held back by a variety of many factors that Geno Smith is held back by in being here in Seattle. And so, yes, Goff has been a quarterback on 2 teams that have gotten to that conference championship, but that does not make that quarterback then better than other said quarterback. It's nothing is ever as simplified down to one base marker as I am in my outlook of it, Huey. It's you bring everything into account. You bring the strength of the team, the strength of the coaches, the philosophy. All of it comes into how those teams get to where they get to. And I'm not saying Goff's a bad quarterback either. To say Geno's good or to say that I think Geno's better than Goff does not mean to say then that Goff has to be bad. But Geno's not gotten anywhere near the supporting cast, Huey, that Goff has gotten on his 2 conference championship runs on either side of the ball. And it would be false to try to push that forward as a fact, which it's not. Russell, Brandon, what do you think of Mohamed Kamara from Colorado State, late round guy? I haven't had a chance to check him out yet. I think he is on my list of guys to take a look at. Let me write it. I will write him down though. I'll write down the name here on my little list here. Mohamed Kamara. So I'll look at him. I've been kind of grinding last night through a couple of receivers in this draft, looking at some of the middle-ish, roundish guys. But I'll take a look at him. I'm in my deep tape study point at this point. Thomas Cox, Brando, no way Geno's better than Goff. Maybe they are equal. If Johnson becomes Seattle's head coach, we'll see what he thinks of Goff, but I just can't see Geno is better than Goff. We got Goff under center here now on a 1st and 10 taken back over. I formation look for him, play action pass. Dropping out, hitting Sam Laporta out into the flat for a big gain of 15 yards up the football field. Definitely understand that I might not be able to bring people over to my side of it on this. And again, I think that these guys are much more closer aligned as they are. As I always say with this is a little bit Thomas-like when people start arguing between Hall of Famers. It's like when we're, not these 2 guys are Hall of Famers, but we're picking 2 quarterbacks that if we stacked up a list of the top 10, 11 quarterbacks in the sport, these guys are going to be right next to each other on that list. So when we start to try to pull those apart or say this guy's better, that guy's better, I think it gets hard at that point because they're much more similar than they are dissimilar. Pitch play out to Montgomery here on 1st and 10. He takes it out nice and wide for a good run there, 4 or 5 yards. I think the key, as I say onto this, is Goff got to a spot in the Rams where they committed to building a really good offensive line and maximizing the amount of playmakers that they could on that side of the ball with a forward-thinking offensive approach and a really good defense on the other side of it. With the Detroit Lions, Goff has come to a forward-thinking offense with a really good offensive line, really good playmakers across the board, and maybe a so-so defense. I still think that that's collectively more to work with than what Geno's had to work with the past couple of years. And to your point, Thomas, yeah, I totally think that if you brought a guy like Johnson in here, and then with bringing Johnson in here, made a commitment to actually building the trenches, unlike how you have tried to build them for the last 14 years, you will see a better Geno Smith. You will see a Geno Smith at the very minimum at Goff's level, if not able to surpass it. I do believe that. I believe it in my bones. I believe it. Now, you guys can definitely disagree with me, but I'm telling you, if you guys have any like quality thinking, in my opinion, on the outlook of quarterback position or play on this one, this is not an opinion that I'm making just sort of casually. It's something I've given a lot of thought to and watched both of these men's tape quite a bit. Like Goff, again, they're right close to each other. But I do firmly believe, and especially by this fan base, there's a lot of this fan base that undersells Geno Smith in a way that when you guys get to actually see him with something to work with truly, when he doesn't have the 28th best pass protection as an offensive lineup in front of him. I mean, you guys got to imagine that the difference between Goff had as far as pass protection this year versus Geno alone, the difference in that, the comfortability in that, how much that allows the quarterback to be so calm and under control, it's night and day. It's not like kind of similar. It's night and day. 2nd and 3 here. Lions back on the Niners side of the football field, and they're doing it mainly with the ground. Montgomery right up into the middle of the field there for a first down run there on 2nd and 3. But I understand I might not bring a lot of people over on my side of this. This is just kind of my basic outlook on it. Now, Pumpkin. He's sleeping, man. He's so tired. He's super tired. Yeah, super tired. I'm so tired. First down and 10. Over 300 yards for this Lions offense already here. Play action pass. Goff. Oh, just sails it over the top of Laporta's head. He had a little bit of separation with Laporta there. Just couldn't quite fit it down and in. The Thomas Cox, have I looked at Pratt? Nix, Travis. I've looked at Nix. I haven't looked at Pratt yet. I have looked at Nix and Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis in the 4th round would be nice. You got some slight similarities with Russ there a little bit in the skill set they'd bring. A little bit with those two. Quick pass into Laporta there for 5 or 6 yards. That's a nice little hookup too. That gets you down into field goal range there at the 30-yard line. This will bring up 3rd down for the Lions. Another fast moving drive where they're just right up the football field again. 3rd down and 4. Goff shotgun look here. 3 wide. Hand off inside to the back. Lions. Nice job. Well played in there by Kinlaw. Tried to give it into Amon St. Brown, and Niners were all over it. Now, what do the Lions do here? Do you get aggressive? You try the field goal here. I'd go ahead and try the field goal if I'm Dan Campbell. You're in range. Cut this back out to a 17-point lead. But Dan's big gutsiness is going to come in at some point today. You knew that. Can't quite complete it. Tried to come back to Reynolds. I think he had it in his hands. He just couldn't bring it in. Josh Reynolds. It's a low pass. You got to catch that as a receiver in this league. I would have taken the points. Thomas says, I don't believe Geno can take Seattle to the Super Bowl. Geno has to give me a full season of elite play. Plus, I'm concerned about his age. If he stays, I want a rookie to learn so he can take over. Completely fair points on it, Thomas. I think the question I just would ask you on this is that, do you feel that there was going to be any quarterback over the last 2 years with your pass blocking in the absolute toilet, with a running game that didn't consistently get holes opened up, with a coaching staff that doesn't target the middle of the field, doesn't utilize the outside run game? Do you think that there would have been any real quarterback, maybe Patrick Mahomes or Burrow or something that would have come in here and given you elite play at that point? I guess if we're going to make the comparison to Goff or Geno, do we think Jared Goff would have come onto this team with this pass protection unit the past couple of years and his immobility and his lack of want to deal with pressure, and that he would have succeeded as far as Geno would have succeeded? I don't think that there's any way. I don't think there's any way. Maybe I could just be off my rocker on this one. But the age factor is a completely fair one to pose, Thomas, for sure. But that's the thing I don't understand is how do we expect a quarterback to be elite when he's dealing with those parameters? I mean, any one of those things in itself is enough to hinder and hold back your offense. You put all three of them together, and it's the trifecta of shittiness. We don't pass protect well. We don't open up holes in the ground game. We refuse to run outside, and we don't target the middle of the field in our passing attack by our philosophy's approach. I think there's no quarterback in the sport that could play elite under those parameters. Maybe Mahomes. Maybe. So that's where, when I come back to, Gino's got to show it to me for the full year. Well, Gino's got to find that consistency full year. That's where I say the consistency comes when you get him an offensive line that isn't complete crap, especially in the interior side. When you get him a running game that will attack in all areas. When you allow the passing attack to take down the middle of the field. Hell, just get him a functional defense on the other side of it, and that'll help. Where the defense isn't on the football field for a first half at a 2-to-1 rate from the time of possession. I mean, all of these things to me add up. Like, not any one of those things carries the whole weight on its own, but you just like stacking bricks of crap, and the bricks keep stacking and stacking and stacking. You can eventually get to the point of what is the quarterback supposed to do? You know? All right, Niners going to take back over here after the missed attempt, and Deebo Samuel with a little bubble screen here for 15, 16 yards. He says, I agree, Goff is much better teams than Gino, but Gino has not played as well as Goff in his career, and comparing them isn't even close. Yeah, but that's again where we come back to things inside the quarterback's control, outside the quarterback's control, right? I mean, Jared Goff was on the pathway to having exactly happen to him what had happened to Geno Smith, where he's a number one pick. He's got Jeff Fisher as his coach. He looks like a bust. He looks like he's going to be kicked away out of this league quickly, and he's not going to have a next second chance. Then he gets a good offensive-minded coach in there, and now he's a wholly different player. Just like with Geno going to Rex Ryan with the Jets was not a good situation. Geno didn't get the second opportunity like Goff did from the Rams, but he also didn't get to have the chance for success with the Jets that Goff had with the Rams once they hired McVay. So it really is sometimes the circumstance and situation matters. What you come into matters. And simply the fact Goff selected in the first round, Geno selected in the second, to me doesn't make him far away than the better player at this point. But I feel strongly about this feeling. I don't have even a question about it in my mind on it. So I know there'll be a lot that maybe disagree. Oh my goodness. We might just have a touchdown here from the Niners. Brandon Ayuk, the ball got tipped up by the Lion cornerback who had an opportunity for an interception. We also have a flag on the play. Wow, Brandon Ayuk making the play. Sione Vaki is on my list. AI, for sure. I'll be looking at him, the safety out of Utah. Yes, sir. Played running back too. I got you. Boy, Brandon Ayuk, way to stay with that ball. He's had to play defensive back kind of twice almost in this game. He brought that hand up, which I think kind of masked the corner's ability to see the ball come in. It was going to be a PI even if he didn't caught it. They threw the flag on that one. Wow, what a big play. Brock Purdy gets more balls hitting in the hands of the defenders they drop than any other quarterback, I swear to God. He doesn't even throw with like high velocity where you can blame that. Crazy. Thomas says, yeah, I grabbed a second rounder. Actually, I watched the B&B show and followed what they did. Oh, just a couple teams. Brennan in Seattle has requested another interview with Slowick. Ooh, that is probably telling. Probably won't be Slowick then. Brandon Moody says, give Geno a top 10 offline and not a top 30 O-line. Exactly. And I'm very consistent by this. I'm not just apply this to Geno. I apply it to a guy like Justin Fields in the situation he was set up with Chicago. I can provide a lot of proof and backing to quarterbacks that go to places that don't have that supporting cast. And it just, the supporting cast gets it. I find a lot of times these quarterbacks in the discernment of QBs, the supporting cast gets forgotten all about, and it just becomes this spotlight on the quarterback, you know? And it's just, this is not the sport where that's the case. This is the ultimate team sport. And you have literally 10 guys on the other field with you as a quarterback. And yes, you're controlling the ball and you're controlling a lot of the action, but what's happening around a lot of those other areas impacts one to the other in a major way. And I think it just all gets kind of distilled down to the QB at times. Like all that stuff gets like squeezed and wrung out down to just the QB. And for my money, touchdown, Brandon Ayuk back at the end zone. Brandon, boy, Niners answering back here in this half. Finding some momentum. I could be wrong in how much weight I allow that other stuff to carry, but it does feel more truer to me on that than it does the Superman's cape on the quarterback thing, as gets kind of pushed to me a lot on that. Washington Visquest has been a member for 27 long months. Thank you for that, Washington Visquest. Says Geno is 2-0 versus Goff, head-to-head in Detroit. Great points, Fishquest. Great points. Geno's walked into his house without any kind of defense really rolling, with that pass protection where it's at, and taking him in back-to-back years. In one game, you couldn't punt once in one of those years. Added a fourth quarter comeback in one of those years. Yeah. Misfit Reynolds has got to catch that pass. That's a brutal drop. Thomas, I want to see what Johnson does with Geno, but that is if I know that John plans on keeping Geno, because if news is right, Seattle could wait till Super Bowl. Still is open-ended on that, Thomas. There's not a certainty that you have to keep him. Could depend a bit on the coach you bring in. I do think they're going to keep Geno when it's all said and done. I think John kind of slightly indicated this a little bit last time he gave a bit of an interview recently. But I also expect them to probably still draft a quarterback too, which should satiate those folks that are a little bit anti-Geno. And at least there is a QB coming in to give them a, I don't like this guy, but maybe I will at least like this guy a little bit more. Radu says Ben will get a new quarterback. Geno will be benched after the season. Stimpy, thank you, Stimpy, for the for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Stimpy. Hope you're having a good night, man. It's good to see you in the chat. I 100% agree with you on Geno. I'm bewildered by how much some people dislike him. Can't wait to see this team with great scheming and great pass pro. It's been one of those ones I've been frustrated with as well too, Stimpy. I've found myself kind of fighting this battle for a couple of years on it, and I'm not trying to say Geno's the best quarterback in the sport or that he deserves to be put in the name with the names of the likes of Burrow or Mahomes, but that he is a pretty damn good quarterback in the sport right now, and he's done so having to kind of run uphill with a parachute on his back at times. And I kind of feel like sometimes I have people kind of trying to convince me there's no parachute or that he's not trying to have to run uphill. And I just don't know when it comes down to this outlook on Geno on how that is not the case. It's like, well, what do I have from the counterpoint to the people that say, and I do try to wrap my mind on this. Where is that counterpoint come from with something that's tangible, that's not your just gut instinct? I understand that there's some that have that emotional recourse from Geno of, I just don't like, I just don't see it. He's just not the guy. I know what he is. He is what he is. They speak in these non sequiturs that don't actually mean anything tangibly as to what the hell they're talking about. It's just that I get the general sense they don't kind of like him. But when I talk about the fact that he's got 28th worst pass protection and yet he was sacked under a top 5 rate in the NFL, meaning he got you out of bad situations where you were piss poor blocking in front of him on pass plays, yet he was somehow finding a way to still execute under that. He wasn't getting sacked. He wasn't getting you into poor plays. I mean, that's just one little basic stat to take from. But there's all of these markers I can bring from a statistical backing. Lack of run blocking, lack of inventive offensive scheme, lack of working in the middle of it. I can just over and over, I can hit all of these items that are specific, tangible points in regards to Geno. But then I get a little bit too much on the flip side of it, of stuff that's not tangibly showing me where it is that you can look at it, that he's not holding up his end of the bargain across the line. But I'm glad I'm not alone on that, Stimpy. And it's not an opinion I've arrived at lightly. And it's one that I will fight for. We got a fumble and the Niners have the ball. Oh my God, the Lions are falling apart. Oh no. Wow. First down, run up the middle on the 25-yard line, and Jared Goff just got a little awkward on that carry, never really cleanly given to Gibbs. And then a great job by the Niner player of ripping the ball out in there. Yikes. But mark my words, to your point on this, Stimpy. If you get Geno Smith middle of the road pass protection and great scheming next year, Geno Smith will throw for over 4,500 yards like Jared Goff has. And he'll give you some additional yards on the ground that Jared Goff can as a scrambler. I believe that in the depths of my soul. It's not to say that we buy into Geno long term. It's not me saying Geno's the quarterback of the future. A little bubble screen out to George Kittle. Good job of tackling there by the line defender there in first down. Lions defense has got to hold up here. Stem this off a little bit. Stem the tide off. This is twisting in the wrong direction for this Lions team. But mark my words, if they do, if you can do that, you will take Geno up over the top. He will be that guy in that type of stratosphere in the level of production. You know, I really believe it as much as any football take I can bring to this channel or my outlook on it. I'll tell you, I do believe in that. And it hasn't a light opinion I've arrived at. It's after the last 2 years watching this all 22 and grinding out and watching what's going on in this offense a lot of the time, which are things not set up for Geno to be successful with. We're going to have a scramble here by Purdy. He's still on his feet down to the 5-yard line. Haley says, honestly, a first-time head coach, a top 3 pick might be a double-edged sword. Yeah, it's tempting, but pick 3 isn't getting your guy. It's getting who's left. And if he flops, you're unemployed. It's true. It's true. Especially if he's not a big Jaden Daniels guy, then it becomes, okay, well, we're going to take a lineman then. Let's take our left, we're going to go for the left tackle, Fashanu. You go to, I guess, Marvin Harrison Jr. maybe. 1st and 10 for the Niners on the 5-yard line, 3:42 to go here in the third quarter. Handoff on a fly sweep here to Deebo Samuel. He's fighting down to the 1. Thomas says that you're right with the offensive line. That's why I get frustrated with Carroll. The O-line wasn't good. I believe Geno had a good season because last year Geno's season because last year I was going to get another quarterback and let Geno go. Yeah, it makes it harder to evaluate when you don't have that line in front in place. And if it's in the middle of the road, that's one thing. When it's back of the league for a couple straight years, that's the whole other. And McCaffrey will take the carry up the middle here for a touchdown on 2nd down. And Lions are getting smacked back in the mouth on their side of it. How are they going to react here now? Yeah, that's why you take the points on the other deal. Take the points. Yeah, this game's getting nutty. This game's getting just a little nutty. Ayuk's going to get paid. Yeah. That's the guy that I think that they probably lose this offseason. Thomas says, I feel Seattle had the talent in the O-line. It's frustrating not letting Oluwatimi play center. Yes, Geno wasn't the reason they went 9-8, but his age concerns me. The age is valid concerns. Totally valid there, Thomas. So, and if we talk about Geno in year 2 to 3, I think this is a year-by-year basis. You take it as an evaluation, and it is a part of the cost that he's going to cost the cap. That gets taken into account with this. But yeah, the age part's completely fine to look at because I think there's less of these quarterbacks necessarily able to play at that super high level as they get in their late 40s. Tom and Peyton Manning kind of made everyone think, oh, everybody's going to be able to do that. Maybe not. Maybe not. But it just doesn't outlook as the next year kind of view of it. Henry Diesel says Russ had the same O-line issues, but won games. Pete and Waldron are gone. Let's see who's the new scapegoat for Geno's incompetence. See, again, with the talk on that, Henry, you're not actually bringing up any points as to the things I was asking for on the flip side of it. Geno sucks because I feel like he sucks. And rather than speaking to specifics on what it is that are the sucky parts of his game that you can see and we can tangible that I can reference so that I can maybe better understand your point, it comes back to a vague reference back to Russell Wilson. Did Russell Wilson not have seasons where his record was similar to the past couple of years of Geno Smith? Yes, he did. He had a few of those years through there, especially down at the end of Russell's time. So, yeah, we'll see. I just hope, Henry, when you get the competency in there in those areas and that folks like yourself feel strongly, we'll come back and go, well, Brandon, you were right on that. You did have that one peg correctly. Because Lord knows I've heard a lot that have pushed out on Geno being the big problem here. And again, I asked the question to you, Henry. I'd love to see your answer below in the response. Which quarterback do you think, with the tired-ass offensive scheme we were trotting out there, with the lack of motion, with the lack of tack in the middle of the field, the lack of running to the edges, with the defense that sucked on the other side of the ball, with pass protection that was some of the worst in all of football, which quarterback out there was taking this team to the promised land? Which quarterback out there was winning you more games? Russ wouldn't won you 9 games with this team. Not the way Russ played football. Not the way he goes about it. So I guess if you can give me the answer on that, maybe I can better understand your perspective with it, because that's the part that leads me to question this a little. Who is going to be successful in one of the toughest divisions in football? Which one was going to pull that off? 3 rookies starting on offense last year. And Russ's issues, Henry, were definitely on the offensive line. So I wouldn't take anything away from you there where, yeah, Russ dealt with offensive line issues as well. So that's part of my issue with hammering the offensive line, is that this is why Russ suffered from these issues, and it held it play back at times. His was even more so because he has a tendency to hold on the ball, so it became more compounded. But it's an issue. It's an issue for Russ. It's an issue for Geno. Get your offensive line good. Make it a priority. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Montgomery up the middle, and he'll be swallowed right up. Niners defense finding a little bit more of their energy now. Thomas says it's not about dislike when it comes to Geno. It's more than what I see. But last year he played well, and I'll give him credit. If Burrow and Mahomes had Seattle O-line, they'd be injured. So that's all I'm saying with it, Thomas, on it. Valid age issues are valid. I'm not trying to say it's just pure dislike from Geno. It's just, it is hard for me on this a little bit. I understand when certain quarterbacks get shaded for the right reasons and valid reasons. The Geno shade that he's gotten over the last 2 years, that sometimes on my stream is nonstop. And a throw into Sam Laporta, he is hit. As soon as he makes the catch, the ball will be knocked down to the ground. Niner defense is starting to fly around a little bit, look more like their truer selves there. Nice play out there in space, knocking that ball free. But and maybe it's just a little bit of fatigue on fighting this fight for so long from my perspective, Thomas, but it's just that, man, could the guy get the respect for going up against what he's had to go up and pulling off what he's been able to pull off, the comeback from behind wins and the consistent performances, and with going up what he's going up against, because you put other quarterbacks in this place and they outright fail. They find no success. They just fail. Or like you say, get injured. 3rd and 10, Goff dropping back to throw, and another drop by Josh Reynolds. 2 of the big drops in this game from Reynolds. Normally a pretty sure-handed possession receiver. And things get tight. Things get tight in these games. I mean, Lions are selling is right, Chase. I don't believe it. Nice kick here. We'll go to the back of the end zone. Whoa, what a kick. think they're going to say he touched out of bounds. Players got to do more of like they want to grab the ball when the ball is on a punt rolling, and you just got to try to knock it back in bounds, back in play. Thomas says it took me 2 years. It took me 2 years for me to say Geno's a top 15. He's better than most of the bad teams. Geno's gotten better, but Seattle needs to improve the O-line and tight ends. Agree, especially the O-line, Thomas. Especially the O-line. Whether it's Geno or the next young quarterback to come in here, just get the line right. That's all I ask. It doesn't. You have to ride with Geno long term. Just get the line right for me. That's really as much as anything the onus. Give me the line. Yeah. Because it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. While Levy and Geno performed magic in that Pittsburgh game, just rewatch the All-22. Thank you, Space. Brandon Moody says, blah. Purdy runs now. Haley says, can say they should have taken the points, but going for it is what got them in the playoffs. You can't lose your balls in the big games. Just need to get it back now. Yeah, I guess, you got to be who you are, and that is Campbell. That's tried and true. I'm going to go for it in those situations, and you love the aggressiveness when it works, and it struggles when it doesn't, I wonder what the analytics would have said there. Wouldn't have the, I don't know. I never guessed the analytics right. I wonder what they would have told you the move was there in general. Radu says, let's not forget how Geno played in the 5-game stretch. What was it like? 7 picks? Geno's decision-making and his lack of going through reads is the pit of him, no matter how much protection you have. Yeah, it's a disagreement for me on that one, Radu. Number one, it's a quarterback's play is what he does for the whole season. You don't get to just cherry pick his 5-game stretch that you don't like the worst stretch of and say, well, that's who he is. As well as don't the opponents matter that you're playing against when it's weren't that the Niners twice, you played the Ravens in there, you played the Cowboys defense, I think, during that time period or something like that. But even still, it's a quarterback season is not based on a 5-game stretch. But even beyond that, the reason that the pass protection matters and Purdy dropping back to throw, and he finds a guy, they can't get him to the ground right now. Catch to use check for a first down. Wow. Stuff adds up when you have bad pass protection, Radu, when you have a simplistic game plan that teams can predict prior to the snap. Think about Radu, it's KJ Wright telling you, I'm watching our offensive call, and every time before the call, I can go, it's run right over here, sprint over here, it's a pass back over here. I can read it every time. So KJ is reading it loud and clear. That means the defenses are reading it loud and clear. All of these things that mount up and prevent any quarterback, this is my point, any quarterback would have been playing this past year would have been dealing with the same things. So those interceptions, the picks, they would have been even more so, Radu. When you have 28th worst pass protection, it's going to lead to bad quarterback play, not good quarterback play, not elite quarterback play, not stellar quarterback play. And there will probably be stretches that you can find in a given season when you have the 28th best pass protection where your quarterback's going to have a few picks in a given couple games. Because what does bad protection lead to? It leads to quick pressure, which leads to your quarterback thrown off on his timing, trying to get rid of the ball, trying to not take sacks, which is what he's instructed to do. Not always making the best decision-making because his clock is being rushed and forced up. This is my point on this, is the one thing impacts another thing, impacts another thing, impacts another thing. It isn't this thing happening in a vacuum on itself, that this quarterback's just playing back here in this deal. And when you say it doesn't matter how much pass protection you have, I don't understand where you come from with that in the respect of, so pass protection doesn't matter? I can just have a free run of guys at a guy every time he drops back to throw the ball. That doesn't matter. We're in complete disagreement on that one. I can't even get into that as a debate at that point if we're at a baseline point where we can't agree that if a guy has league worst pass protection, that's going to hurt his ability to play the quarterback position and that you're going to get runs of some bad spots. Even in those bad spots, though, the overall totality of the season, Radu, is still a very good year for the quarterback position. What metric do you want to use? What metric should we use? The efficiency, quarterback rating, PFF rankings, all of it. But again, I don't know. It's not, I don't think I'll make much headway on this. I don't even really want to have the debate because I feel like the folks that I'm getting into the debate on this Geno side of it have had their opinion of Geno for a very long time. And I don't think there's anything that Geno can do to dissuade that outside of winning a Super Bowl or getting single-handedly taking the Hawks to a conference championship. And that's just a hell of a marker I don't think many quarterbacks can hit. Stimpy, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 5 long months. I appreciate you for that long time support. Exactly. Whenever I talk about this with people, they never bring up a real argument. It's just feelings and preconceived notions about him. Annoying. It is, because I'm truly looking for the counterpoint, point, counterpoint. You know, and it becomes the shell game of a debate or a discussion where I can go down the list of things that I can point to that are real tangible reasons that Geno should be looked at in a little bit better light by some of these folks that paint him in the light that they do, but it doesn't make any headway for them. And then the counterpoints that they bring back to me, or like I say, sort of non sequiturs or based back in, I love the way you put it, feelings or preconceived notions. And that's where I'm looking to on this debate forward. I'm okay. You can sell me to the part. You can sell me Geno sucks. I'm open to it. I'm truly open to it. Like I say, on any opinion I have a pretty firm footing on where I land with it. But if you're going to put me off my spot, then bring an argument. Give me something with some true basis to it, some meat to it. Don't expect emotionality to feign me or move me off my spot, because I'm going to recognize it for that, because I've been doing this for years now, and I can recognize emotion built within an argument like that at this point. And what I really want is good debate on it. It's just not good debate to just say, well, Geno just sucks because I know what he is, and that's what he is, and I know that's how he is. He's just that way. What do you base it on? Well, I just feel that way because he hasn't gotten this team to the playoffs last year. We were only 9 or something like that. Like, what? Come on. Snap out of it says Pumpkin's over it. She's like, I'm out of it. I can't watch my ancestors choke like this. Yeah, exactly. She's like, I'm evolved from you. Early on, she was having her remember when we were lions moment. I remember it was when we were lions. Not anymore though. Steve, mobility. As soon as Russ stopped moving, that was his downfall. Geno needs protection or more mobility. Yeah, but I will say, even on those lines where you had Russ's with the mobility, you still didn't necessarily have very good pass protecting lines. You know, you tried it out for years. Jermaine Ifedi at right tackle. You know, you did things like refuse to double team Aaron Donald on a consistent basis. Yeah. All right, 1st and 10 here for Purdy and the boys as we're going to open up the 4th quarter and this game tied locked on up. Anvil says San Francisco smells blood in the water. They do seem to have a little bit of that feeling of it right now, yeah. Keldon, thank you for the $5 donation, Keldon. Probably feeling a little bit better out there, my man. Says, so my sports superstition is when the Niners are being trash, I have to stop watching and listening, and then they get better. It's weird, but it works. I have to go. I know how that goes, Keldon. I know how that stuff goes. You know, I wore this shirt last week. I got to wear it again because we got the win, or it's all along that same line. It's weird, but like you say, it just kind of works. You can't fight it. You can't argue with it. It doesn't even make sense. Wide open, George Kittle down the field, 20 yards. Lions defense finding no answers for this San Francisco offense right now. Little stacked front here from the Niners pre-snap. Kittle behind him. He just runs the out route. I think the Lions were expecting, Lion defender out there was expecting somebody else to come off. Thank you though, Kelvin, for the $5, man. First and 10. From the 28-yard line, 4-yard run, 5-yard run there by McCaffrey. 2nd down. Thomas says, for the Geno not good fans, look what Geno did with Canales before he went to Tampa. Canales was part of what made Geno good, so mostly I want to see who the head coach is and his offensive staff. Fair points. Fair. Thomas says, I'm still wanting Johnson over McDonald. I feel you don't have to worry about who's the OC if the OC gets a head coaching job. I give Johnson and try Evero as DC. That'd be a great combination. I'd love that. Everyone would be nice in here. If you can rip him from Carolina, from their grip. Jaffe City, USA, 17 unanswered points is no good. And boy, the momentum has shifted in a big way. Dave Adams says Mike McDonald shut down the Chiefs offense in the second half. Let's see what BJ does in a tie game in the fourth quarter. See what they got. Going to help if Lions players can start catching the ball. Second down and 6. Shotgun look for the Niners. Pressure. Boy, Purdy just got all running around, free space. Ugh. First down. Esteban, Dan Campbell probably just lost this game by going for it unnecessarily. I think most of the chat was going, you probably take the points there, take the field goal there. But I will say on this, the way that this has just shifted, just like a wholesale shift in this game from the Lions doing no wrong to now 49ers can seemingly do no wrong. I don't know. It may go beyond that at this point. This is kind of turning steamroll like a little bit all of a sudden. 1st and 10. After the Birdie scramble, knocking on the door, 13-yard line, play action pass, Purdy dropping back to throw. He's looking, he's got all the time, and he's going to be sacked and brought down to the ground. Thomas, I'm still wanting Johnson over McDonald. I feel you don't have to. Oh, sorry, I read that one. They're going to. Esteban says Purdy's extremely lucky. Every trash-ass pass gets caught by his playmakers. I know it's wild sometimes what he gets away with. Wild. Second and 17. Purdy looking around, back under pressure again, will be taken to the ground. 2 sacks in a row there for the Lions. DVN says, Geno's okay, but Geno shined more because he was really good with pre-snap motion and adjustments and throws down the middle. You take that away, and there isn't much left. So I guess help me understand DVN throwing down the middle. As a team, you were, statistically speaking, 32nd in the NFL at throwing to the middle of the defense, which is something that carries over with Carroll going back 10 years to the Russell Wilson days. He doesn't like to throw to the middle of the field. So when you say, if you take away the middle of the field, when they don't throw to the middle of the field at the lowest rate of anybody in the NFL. Kelton says, yes, these playmakers should bail Purdy out and win this game. And the Niners threw a little pass there to Debo there. Wasn't going to get it done, but they had a long way to go on 3rd down. They'll come out and try to take the lead. That's how the team is built. They make all their money. Purdy makes $1. It's true. The way it goes. There's just some of those throws, Keldon, where it's like every week I seem to watch like 2 balls go into a defender's hand and just magically bounce out of their hands. It's wild to watch. Hakeem says this is starting to look like one of the biggest choke jobs in a while. It's got a little bit of the makings of it. And that kick is up and good. The Niners will take the lead for the first time in this game, 27-24 with 9:52 to go in the fourth quarter. Stimpy says, I was talking to someone who still used the career backup argument as if that means anything now. I had it brought up above in the chat, Stimpy. They go to the same arguments, the same things. And the thing is that the same arguments I hear about Geno now that get brought up against him are basically the same things I heard exactly 2 years ago, where it's like, you have 2 years of data, adjust your stance. Adjust it a little bit, at least. Just a hair. DVN says Russell probably didn't have those skills. He had amazing deep ball and was good at shedding tackles. Geno's in the pocket and the ball is out of his hand. He goes down. Geno's a solid bridge quarterback. That's all I need him to be. I want us to get the next quarterback. I'm just ready to move on. Geno could be Goff, but I don't want to wait until Seahawks are elite everywhere. Yeah, I'm completely fine with going and getting that new quarterback. That's all. And the age argument with Geno and all of that, completely valid. Get another quarterback, valid to have a backup. I think this is what I've said too with this, Huey, that everybody's going to be made happy on this. The people that support Geno going into next year, the people that want the new QB, everybody's going to be made happy because you're going to get your new QB. Is it going to be a top 5 guy, top 15 guy, which is what I think some people are salivating for? No, not necessarily that. But you will get a younger guy of the future, I think, this offseason. And I don't think that Geno's the guy to be here for the next necessarily 5 years. But next year, part of what I look at with this, Huey, is I look at it next year. And this is my opinion. I know many of you out there this is just my opinion. So I'm not looking to have a back and forth on it, just my outlook on this particular point. Is that once you bring a new coach in and there's an investment in the offensive line and you don't throw it a 30-second rate to the middle of the field and you utilize the outside part of the run game, you build these real base normal things, the use of motion pre and post snap at a much more higher rate. If you bring all of this into bear, which is all straightforward stuff to bring into bear, the offense will play better. The offense will be improved. And if the offense is improved and that part's better and you do the same kind of thing on the defensive side of the ball, well, we're not going to play cover 3 and soft zone defense all day. We're not just going to rush 4 rushers. We're not going to stem away or tide away from stack fronts. You do some of these things that are straightforward for all these teams across the National Football League. There will be a rising of this team in general terms just by taking care of P's and Q's, just by dotting I's and crossing T's, not even doing anything, in my opinion, that's all that brilliant. Just that it speaks to a little bit of how much you were held back, I think, by the coaching up to this point, that you've not been able to take advantage of those things. I may be proven wrong on this, Huey. My bold statement on this one, but I do believe it. And I think that's part of why I'm making this case for Geno is on some of you that think, well, we're so far away from being elite. This is going to take a long time to get this thing to the right spot. That's part of my disagreement there is I don't believe that that's the case. I think you take care of A, B, C, D, E, and F, and that collectively will rise this thing up. But we'll see. I could be wrong on it. Steve says, Brandon, the debate about Geno sounding like the one we had about Pete a few weeks ago, very passionate. It's very true on this, Steve. It is a lot about, it's like the Russell thing or like the Carroll thing. It's like the Russell thing. These type of topics in the Seahawks fandom have been ones that on all sides, it draws a lot of emotion out. All right, Goff on the 25-yard line here, play action. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jamison Williams caught it, had the ball ripped away, and then ripped the ball back from the Niner player. Wow. Whew, Lions players' hands are getting a little. Here's my impression of the Lions receivers right now when they're lining up. Right up the line of scrimmage. Here's my impression. Look at my hands. This is their hands right now. Watch their hands. Jeez Louise. 1st and 10. He did make the catch, though. Pitch play out wide to David Montgomery. Montgomery has got some room up the football field. There we go. Lions with a 14-yard gain. There we go. But, Steve, it's that way. It's passion. It's in all sides feel when it gives to these key 3 subjects, I'd say, Steve. Not all, should we resign Jordan Brooks or not? I don't think there's as much of that passionate debate between the different camps that think how they think on that given subject. But these 3 particular ones do draw out definitely the high emotions, and me, myself included. Lions on the 38-yard line now in 49er territory. 3 wide receiver look here. Flea flicker here to Jared Goff. Goff looking down the field, and he wants to attack deep. Goff put it in a good spot there for Jamison Williams. He did the old hands out here. Ball goes right through the middle of the hands thing. Kind of got to catch that, don't you? Oh, he didn't run hard all the way, too. He jogged it up. I hate when they do that. Don't you hate that when you can feel the receiver start hard off the line of scrimmage and then he pulls back on the stick? If he just runs hard all the way, he runs under that ball and it's an easy catch. Jim Campbell says, a good quarterback could be great for the team this loaded. Amen. Thomas, Geno's a good quarterback. I like to see a young quarterback grow with this team, but that doesn't mean Seattle needs to trade or release Geno. I want to copy what they did in 2012 and Russ and see if they can gel. Amen, man. I love that approach. Sign me up. Henry Diesel, Brandon, did Geno lead the league in most turnover-worthy plays? He did last year. I don't believe he did so this year. And turnover-worthy plays are not the ultimate dictator on a quarterback's efficiency. Or it's a valid stat to bring up, Henry, I guess. It is subjective one, I would say. It's not a stat like yards. It's one where it can be a little subjective on what's a turnover-worthy play or not. For instance, Henry, if you have a receiver who doesn't run the right route on the play and the quarterback throws it out there and it's almost an intercepted ball, which I can point to about 3 or 4 of those plays this past year with Geno that happened. Does that person that's marking those turnover-worthy plays, does they mark that as a turnover-worthy play? Or do they take into account that the receiver didn't run the right route adjustment? It's not as strong a stat as I would say as other stats. I wouldn't throw it out wholly, but I also wouldn't put it as this, single stat that I can lean on that shows to his, especially when you have so much of the other statistical production about his efficiency of play, from EPA to quarterback rating to PFF score. Which one do you want to utilize? I can bring them all up for you that do show a player that's a good football player, that's on the top 13, top 12 of this sport. And that's playing that way with all of that working against him a little bit. The other part about the turnover-worthy plays, you can't combine the turnover-worthy plays unless you're building in a little of the understanding and pass protection. You're not doing enough math if you're just doing one side of that without the consideration of the other. If I don't have a run game and I can't pass protect, that means it's all on the quarterback for us to go and win the games and be productive offensively. If that's then the case, the defense is going to be well aware of that going through the course of games or games. At that point, they pin the ears back and they're on top of the quarterback like nothing else, which then rushes the quarterback, which then forces the quarterback a lot of times to have to throw the ball when they don't want to, right? And make turnover-worthy plays because they've got to make the throws, because they've got to do that to win the game, because you're not going to do it on the back of your defense. You're not going to do it on the back of running the football. Not this Hawks team over the past 2 years. One does connect to the other. Third down and 10 for the Lions here. They are on the 37-yard line. Niners showing a blitz. Goff dropping back to throw. Completes it out there to Amon St. Brown. He's going to get taken down short of the first down. So big balls, Campbell. What do you do? 4th and 2, 4th and 3. You're down by 3, fourth quarter. The book here would say you go for the field goal attempt. Campbell's slapping his hands like, no, you're going for it. Ballsy. Fourth down and 3, empty look for the Lions. If you got him. Oh, you had him. Oh, incomplete. Incomplete. Want. So 2 going for it. You could have a 3-point lead here in this game potentially if you're the Lions. Instead, you went for it twice. Boy, it looked like Goff had the drag route opening underneath. Oh, he did too, I think. God, if he just trusted it, he had the drag route. I think he just got jumpy on it. Yeah, the pumpkin can't stand to see what's happening to her ancestors right now. It's almost just too much to bear. Devian says, but I mean, Geno is about to get a new quarterback coach too, as well, who may be the guy Geno needs. We'll see. We'll see on him. You're right. I promise, if he gets a good O-line and they get a good scheme and he's still out there sucking, I'll eat the crow big time. I'll own it. Or boom, what you're talking about is right, B. Get off Geno's nut. What you're talking about. B is right. Get off Geno Smith. Geno Smith is better than 90% of the quarterbacks out there. I hope we spend the next 8 picks on O-line. Thank you, Lord Boom. Aloha, brother. Play action pass and a first down on 2nd and 3 throw to Deebo Samuel. Yeah, the D doesn't look like it's stopping nothing. Lord Boom, also, Brandon, that flea flicker might have worked if the running back had ran hard and sold it, but he moseyed on through and the linebacker dropped with the receiver. Yeah, they didn't do a good job of setting it up there. First and 10 for the Niners, 45-yard line here. 2 tight end look. They're going to the run game, yeah. There we go. Nice job. Nice stop there by the Lions. Both more Chad and Gino, we trust. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Come on. Come on, Lions. Come on, Lions. Second down and 8 for the Niners. Shotgun look here. Purdy dropping back to pass. Dumps it back down to McCaffrey. Lions dropping back in a bit of a deeper zone there. Haley says, I'm sick of all the pundits riding Brock Purdy's dick. Yeah, he's asked to do near nothing and still somehow manages to screw it up 1/4 of the time. Yeah. I still see him as I see him, where it's like, yeah, he's got his playmakers. They get it. He spreads it around. They do him right. You know, those guys are monsters for him. But he ain't all that in the bag of the chips. It's going to be very interesting, too, to see what the Niners do with him when that contract comes up after next year. 3rd down and 4. 3 wide. Under pressure here is Purdy. Boy, he just gets out in space. So escapable. Escapability for days. Just Lions couldn't get him in their hands. First down. 4:21 to go here. The Purdy talk will be sickening all week. Yeah, it's going to be, yeah. It's going to be more. Cole says, I feel sorry for the Lions, but everything is going to the Seahawks way right now. They can bring Ben Johnson in as soon as tomorrow. He might change his mind and choose the Seahawks. There we go. Could be best for us. It's true. First down and 10. Niners. Oh, man. McCaffrey on his feet down to the 2-yard line. That might be game right there. Ooh. Thomas says it's telling that head coaches like Pete Carroll, Belichick, and Vrabel haven't been hired yet. It is. It speaks a little bit to where I think league owners are looking around league-wide where this is going. General managers looking where this is going. Handoff up the middle there. Elijah Mitchell gets in for a touchdown. I guess they're not going to, signal a touchdown. Oof. There you go. Niners just took it this Lions team. They lost that edge a little bit into the second half. Things were rolling that first half. The energy was right with this Lions team. Everything was just on point, and the wheels fell off the bus so quickly into this half. That was just a steamroll session right there. Okada says Rams offense sold. McDonald defense held them to 0 points second half. Oh, yeah. He was looking good. That's game, man. Game, Radu. They're not going to get this up the field. This is take a miracle. I think that trend's a real thing, though, Thomas. Especially those two legendary coaches out in the market like they are. This was 5 years ago. Those guys would have lasted 2 seconds. Now they can but barely get a sniff. And I think their age certainly probably matters a little bit into it to a degree, but all the same, hot commodity coaches don't tend to last out there like this. Roland says Dan Campbell may be available to interview. Some tough choices there. Stimpy says Brian Newhauser says only Brock Purdy could throw a ball directly to the opposing team and be credited for a 50-yard pass. It's so true. That was the perfect play of what Brock does. Or that stuff happens every game I watch him. Is like, really? Haley says, what's up, Vrabel? How has he not gotten a shot at head coaching position? I would have thought he would have, because he's not really as much in the Carroll Belichick mold of Belichick's of you got to keep him out of the general manager room. With Carroll, is it the philosophy maybe become just outdated? With Vrabel, it's still a guy that's young and still, especially on the defensive side of the ball, runs a very forward-thinking defense and has hired good offensive coordinators and had success. I would have thought he would have gotten more of a look this offseason, Haley. I don't really have a good reason as to why not, other than just defensive coaches are just so yesterday. I guess. Chaffee City, USA, as a member of the social media, I'm turning on Dan Campbell. McCaffrey is a beast. People talk about who should have won the MVP this year, and I think he could show you in a game like this maybe why he should be the guy. 4 catches, 42 yards, 20 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. Maybe it wasn't a dominating performance, but when they need something, they lean on him. Roland, why do you think Carroll hasn't gotten a job yet? I mean, if you do feel like with these coordinator hires, you say all these coordinator interview losers, Carroll's looking better and better. What do you think on why he wouldn't be getting a job offer? And then wouldn't league opinion out there be that, he's awesome? Third down and 6 for the Lions as they take over here, trying to fight to be able to onside kick this. First down throw to Laporta. Brian says it wasn't Purdy's arms, it was his legs. Yeah, kind of. Zeno Scum ST, this reminds me of 2 mini Seahawks games. Kind of, yeah. Esteban says, well, we get to interview Johnson now. That's the only silver lining. We're going to get Niner fans in this chat all off season, aren't we? I'm going to get them all out there just pumping their chest. Now I've got to be a Chiefs fan in 2 weeks. Thomas, have a great night, man. Appreciate you. Well, Valdez, it's the hard luck Lions. What did we expect? That's true. AI says, I wonder if Vrabel would come DC for Johnson. There are a little bit of different schemes they run, AI. There's some similarities, but Vrabel's more 4-3-3-4. Kind of mix it up off the front 4, making the pressure happen, not really blitzing super heavy, flexing a lot of stuff. They have a lot of similarities in what they do in flexing coverages and differentiating coverages, play to snap, play to play. But what they do up on their fronts are a little different. I wouldn't be necessarily against it, but House says, give me McDonald. Defense wins championships. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Cheese, for that. It's shaking my head. If the 49ers win this game, nobody wins the Super Bowl. We either have to hear about Patrick Brady for the next dynasty or about the quest for 6. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this either. This was not our best eventuality. This was not our best Seattle Seahawks outcome for the offseason. And I don't like either of those either, Cheese. The insufferability factor starts to go. Ding, 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 ding. It makes that sound in the back of my brain. Thank you for the $5 dono. We're gonna have to suffer through on this one, I guess, a little bit. Brian says, Brandon, thanks as always. Night, y'all. Have a great night, Brian. Thank you for hanging out for so long today. I know you're here right from the jump. Appreciate you. Radu, this game is solely on the receivers. I don't think you can put anything on Ben Johnson. He got him played up and scripted up in a place to make the catches and to be in a position to do something with it. And they dropped the passes. Those Josh Reynolds drops are brutal. Absolutely brutal. I mean, those aren't hard catches. That's a easy NFL catch. That's a freaking, layup for a wide receiver. We got the 2-minute warning here. Lions have 3 timeouts, down 24-34. Goff dropping back to throw. He's going to lace it up over the top here. Nice throw. Reynolds will catch that one. I decided to have his hands work now. Appreciate you, Brian. Nameless Alchemist. I don't get all the Purdy hate. It's just sad. Give the kid his flowers. What he's accomplished has been incredible. I think he does a great job for the Niners and what they ask him to do. I think where people just start to get a little bit up in arms when people started talking about him as an MVP or, he should be considered up in the rung with some of these quarterbacks, in the best of the game, when it's really, there's a heavy amount of this kind of the system base that he's getting to operate within. But he does his job. He does it well. And he's had the most success of any quarterback to start their career of anybody. And that, yeah, I'll give him his flowers on that for sure. He executes what the quarterback coach tells him to execute and does it at a high level. Whether that's him being a star out there or getting away for stuff, or he's doing it. And to your point, the results are the results. All right, the Lions are down here at the 10-yard line. Goff dropping back to throw now. He's going to toss this out here to almost got that one in. I think knocked out right at the 1, still out of bounds. Yeah, he stepped out of bounds at the 2 there. Let's throw it away, Jared. 2nd down. Olin says, I can see John's first interview question. So what happened in that last game you coached? Deviant says, if Bill isn't getting a job, then Pete definitely isn't. Team's moving. Moving along for some of these older coaches, it seems. Handoff here. Oh, not good. Boy, why would you go to a handoff? I guess you're just counting on the fact you're going to onside kick it no matter what. Cliffy says, oh, well, the positives about this loss is that we get to finally interview Ben Johnson once again. It's true. Seahawks Dub says, dang, bro, I wish Ravens would have won. I don't even care if it's scripted. Dislike both 49ers and Chiefs. I do too. I would have preferred not those two teams. But here we are. Here we are. LT says, Purdy's the luckiest dude alive. Motherfucker alive. Touchdown in the back of the end zone. Jameson Williams with a nice catch back there. Hauls it in. Well done. Anvil, do you guys think we find out by Wednesday? Probably with now the last of the guys available now. It kind of frees you up to make the choice on top of being able to do the determination with who you want. You can't sit there, well, we got to wait for this guy. We want to talk to him at least. Haley says, Ben Johnson, Vrabel as head coach and defense coordinator. You think Vrabel would take a DC role? Ooh. I think he would strike me as more of a guy who feels like he's got the pelts on the wall to say, I'll just take the year off. I'll come back next year and I'll be a community. But there's a chance, Haley, where he may feel like if I just go through the next couple of years and don't take on another coordinating position, there'll be people that don't feel I've earned enough to have that second head coaching job. That it will take me doing a good defensive coordinator job on top of what I've done with the head coach to get another head coaching job. He might look at it where that is the opinion out there. It's hard for me to see that, Haley, because the coaches that have his record of success will usually get that second job. You know, they're maybe it doesn't come immediately, but sooner or later they will get that second opportunity. I would be pretty shocked if he went and actually was a defensive coordinator. So we got 31-34, 56 seconds to go here with 2 timeouts. This is game down to an onside kick. Can the Lions channel the 2014 Seattle Seahawks against the Green Bay Packers? Can they get this onside kick? Can they drive this OT like Seattle was able to do back 10 years ago? Niners are going to call a timeout after seeing what they're going to do. This at least the NFL saves money on confetti. That's true. Grug says none of this is on Ben Johnson. He called great plays in the second half, but his players can't execute, like Josh Reynolds, for example, single-handedly blowing up the game for the Lions. Yep. I think that's pretty accurate to it. I think he called the fine calls in this half. Just players stopped kind of executing. Those are brutal drops by Reynolds there. Just brutal. One's coming, I think, on a 4th down, another one on a 3rd down as you're needing some momentum. Onside kick is up. That ball's bouncing around, and George Kittle will fall on it. Boy, it had a moment there where it was out and about for a second there, but then they fell on it, and that will be game. That will be game. Tough. Orlando says, besides his personal relationship with the general manager or whoever, I don't see why Johnson would choose Washington over Seattle. I don't see why Johnson would choose Washington, D.C. over Seattle. Seattle has more talent. I think that would be an important part of it too, Orlando. So I would think that would carry some of it as well. And we'll have to see on that personal relationship. We've heard some different stuff on that of how much validity there really is to that or not. How much truth there really is to that or not. Haley says, with the overall emphasis on offensive coaches, it could be hard for defensive coaches to get head coaching roles. Vrabel should get another shot at head coaching, but will he? I think that's the question he's probably meeting Haley with his advisors on, saying, okay, am I going to need to take the DC position this year because of where this is trending? And I think that you bring up a good point where there's a good chance that, yeah, you're going to have to sort of bite the bullet and you know, you were just fired, whether it was really valid or not. And, you know, this is where trends of the league are going. And when guys like Belichick and Carroll are waiting on the sidelines, that's you too, Mike. And this is just what it is as far as the current situation with defensive-minded head coaches and how they're appreciated or not appreciated, I guess, throughout the league. So he might be driven to having to do that, Haley. I will say he only did 1 year of defensive coordinating with the Texans before he was hired as a head coach. And he wasn't necessarily a particularly good defensive coordinator, but he didn't have a lot of, well, he had Watt, he had Clowney, he had a little bit of talent. And the Lions had their chances in this game. They had their opportunities. Seahawks Dubs says they're starting to reuse Super Bowl matchups, so hopefully, too, they'll get a Seahawks Broncos or Seahawks Patriots soon. Gotta wait for that NFL script to work back in our favor. Awful time to have an awful time, Brian. Things get tight in the playoffs, man. Nerves start acting up from a variety of points, variety of different angles. Going for it is not something that is against being conservative, but you have to play field position game and momentum game at the second half, and Campbell should have learned that in this game. Yeah, I know it's his tried and true to go for the fourth downs, but I really thought that first one in particular that he went for it. Take the points. Stay with the points. Keep the successful drives rolling. You would have matched, I think, the Niners field goal at that time, right? They had just gotten the field goal, so you kind of matched what they did. You still keep them in that 17-point prison. And instead, you got a little bit too anxious. Brandon says Josh Reynolds needs to practice his catching. Yes, he does. With the smell, we can at least interview who we want now. And the Niners are going to down this ball and work this clock out. Jim Campbell, I'm not super looking forward to this Super Bowl matchup either. Power says, please convince Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald to come here. Two great candidates who I think had a really good day today. Maybe their teams didn't necessarily win, but you got to see a little bit of why their stars are shining a little bit so brightly right now this offseason and have been connected to so many jobs by what they did. Both of them did some really, really great work this playoffs and even today. DVN says, I guess I'll pray on the magic of Mahomes again, like in 2020. Oh, we're going to have to hope for that, aren't we? Mr. Dog, Hawks Nest, does today game change your opinion about any of our coaching candidates? No, I think that all of them showed why today, I mean, specifically the two that we look at being Mike McDonald and Ben Johnson, they showed today why they're, for instance, in my top three on my list. You know, I've Ben Johnson, Vrabel, and then I've got Mike McDonald as my number three. And I think you saw today why. That they brought to the table what they've been bringing to the table throughout this year. And these guys would help our Seahawks out. These guys would be great candidates. There'd be some boom or bust factor to them, and that they're not your Mike Vrabels, they're not your Belichick's, they're not your track record type guys. So there's some bust aspect that you might run into from a potentiality standpoint, but there's also some boom factor that you can get with both. And both of them are running, you know, what I would call cutting edge offense, cutting edge defense. And you bring either of those two parts to Seattle, and I think you can start to take steps in the direction of getting back to contending state. Haley once had a friend who's a Ravens fan saying that we should always root for the division if we're eliminated. I asked if he'd root for the Steelers. He then realized how stupid that was. Yeah, it doesn't quite work with that. He's like, no. Like, yeah, okay. What are we talking about? No, I'm sorry. We got Niner fans watching. I'm sorry. I'm not going to turn into a Niner fan. There is not this, go NFC West. No, because then I have to, Haley, hear about Niner fans coming to my chat through every free agent day period, through all 3 days of the draft. Won't matter how you draft. We're still on your ass. Doesn't matter who you pick. We're still going to beat you. I gotta see that coming down the track 24/7 throughout the off season. No, thank you. Blacks absolutely love how it's going for it. Bit him in the ass, up 17 to go for the Super Bowl. Absolutely love it. Deadshot Killer. I'm boycotting the Super Bowl. I can't blame you on that, you guys, if you did. Nick, both coaches did solid today. They should have done nothing but brighten their candidacy even but just a little bit more. Brandon says the Chiefs defensive coordinator will have Purdy in hell. He's going to make it hard on him. It ain't going to be easy on Purdy, that's for sure. No doubt about that. He'll bring pressure. He'll give him man-based concepts on the outside. Steve wants to see Taylor Swift cry. Kelsey proposes to her midfield after the Super Bowl win. Dig Talks. Hey, Brandon. Hey, 12. Sorry, had to do some programming stuff. What's the view of Johnson versus McDonald? Both had one great half for sure. I think they're both pretty neck and neck in the Hawk fan base's mind. Johnson would probably have a little bit of an edge if we ran a poll, but I think that when it comes down to it, I think Hawk fans overall would be happier with either choice. They would feel like both of these choices are smart hires that have a lot of upside to them that make a lot of sense. Yeah. Or boom, damn it. Haley says, legit got it for the Lions, though. Would have been a great story. I feel bad for them, too. Because everything was rolling so well into this game to start out, and everything was cooking along and just working right, and the momentum was there, and you were putting the pedal down, and you're being aggressive, and you were knowing thyself, and you're playing within that role that you'd been in throughout the whole year. And it just slid out from under your grip a little bit. And boy, when it went fast in this game the other way, that was a reverse. I was flipping into reverse and hit the gas down to the floor. That was kind of crazy how fast that turned. Yuko says that Pete hired Ben Johnson and Mike McDonald a long time ago, we would be in the Super Bowl right now instead of Waldron and Hurt. Would he have let him, I guess, Esteban have run, or would he would have let him run their scheme? That's kind of the thing with that Yuko, is that neither of those guys would have been allowed to run their scheme the same way they've been allowed in Detroit and Baltimore. Because Pete's going to have his fingerprints, his fingers in the pies on both offense and defense. Both ways. Keldon says, I'm back now for a few just to stomp around and leave some Niner stank in this chat. You can already smell it, Keldon, okay? You can smell it. Congrats, brother. You guys played a hell of a game. That's some resiliency your team showed today. I don't like saying it. I don't like you guys going to the Super Bowl. That make me happy to see it. But I'll acknowledge you guys earned this win today. Nobody gave it to you. And Lions had their opportunities, and you didn't let them take advantage. Jackie says, B, this is Super Bowl. This Super Bowl is like when you meal prep for the week and you're on day 5. Yeah, exactly. And Jackie, it's chicken and broccoli for the second time. Just, can I add on top of that? And it's chicken and broccoli on day 5 for the second time in the week. And you're just going, I don't want to eat anymore. I want something with some grease and salt. He says, that's enough of Michigan winning. I couldn't take them winning a Super Bowl too. Colombo, Dan Campbell did kind of lose the game with some of those calls. Yeah. The drops were wild, man. You get tight in games like this, hands get nervous. Heart starts thumping. It's for the Super Bowl. All eyes of the nation upon you. Misfit. John's in the locker room waiting for Ben. He is. He's just like, come here. Come here, Ben. Come to Big Johnny's arms. Come to Big Johnny's arms. Here's a check. Here, you want a check? Dry your tears with that check. Dry your tears with that $50 million check. There you go. Come here. Come here, Ben. I know. Just let it out. Just let it out, Ben. Yeah. Hey, Ben. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Come on. Come to Seattle. You've done enough for Detroit. You've done enough for them. No, you've done enough. You don't need any more. You've been strong enough. Okay? You've been strong enough today, Ben. Come back here. That'd be a power move by John. Akita Gogeta says, I think McDonald might have the edge a little. Holding Mahomes to 0 points in the second half is impressive. Potentially so. Hard to say. I don't have any read on it. Victoria Brown says the Chiefs are trash. They find a way, man. They're that zombie team you just can't kill this year. Orlando, here's a good question for all of us Seattle fans. Which Seattle rival team has the more insufferable fan base? 49ers or Astros? Laughing out loud. Astros. Because any fan base that tries to legitimize open cheating by their team, I mean, I'm not talking like casual cheating or like stepping a little over the line. I'm talking about blatant ass cheating. And they're like, yeah, so what? Everyone does it. That instantly makes you the most insufferable by a wide margin. Diesel says Lions deserve to win this. The loss is on their coach. Brian Kennicott, bad drops and fumble in the second half, coupled with at least one instance where a field goal would have been fine, were the undoing. Yes, sir. Tommy says, no, he wouldn't. If Pete hired Ben Johnson, he would have sunk Ben's career. It's amazing Waldron even got a job. Thankfully, Chicago saw past it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. Says, God, I effing hate the Niners so bad. I know, why did it have to be them? Come on. I got to watch Joe Montana raising the NFC Conference Championship trophy. Ugh. Please let this be all they get. Please let this be all they get. Jed York. 49ers. 49ers. They're so good. Thank you, Randall. Yeah, I don't like this either. In fact, I'm turning that off. No more of that. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Long live the double donation today. Thanks, man. There's maybe an unpopular opinion, but if I was the Lions general manager, I'd demote Campbell to D coordinator and elevate Ben Johnson to head coach. We've never seen anything like that before. I think you'd probably have to do, if you're going to take the steps to go grab Johnson, you'd have to fire Campbell to bring Johnson up if you were going to take that track. And look, Detroit really started to cook once Johnson took over there. Campbell hadn't found his footing quite yet until Ben jumped to the center stage there and was able to do what they've done. So certainly they haven't lived on their defense. They've lived on their offense. And, I think it would be really, really hard to sell that move to the fan base, even after a bad game like this from Campbell's part, where going for it on fourth down, because he wasn't outside of his character going for it on fourth down. He told you that that's what we're going to do. He told you that's who their identity is going to be. And so it's not like you can fire him to go, wow, you did this gross negligent decision. We knew that's who you are. We know you're going to do that type of move. But you also don't want to lose Ben Johnson, to your point, King. And that's the part, I'm sure there's at least a casual conversation in the Detroit ownership or general office like, could we, if we really wanted to, maybe, it'd be crazy, right? That'd be crazy if we did that, right? But we could also could do it, right? Maybe. Could we? I don't know, man. I don't know, because they're probably losing Johnson one way or the other. Peters, it's time for another coach, another analytics BS move. Yeah, the book is sometimes the book for a reason, right, Peter? As far as what you do in given situations like that. I'm not as much a big guy in the is it rigged. Certainly, I think there's times where maybe some calls are going to be slanted a little bit towards the teams. I don't know if that full on means it's rigged. Maybe you got to be extra better than a particular team on a given week, but I'm not buying this. The NFL told Josh Reynolds to drop the ball. I do think the NBA is rigged, though. That's a bit of a different story. I mean, the Ravens had their opportunities in that first matchup. They had their chances. I mean, the NFL didn't do anything in rigging Lamar Jackson to play his worst game of the season. You could maybe see in a couple of these games they would be slightly slanted one way or the other, but the officials were pretty much out of both of these two games. They let the players play. If there were no calls going on one side, then they were probably not going on the other side too. Let them play. Yeah. George Brady says Goff's ass. Luckiest quarterback in the NFL history, coached by McVay and BJ. Agreed. Kelton says the rig claim is dumb. If the NFL was rigged, the Cowboys would win a playoff game. They are the biggest brand. Yeah. I can see them moving things a little way to wanting more matchups advantageous this way or another, but I don't think that means it's all full on rigged. I just don't go there. Kevin says it's going to be great when they announce Dan Quinn tomorrow. Oh man, I'm going to have to go live saying that. Please no. Please no. New Blacks, Kansas City with 6 straight AFC conference championships and 4 Super Bowls. That's even better than the Pats. They're in the dynasty run right now. No doubt about it now. Haley, it's crazy that Mike McDonald took the Ravens defense from garbage 2 years ago to people saying they're stacked on defense this year. Legit. Wild. Yeah. The part that I love about the job he's done there, Haley, is I don't think he's been stacked with that much exceptional talent. They've added a bit by bit, and they're solid to strong with a talent standpoint, but I don't think that they're, are they even the top 5 most talented defenses in the sport right now? I mean, you have Niners. You got I think when the Bills are healthy, they're top. They lost a lot of guys this year. They're probably top 5, but right at 5 maybe. He's done a good job of maximizing that talent, Haley, and he doesn't have some game-wrecking force in that defensive line like a lot of other coaches do to work off of. Bleacher Report has the bets out. Niners at -2.5. That probably sounds about right. Esteban, I wish we could feel a fraction of what KC has had lately. Must be so nice to be excited every year and have an already established dynasty. It's got to be pretty cool. Yeah. Being a Kansas City Chiefs fan is not too bad. You're feeling pretty happy about life. That's for sure. Both where you're at and where you'll be in the future. Empowered Code says, John needs to pounce on McDonald like a rabid dog. Please take some initiative. Just might. I think we're going to find out with these 2 guys out of this now. This coaching search, I think, starts to speed up a little bit. Zeno says this was the worst possible Super Bowl matchup. Definitely not the best. Don Mata, thank you for 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate you for that, Don. 69ers, not again. Another Super Bowl L would be nice. Boy, Niners, if they were to lose another Super Bowl, that would be pretty tough on this team, I would feel like. See how it goes. I think the Niners are going to get more from their quarterback position this time going against the Chiefs than Garoppolo gave them when they played them last time. So comes down to then the Niner defense keeping Mahomes under control and contained. John Mays, boring Detroit Lions and overrated Lamar Jackson. I don't want to watch that. Levick, impressed with Mike McDonald not letting Patrick Mahomes score in the second half despite losing. Yes, it was. Yes, sir. Money Rich says, Seahawks Scorpion from Mortal Kombat to Johnson or McDonald. Get over here. Finish him. Gikeda, Mike McDonald would have added Andy Reid's offense to his resume of defeating, but the offense sold him. Yeah, they did. Big time. Big time. The Zakaka, the first Super Bowl I'm not watching. Wow. People are not stoked about this Super Bowl. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Chase. I've recently seen an increase in the whole NFL is rigged thing, but not like the refs are bad type, like this whole ridiculous, all the players are actors type. It's very annoying and it needs to stop. Yeah, that's one I don't get either. Right? The Josh Reynolds purposely drops the play because that's part of the script here. Like we're literally in wrestling. I can get this. There might be some calls slanted, but I don't. It doesn't add up to me either, Chase. It just there's no. I have, and I'm a big conspiracy guy. I love conspiracy. I love me some good conspiracy, but like we get to that level where like all these players are keeping it under wraps and nobody's letting it slip out that this week, like slips out on their IG. They have the phone going when they're in a conversation with the coach where he's telling them like, okay, so you're going to drop the ball in the third quarter. You're going to come back with a 42-yard catch in the fourth. And he's got like, can't see the screen, but you can just hear the audio of it or something. There'll be some kind of leak coming out to show us that this is taking place to that type of level. And it's, as you say, ridiculous is the right word, Chase. There's no way it's going on like that. There's no way it's going on like that. But yeah, people are going pretty extravagant with how they see this going down. I just that level of control is too much. There's no way. But thank you, man. I appreciate you, Chase, for that donation. Big $10 drop. Haley says, I'm really torn on who would be the overall better between Mike McDonald or Ben Johnson, which means we'll hire Dan Quinn and I'll become a Texans fan. I'm torn on as well on it, Haley. They're neck and neck for me too. I would love having both of them. Boy, to arrive back here at Dan Quinn after this long process, all just for the roads to leave us back to Quinn. That'd be like in those movies, Haley, where the guy is trying to get away from a place and he goes out into the forest, or a woman, and they're trying to run away, and they run away, and they've been running away for a day, and then they're tired, and then they're drinking from a creek, and tree limbs are hitting them in the face, and their arms are scraped, and they're dirty. And then it's 3 days later, and then they come out of the brush into an opening, and they look out in the opening, and they're right back at the same house they just left. That would be a little bit like it would feel if we went back to Dan Quinn. Just about like that. Jordan says, Purdy makes way too many mistakes. Lions just had a meltdown. Yes, sir, they did. Agreed. Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Says, Mike McDonald's going to be our head coach by the end of the week. Ooh, bold prediction by Randall here. Bold prediction by Randall. I'm good with it. Sign me up with it. He's an impressive cat. Avery Sutherland, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you for that, Avery. I came here for emotional support after that game. Go Hawks. Yeah, I wish I could provide it. We're going to have to watch the Niner team back in the Super Bowl. The only support I can give you with this, Avery, is that they do have a tendency recently to actually lose the Super Bowls when they get to them. So, we'll get a little up. We'll get a more tired, worn out team next year. The Niners, so their spirit beaten down from another Super Bowl loss, incapable really of winning another division even in the near future. And that's my upshot that I give you there. That's my emotional support, is that's what we get to have on the other side of it, because the NFL will not allow Patrick Mahomes to lose. But Niner team was good. They were great. Not good. They were great. We knew coming in this season that, one of the two best teams, no doubt about it, in the NFC, best team in the NFC, got hot and got strong as the year went along. They've earned the right to be here where the Niners have gotten to. And it's as good a team as they're put together right now as they've been on this 5-6 year run that they've been on, Avery. So hopefully the defensive coordinator Spagnuolo can come up with something creative for this Niner team and Purdy, and play a lot of man concepts and bring a lot of stacked fronts. I'd love to see it. But thank you, man, for the $5 donation. Mr. Dog says the script claim usually comes from bettors, if that means anything. That makes some sense, Mr. Dog. Yeah. I guess I've heard that too. And they'll have like, why'd this coach go for this field goal here? It made no sense. And it also threw off my line. It's like, okay. But I get that the betting part does kind of factor in for people too, because there's money lines available now. There's money involved, so to speak, legal money involved. But it's getting louder and louder, the script talk. That's for sure. He says great offense beats great defense. It's an offensive league. Just look around. Amen. Snap out of it. Hawks Nest, you should run a stream during the Super Bowl that has nothing to do with it. Think of something fun we could all enjoy and see how many show up. I bet it'd be a lot if you commit to it. I'm potentially open with doing it. I mean, there's a lot that'll come in still with me streaming. I mean, people are talking big like they're not going to watch it, but I'd still get a lot of people in here for the Super Bowl stream. So, but maybe we'll run a poll here throughout the next week or so at some point and see if that's what people would prefer to do. Run something completely different. We'll be streaming next Sunday, or not, Super Bowl Sunday, one way or the other. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. Kyle Hamilton was the best player of the 2022 draft. All-Pro. Certainly playing like an All-Pro. Where he's at right now. Let's double check here. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Kind of a weak class for the most part. Boy, the Ravens in that first round there, Randall, with Linderbaum and Hamilton, boy, they hit on both their first round picks there, didn't they? But yeah, I think you're probably right. I think Aiden Hutchinson gives him a little bit of a run for his money, though. But Hamilton showed you he was all over the field. He had a 3-play sequence in this where it's like blitzed on one play, come back, knock a ball way over here, come back and make a tackle in the backfield on the third play. He was all over the place like he's been for them all season. And I mean, he's kind of the player in what you had hoped you'd be getting with the Jamal Adams is kind of what Kyle Hamilton is for the Ravens. It's what you would wish Adams would be for you, where he just seems to be everywhere, always in on the action. Thank you, though, Randall. I appreciate you, man. You're having a good night. Mike McDonald, it is for you, huh? All right. Greg says, Ben Johnson will be a Seahawk by Wednesday. I'm starting to think he'd prefer us over DC. Are you getting a feeling? Let's go. Go. Jacob says, Quinn's a soft pivot, not him, please. I feel the same way, Jacob. Kind of feels like a lateral move. More of the same. We should be trying to move to the new. Banana the Bad Guy Williams says, I won't be watching the Super Bowl. That sounds like there's going to be a few folks saying no to this one. Haley, I really don't want Dan Quinn. I don't care what KJ says. Quinn is not the answer. I also feel like a little bit with KJ is he's got a dog in this fight. When you're talking about him saying who should be the best coach, oh, your former defensive coordinator who helped you to take you to two of the best defensive seasons and do a Super Bowl back 10 years ago. Yeah, you're going to have that kind of fondness fixed in your mind for him, regardless of what the price is of admission for the current day. And I think with KJ, there's a little bit of that going on here. Let's also remember with KJ is that he didn't even want to he wouldn't have gotten rid of Carroll in the first place, right? He would have just stuck with Coach Carroll and not have moved on too. So him wanting to it's also kind of an extension of still staying with Carroll a little bit to go with Quinn. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. Says the name Ben Johnson doesn't sound like an NFL head coach. No, it sounds like a kid would call a bar and say, I'm looking for a Johnson. A Johnson, yeah. Bend over Johnson. You have a bend over Johnson? It does sound a little bit like that, Randall. Well, man, he had a great playoffs, great regular season. He's earned the job. 2 seasons of phenomenal work there with Detroit. And boy, to think you put the collection of talent around that we have and give him that, I think he's got that offense humming next year. Humming. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. CFC flights, I think the Seahawks are going all in on next year. They might. They've got a couple ways they can go with this. All in, full back to reload, reset. A few different ways you can go. David Adams, Dan Quinn's defense is softer than Carroll's. It can definitely have some of those hallmarks still within it, David. It's part of why I don't want to gravitate back to it. Wolf Blood, I can't believe the Lions gave up second half. What the F? Things get tight, man. Things get tight in the playoffs. Those nerves start to rattle, shake them bones. It's tough. Mike says this is probably the first Super Bowl I won't be watching in a long time. Just not interested. I get it, man. I get it. It is kind of the boring matchup. Play Ingrid and Ben's going to ask John, so you going to get an O-line in this draft? John? Oh, yeah. I'm going to cut people to free up cap space and get what you need. I got you, bro. I bet he says it just like that too, Holy Hand Grenade. Brandon says, I love all these people boycotting the Super Bowl. Ha, ha, ha. I wish I had the resolve. I will be drinking myself under the table, though, so I'll effectively be missing it. Oh, there we go. One way or the other, huh, Brandon? Empowered Code. Thank you for the 20. I said $20 donation. Thank you so much, Empowered Code, for that big, marvelous donation, man. I appreciate you for that. He says, I appreciate you, Brando. Can't believe the new coach, potentially the new face of our franchise, will be named in just a few days. We should all absorb the gravity of this moment. It could alter our destiny. All love, brother. Well, all love back to you, sir. I salute you, and you're very kind there for that donation. And it's a big hire. First hire we've made in 14 years. Let's face it, as a Hawk franchise, it's not like we've run through a lot of different coaches either. I think what we've had in total, 5 since 78. 1, 9, Flores, Erickson, Holmgren, Carroll, Mora. Well, I guess we got more. So we've had 8 head coaches. Doesn't happen often, though. And this is going to be a monumental hire. Monumental hire coming on the heels of Coach Carroll. But you're right. I think we should learn in the next couple of days where this is going to go. And I'm very excited. I think John's going to hire the right guy because they've taken such a long-term approach to this. They've slow rolled their approach to this, and I think it will bring them the best candidate, the best hire. Appreciate Jim Power. Very kind of you. Jake says we could have had Dan Quinn already if he were going to do it. Why wait? It's got to be one of the two, Johnson or McDonald. I hope you're right, Jacob. I've thought as well that that's kind of a logic that we could apply to the situation, and I hope it's correct. Esteban, my wife's a KC fan, so that's my saving grace. Oh, it'll be a good night for you, maybe. Bailey says, you think the NFL would let Tay and Kelsey leave the Super Bowl without a win and proposal? Think of the sales. If he proposes to her as they win the Super Bowl, I might get into the scripted camp. At that point, I might fully on in on the scripted. Haley says the Leonard Williams trade so depressing to me. Missing our second round picks makes everything so much harder this offseason. All I say with that is just give it some time, Haley. Let's see if number one, really he's going to be gone due to free agency. Number two, let's see if we're really going to be missing that second round pick by the time we get to draft day. Because there's a good chance I think that Schneider tries to trade back and then move some picks around and get back into that second round. You do have the 2 third-round picks. So if you do move back, package one of those third-round picks, maybe get yourself back into the second round and only move back a little bit in the first round. I think there's some creative approaches here to still come back around and grab back that second-round pick and still, Haley, then bring back Leonard Williams in-house. Still be able to retain him at that point. Jason Cordy, I think Spag needs his defensive backs to work on catching drills for 2 weeks. I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback have so many drop passes by opposing defensive backs. Lions were right there with it too, Jason. They didn't do very good as well, and their corners were catching for trash too. Kind of wild. Bend over Johnson's my friends is prime. Mr. Dog, why would Johnson pick DC over us? It's a better football strategy to pick us. Our stadium noise is a clear advantage over any other team, and DC is never all in to win a Super Bowl. I certainly think we would be the more attractive spot. I think there's also going to be a little bit of a different view of DC now that they have new ownership, Mr. Dog. I think the viewpoint of the way that Schneider ran business there versus the new ownership is going to be a bit of a difference. And with that difference, I think you're going to see people a little bit more willing to go there than they once were before. Steve says, just in, Belichick to interview with the Seahawks. You're trolling, right? There's no way. Listen, obey. Maybe you remember me. Here's what I tweeted. TBAs, just bring Ben over as an offensive coordinator because he'll probably rather be here in Seattle over Detroit. Their catching abilities are atrocious. Mike McDonald is head coach. I'd certainly be pretty annoyed if I was Ben Johnson. Like, I scripted everything up. I got you wide open. All you got to do is catch it. It's like Happy Gilmore, Don't you want to go in your hole? Go in your hole. Don't you want to go in your home? Go to your home. Catch the ball, catch it. Robert says, unfortunately, I'll be in Las Vegas for Super Bowl. Hate the Niners. San Francisco's been damn lucky these 2 playoff games. I'd root for KC, but the Taylor Swift factor makes it a no for KC. Understandable. There's a lot of weighing of the Niner hate, weighs for the KC hate, weighted versus the Taylor Swift hate. It's a lot of hate we got to weigh here. Swedish Shinobi says Ben Johnson sounds like the name of a math teacher. It does. It does. It doesn't have one of those cool NFL coaches names like Dirt Cutter or Wink Martindale. He doesn't have a cool nickname. We kind of got to get Johnson a cool nickname. I think that would make him look like a more attractive candidate. Will Valdez says, how pissed do you think those people are that placed bets on the Ravens Niners based on the logo colors? Yeah, they're probably not talking a lot about scripting right now, are they, Will? It's real. It's real. It's legit. No, I bet it's legit. I lost money. I bet on the scripting. It's legit. Zen Lunatic, too bad for the Niners. No way the scripters let Tay lose the Super Bowl. It's hard. They're going up against the power of the Chiefs and Swifty Nation. It's too much for one team to go up against. It's too much for one team to overcome. The amount of teenage screaming alone. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Robert. Mike McDonald is my choice for the new Seahawks head coach. The play calling by Ben Johnson in the second half was very questionable. I thought Ben did pretty good overall, but hey, I like either one, Robert. And seems like most Hawk fans have a preference at this point of a head coach to be one of the two places, Robert, where it's either Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald. And honestly, from my standpoint, I love both of those hires. I love both of those hires. I think both of those hires would be great. Both of those hires would be, if you have a mission statement for what you're seeking into the next head coach to bring in here, I think that those guys check those boxes. So I like both. I am a little more Johnson on this one, Robert. I feel like he did do pretty decent even that second half. I feel like he had a lot of bad drops at times in some key moments in that second half from guys that are supposed to catch the ball. It's their job. But Mike McDaniel, Robert, I'd be satiated, happy. I would applaud it, salute it. And I think that he would help certainly to turn this defense around in a major way really quick. Snap out of it, Brandon. Maybe a trivia show during the Super Bowl? I'm potentially open to it. I will say this though, Snap. If it's down to getting 70 people in here to run a trivia show, or I get to have well over 200 people in here for a just live stream the Super Bowl, you know what I mean? You know, because when I do go live like that on it, it's those kind of things. It's going to get sometimes a lot of outside market subs and whatnot on the channel. They're really beneficial on those game days, doing them for the not just the viewership, but the subs and all that stuff. Greg says, is McDonald moved up to number 2 for you, or do you still have Vrabel ahead of him? I still have Vrabel ahead of him because I think Vrabel brings a lot of this, a very similar defensive mold with him. And I have more trust in the ability of Vrabel to find an offensive hire that's going to be a great offensive hire to pair with him. So there's a bit of a more known quantity for me with Vrabel over McDonald, but McDonald is my number 3. So he's right behind Vrabel as the next guy. Well, yeah, Grenade says, B just tweeted you a pic. Let me know if you get it. All right. That's pretty good. I like it. Nice. Power Code Johnson on the offensive side, McDonald with the defense reigns. It's the stuff of fiction. Yeah, you never get that. That wouldn't happen. Johnson's not going to leave Detroit if he ain't getting a head coaching job. I can't see it. Cole, I got to disagree. You got to give credit to San Francisco's defensive adjustment. Ben Johnson gave the team a chance to win. They could have scored way over 34 points, enough to win the game. Fair enough. Fair enough with it. Just stands out to me on a couple of these moments in the game. It's not Ben Johnson going for it on 2 points where you could have taken a field goal. It's not Ben Johnson dropping the ball on 4th down and then dropping the ball on 3rd down from Kendall Reynolds' standpoint. And those really loom large because your defense was allowing the Niners to walk up and down the field on you in the second half. So when you have those fewer possessions in the second half, especially on the fact that the Niners started out with the ball, you do end up led, in my opinion, on that, Yukel, to a point where those kind of drops loom. And those are none of those 4 situations, the 2 going for it on 4th down, nor the drops that occurred are really on Johnson at that point. Your defense had no answers for that Niner offense in that second half. Robert, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Robert. Says, I will be in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. Can't stand either team. Probably go to the strip club to watch the game and get easily distracted. That's true. Stuff guards happen in the game you don't like. Time for another lap dance. Oh, guess it's another lap dance. Thank you for the $5, Robert. Thank you for the $5. Hey, there's plenty of distraction in Vegas if you're going to be there for Super Bowl. I'll say that. Plenty of things where you don't have to be watching anything football related, if you know what I mean. So, have a great time out there, though, Robert. Do stay safe. Do stay safe. Randall, thank you for another $20 donation. Randall, thank you for the big dono drop. I appreciate you, brother, for that. If you had to guess who's more equipped to put together a staff between Mike McDonald and Ben Johnson, I'd assume Ben Johnson because he came into the year with the idea he'd be a head coach in 24. As in more time to prepare. Educated guess on OC and DC for either guy. Sorry, Randall. I don't know enough about the Ravens or the Lions individual staff to know who they would bring in or who they wouldn't bring in. Ben Johnson's got a pretty rich history when he was with Miami and having 3 different coaches come through there, 3 different, I think, coordinators come through there. So he's got a lot of connections of a lot of coaches spinning through there. You've got with Mike McDonald, the connection going back to Michigan. So there could be some coaches at Michigan he'd like to take with them. Maybe some coaches with the Ravens he would like to take with them. But I'm honestly just not, it gets pretty far for me down the line, Randall, to get to like knowing not just the coordinators, but knowing the staff beyond the coordinators. Like there's no way I'll ever get time to go to that depth when it comes to these teams. You know what I mean? Like they're definitely, that's one of those things like that's too much depth. If I'm getting to the point where I'm studying quarterback coaches and offensive line coaches, then I'm, I can't do that. I can't go that far. I can go pretty depth on it, but I can't go that deep on it. You know what I mean? Like that gets to the point where I'm into too much of the minutia. I think they're both equally, Randall, really a risk. They've never hired a staff before, so it's a question with both of them. Doesn't mean they can't do a good job with it, but I think, I don't know. Yeah. I wish I did, but I just don't have any good guesses. Sorry, man. I don't have any other tree line connection. I mean, McDonald could be going and grabbing guys off Wink Martindale's. Johnson could be reaching into his bag with connections back from Ray Sherman all the way to Adam Gase, I wonder if that makes Ben Johnson maybe more of a likely candidate in this situation, or if that impacts this at all from Schneider's standpoint, is you have the Ray Sherman connection at Miami, and his connection goes back to Green Bay with Holmgren. And I know Holmgren's doing a little bit of advising John through this time period. I wonder if there's some slight roads there, Randall, that leads you then over to Ben Johnson, then kind of through the thicket in the woods, so to speak, on that one. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any good ones. I'm trying to think if there's any name I have, but I just don't have any good ones. I don't know if Ben Johnson would have been more ahead of Mike on putting a staff together, because I think that's more of, rather than you having time to prepare for it, Randall, that's more about having connections to enough different available coaches that you could bring in, having enough of those connections that you just bump. You want to be my OC, you want to be my DC, you want to be my offensive line. And they're both so young, Randall. It's not like they're both, turning 52, 53, and they've been in the league for 20 years, and there's those connections all over the place. So it does get a little bit harder to kind of figure out which is what with what. And that's with both of those two guys. The big main, I think, worry you have with both is what's the staff going to look like that they're going to hire. Swedish Shinobi, I have an idea for his nickname, Dover. That might just stick. That might just stick, man. Randall, thank you for your donations today, man. I appreciate everything you do for this channel, brother. Hope you and the kids are doing good, and the wife. Haley says his nickname is BJ. Given what we know about certain owners and quarterbacks, that's a pretty solid NFL nickname. That is. You can certainly be on the bad side of that with the way that could have twisted Haley. That could have gone wrong real quick. Steve says Swifties are 8 to 18 years old. Yes. And then men from 52 to 71. No, I'm kidding. It's true. Tom Eden says, how about the package for Ben Johnson? I kind of like that, but it's got some overtones to it that I'm not a fan of. And yeah, Ethan, we're gonna get to interview him. You call BJ scored 31 and Mike McDonald gave up 17. These guys are the best coordinators on the face of the earth right now. Amen. Amen. Ben Johnson says, Huey says, Ben Johnson would probably have an easier time finding a great defensive coordinator than McDonald would finding a great offensive coordinator. Offensive coordinators are precious commodities these days. Probably. Yeah. I agree with that. Totally agree with that. Listen, obey the first half. The game had me sold on Ben, though. Maybe switch up what I said. Ben is a head coach. Mike Vrabel. Oh, you're not going to be able to get him. You have to take one or the other. Listen, you can't have the cake and eat it too. You got to either take the cake or you get to eat it. Can't have both of them. I'd love to have both too, but sometimes you just got to be happy with the supermodel. You know what I mean? You don't get two of them. You only get to have the one. Salute to you, Wilbert. Thank you, man. Huey, Ben Johnson, and a gyro as a combination would be a hell of a combo. I'd be so stoked to do that. That'd almost be kind of a dream scenario for me, Huey. Todd Enkenbauer, Big Ben Johnson poos the bed and think everybody wants the one who can't beat the Niners. Haley, hold up. Are we asking an offense to score more than 34 points in a game? If you can average 25 points a game, you should always almost win. Defense needs to do something. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with these takes that Ben Johnson like got exposed in the second half. Like, did we watch the same game? I'm with you, Haley. Like, that Lion defense like rolled over. They got declawed in the second half. And then, yeah, I don't know how you don't look at that game coming in. Look at what Johnson did in that game and go, that was impressive. Maybe it doesn't sell you on him as a head coach, but it's certainly part of an impressive slate of work he's done on his resume this past year that's been very good. Half Daddy says, Brandon, watch McDonald bring Queen and Matabuke to Seattle with him. It's possible. I don't think the Ravens will let Matabuke go. Maybe Queen because they've already spent their money on Roquan. But they don't have anybody else they're really paying, I don't think, on that defensive line. DVD says, just joined. Has B covered the potential hiring of either McDonald or Johnson yet? I think these two guys losing is going to probably at least slightly speed up the coaching search here, DVD, where we get more of a certain answer here in potentially even within the next week on this one. But I think they're both neck and neck at this point. I don't think that there's anybody that I can look at to go, well, he's in the lead. Power says, McDonald's a dog. Johnson's a dog. Which dog barks the loudest? That is the question. That is the question. I'm not sure on it either. DVD says, didn't the Packers fire one of their coordinators last week? Joe Brady, I think it was. Rumors are they're going to be bringing in, they got a couple guys I think they're taking a look at. Yeah, they fired their DC, though. Power Code, does the defense win championships logic still apply today? I don't know if it totally does the way it used to. Offenses have kind of started, I think, overdrive a little bit past defenses a bit on that. To just say that like you purely used to be able to say it and it be true. I don't know if it's as true. Will Valdez, the Lions lost momentum the second they went for on fourth down instead of taking the field goal. Agreed. You got to just kind of keep that momentum where it was. Keep the 17-point lead. They got a little bit too aggro. Tommy says today's result means the Seahawks Packers NFC Championship is no longer the biggest comeback in history. I'm sorry, Lions fan 22. I feel for you, man. We were pulling for you in here. You know that. We were pulling for you. Well, says Texans are a great example of what the Hawks could do with a defensive head coach and a great quarterback. True. And you got to get that great quarterback. You might not have access to that in the near future. Lion fan, if Ben Johnson does leave, I guess I hope you guys hire him at least. Well, thank you, Lion fan. I feel for you, man. Most of us in here, we're hoping you guys can pull that one out. We wanted to see your fan base rewarded with a trip to the Super Bowl. And if you got in there, everybody would have been in the nation pulling for you over KC. Had your chances on that one. Just things get tight sometimes in these games as it winds down, and nerves will get the best of everybody a bit sometimes. I don't know if it was fully that. It felt like that was a little bit of what was happening. Just a little bit at least. D.D. Johnson had the offense rolling pretty well all night, but Campbell's 2 fourth down calls really shifted the momentum away from the Lions as a whole. Yeah, I saw it that way too. And I think momentum is a real thing in football. You can sometimes just kind of feel it, can't you? Yeah, grenade. I'm calling it right now. Chargers-Niners Super Bowl battle, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh's going to do a good job there. Power code, what's the real difference between Queen and Brooks? Jordan Brooks. Queen is a little bit better as a player in space, as a player in coverage. Brooks might be a little bit more of a thumper, might be a tiny bit better as a tackler. Yeah. Queen can get off blocks a little bit easier. After that, can Ben Johnson bring Detroit's O-line with him? Well, he can bring the commitment. And that's all I think as much as it takes is just an offensive-minded coach who understands you need to put the commitment into the offensive line. You got to not treat them all like redheaded stepchildren, right? You got to not go out there in the free agent market and wait till wave 3 and spend $2 million on a center and go, that guy's going to be our starter, right? So it just takes that bit more of the focus to making it the priority that it's required to be. And if you do that, then yeah, I think you can absolutely replicate what Detroit line does. It's that investment part that's, to me, the key domino that's got to fall, that sometimes is the hardest domino to get to fall recently for us in making that commitment, both from a monetary standpoint and a drafting standpoint. Half Daddy, if McDonald fixed Queen, maybe he can help out our linebackers. Maybe he's the secret sauce, get to Brooks better in coverage. Maybe possible. Guy's a hell of a coach. Grass Daniels, will we get a new strength and conditioning coach along with the new head coach? I would think so, yes. I don't think that Ivan the Terrible will remain. Well, the rules heavily favor offenses too much now. The days of defenses imposing their will are gone. I feel like that's it. And when people used to say defense wins championship, it doesn't mean, well, you need your defense to come in there and make some plays at some point in the game. It meant that you could lean on your defense and they could, in a lot of ways at times, just fully carry you into that championship. I just don't think that you can do that in the modern era. The offense is required to do more than that. You can't just do the bare minimum over there and expect it to get you through. It's a little bit of what's bit us in the butt in our philosophy over the last few years, is trying to lean too heavily on that. Haley, I really miss having an amazing safety duo. Grew up watching Ed Reed, then Earl Thomas. Would love to get a new chess master ball hawk at the safety position sometime soon. Well, Cameron Kitchens would be your guy on that, Haley. And probably somewhere late first round, early second round. Tyler Nubin's really good too, but he's more of good like Hamilton's good for the Ravens. He's sort of more of that role kind of guy. So you got a couple guys in this draft that are kind of interested in like that could kind of fit maybe potentially that bill. And I do think that we may be looking to go that route, Haley, because of the fact that you're going to probably release both Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams. So then that's going to probably require you to have to go back there and draft at some point a safety for one of the two positions to pair then with Julian Love. So you might see it this offseason. Kitchens is great though. He's got some He's got some Ed Reed vibes to him, Haley. If you get a chance, go check out Cameron Kitchen's tape out there at the Hurricanes. He looks a lot like Ed Reed. Not quite as big as, a lot like Ed Reed. DVD, was Humphrey out in today's game? No, I think it was Joe Thuney that was the guy that was out, the left guard. Huey says Queen's a better player, period. Also plays with better players and better defense, coached by a better coach. Yes. All the way around, Huey. You know I'm not a big Brooks guy. Not the biggest of Brooks, man. Not to me. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Because I don't think Jody would like Mike Vrabel. Might not. That might be a little bit of not a good fit personality-wise, maybe. You know? And Jody factoring in this could be a part of this possibility, especially if she is a little bit more active than we might have thought as an owner. And you know, what she's doing on a day-to-day basis in that building, you know. So possible on that, Randall. Maybe it wouldn't look like a fit on the surface of things, at least on that, to your point. I think that tracks. Yeah. I do like Vrabel still, though, man. I think he's one of the few coaches brings a little bit of that known quantity where I know what I'm getting with him. And if I get him a much more talented team overall than what he had with the Titans there, could he take us to, if not similar heights, beyond the heights that he was limited to there by the level of talent he had? Appreciate you, though, Randall. Thank you so much, man. Lion Fan 222 says, this was our chance to show the NFL we're capable of going to the Super Bowl and possibly winning one. This one will hurt for a long time. It is going to sting, Lions fan. I'll give you this. If I can try to make you feel a little bit better about it, it's this, is that you have a young collection of talent there. Yeah, you're going to, I know, need to probably get a new contract with Goff this offseason, but I don't think you have any, you know, crazy free agents right now that are clicking through that you got to worry about necessarily. So you're going to be able to keep the nucleus of the team. You're going to be able to keep the offensive line together. Sam Laporta's a rookie. Amon Brown's only going into his fourth year. Jameson Williams is just starting to come on now as a number 2. I still think the future is kind of bright for your team. And this is a tough loss, and it's going to be hard, but I think the future is still bright. I think that division for what you play in is still going to be wide open. Yeah, Green Bay is going to get stronger and stronger, and they're going to be a tough one to deal with into the future, but I don't think Minnesota or Chicago are close yet. So you guys haven't hit any end of the road on this. I think it takes just continuing to, I think, stay in the lane you're in. If you lose Johnson, then find that next offensive mind, keep the offense strong like you guys have been, find some answers for that defensive secondary, and to stave off some of the bleeding on that back end. And you guys will be fine. Future still looks bright for your team. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Jordan. Very kind of you. Says Mike McDonald and Ben Johnson look great today. Sad to see their teams lose. Was sad to see their teams lose, especially those guys having the good days that they did on both sides of the ball. But they were very impressive. And from a Hawks fan standpoint, you just go, yeah, it reinforces on both cases of what I kind of already thought with both of them, and feeling as good as I do and what they bring to the table and what they are. You know, I think they still firmly sit in many Hawk fans' minds as 1-2 option as the best 2 options out there. So they did their job. They held up their end of the bargain. And I think both of those guys showed today why, if either of them are hired, Hawk fans should certainly applaud the move. There's no guarantees for success on any coaching candidate you hire. You want bright mind, strong mind, the right guy, right position, right place, one where you're not stretching or going for a retread or trying to go for just the boring option. But if you want to go for the forward-thinking option, the option that's got a lot of boom potential to it, maybe the bust potential with it as well, but the boom potential as well with it, I think both of those guys bring that, Jordan. Both of those guys bring that. And I don't think that all candidates that we've looked at this offseason, from Kafka to Graham to even Quinn, necessarily bring the same level of boom that those 2 guys do. And if that's the case, then zero in on one of those 2 guys. If you're John, make your hay with it, and let's roll. DVD, I feel like with Johnson, we are immediately an 11-win team year 1 with Geno, because Goff isn't an all-time great. McDonald has probably 2 years of building the D to his liking. Ben has the weapons here. It's a good point. Yeah, you might have a quicker turnaround with Johnson, to your point. I think I buy into that. I agree with that. It might take you a little longer with McDonald, especially for McDonald to get the right personnel in here to run his defense the way he wants to run it, to your point. Whereas, I think with Johnson, he comes in here and he's just like a kid in a candy store, He's grabbing out of every sample box, he's grabbing a handful and shoving it in his mouth. I really do feel that way. Yeah. It's a good point. Great point. McDonald would most definitely try and bring guys with him from the Ravens and Michigan. I think he would, yeah. Haley says, do people actually think some of these recent bust classes were on JS? And I think Haley's responding to you. He says, Brooks' draft class is another reason John shouldn't have been retained. Pete had control over who got drafted almost fully the past 2 years. So Haley, me and Huey have definitely been locked in this debates. We've had a couple of our debates that we've been locked in for a few years. Here's another. This is one of the debates that we oftentimes have gotten into on this, where I bring up the point that you just brought up to him, where it's, well, John should be fired for Brooks. When we go, well, we don't know if that's a John pick or if that's a Carroll pick. And Huey's standpoint on this is that if it's John allowing himself to be overridden, that John should have then quit and gone to another job. That if that's the case. And my whole thinking on that is, as you and I have gotten into this in the past, Huey, on this, is to say, well, John does he want to move his family and his kids and go to a whole nother place? Or if he likes the place he's at and trusts in the fact he's eventually going to get a chance to run this job and do it himself, that it's better to wait for that opportunity to come up, which is going to come up sooner than it's going to come up later, which turned out to be the case of this offseason. John's now going to get his opportunity, now going to get his chance to, have the reins fully and to run it fully. But I agree with you. It's very hard for anybody to make determinations about John's failures when it comes to drafting or signing players or making a second round pick trade for Leonard Williams when we don't know what was Schneider and what was Carroll. And we very well could come to find out that Carroll was coming in right and left, overriding John Schneider all over the place in a lot of these poor decisions that were out there. I certainly don't think it was John Schneider's idea to give up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Jamal Adams. And he did not have the power over Carroll. Carroll had the power over Schneider. It's a part that I don't think that we can disinclude in our outlook in this situation. It's vitally important. Carroll is the boss. Schneider is the underling. And that's the way it was set up from day one there. So I'm with you on that, Haley. I mean, I don't know who made the right. Maybe it was Schneider on Brooks. Maybe it was Schneider on Adams, but we just don't know. And I think my impression of this would be the fact that Schneider was not part of this package with Carroll and needing to be sent out the door. That my reckoning to guess on this would be that a lot of these decisions did come down from Coach Carroll. That there was an overriding factor. That there was a dictating to John, I want this guy. I want that guy. I want you to do this move. And there wasn't necessarily a whole lot John could do about it past like quitting, I guess. Moving up his family, maybe getting a general manager job in another place. But I don't think it's clear on that it's Schneider's misses to that. As I say, I don't know, but that's the point, is I don't think anybody knows on it for sure. With Lance, John Sutter made the same point I'm making, so I don't know if we're getting your information, but I'm definitely not congruent with the league thinks. I think you're responding to something else in the chat. Sorry about that. Okay. UGK Lions have a top 5 offensive line, maybe top 3, all-pro running backs, all-pro wide receiver, all-pro tight end, and an elite edge rusher. Seahawks are a long way from that. I think the Seahawks core is better than the Lions. I think the Seahawks running back core and the receiver core is better than the Lions. Is Laporta better than Disley? Sure. Definitely there. A bit better. Is Mafe far away from Hutchinson? I don't know if I'd say far away. I don't see it. I don't see it that same way. Certainly getting an offensive line in place would be a place that's valid to say we're not close to their line. But I think the rest of the positions were in dancing distance. Lions fan 222 says, to be honest, our Dan Campbell blew this game with some very bad coaching decisions. So it kind of felt to me too, man. Got to go for the field goal there when you got the chance to push it, get it back to 17 points. Coming on the heels of the Niners just taking it down, getting a field goal. That was the straightforward decision to make, I think. I know he's been going for it all year, and that's been his modus operandi, but that's the point where I was like, come on, no, just keep it easy here. Don't overthink this one. DVD says, I think John likes it here, and with this franchise every bit as much as Pete, I think keeping John and his reputation of the last 4 years was the right choice over Pete's. I do too. And I think that's a bit of John, whether he's going to leave or not. It's like, it's easy to say that guy should just uproot his family and go to this other place because he's not being given the control here, but he's going to be given the blame. It's like, well, if he likes the situation, if he likes how he's being paid, if he likes the community and the area, if he likes the staff he works with and the organization, but it's just this one particular little problem where he doesn't get the full oversight that normal general managers do. Some people might stay in that situation and be understandable. Power says, we tend to fill in ambiguous details with our personal biases. This John Pete conundrum is a perfect example. Agreed. Yes. Yeah, it can certainly be flavored in that way. And that's why I kind of want to, as I say it over and over again, that's why I kind of say, we just don't know. We don't know. That's one of those, could I be in a fly on the wall? I wish I had a camera in the room, because there's just not enough data or information to know how that all played out. Someday we'll get the book. Someday we'll learn how these decisions came down the line. But for now, it is a question mark. And that's the unusual nature when you have the head coach who has the power over the general managers. It leads to question marks in your determinations about what happened when. Euclid says, just hire both McDonald and Ben Johnson and give them the head coaching contracts each. Tommy says, when did we hear the rumors about John going to Detroit? Was that right around when we traded for Jamal? No, that was when you were getting into the offseason where John was trying to get contract negotiations finalized out. So I think what the Detroit thing was to do was to kind of light the fire on getting the deal done in Seattle a little bit more firmer. But he sort of did kick the tires there on Detroit a little bit. Mr. Dog, better general manager, John Schneider or Lynch? I think John Schneider's been better. I think Lynch has got his share of misses. Lynch is a really good general manager, but I would give the bit of the edge to John Schneider on this one. DVD says, John might have given Jody an ultimatum of Pete goes or I go. I can't do what I was hired for when Pete always canceling my picks out from who I want to get. I have a reputation before too. It's possible, DVD. It's possible. I certainly think, though, this was a decision that came down from the personnel, from the supposedly the ownership down on this one. I certainly think John Schneider had his opportunities to explain clearly what had happened on some of these decisions we're talking about. And I think ownership let that inform them on how to proceed next. Pi Young G says, how do I feel about Ben versus Mike? I'm more of a Ben Johnson guy, Pi, but I love Mike McDonald too. I just think the league is not just slanting. It's not just tilting. It's going downhill with Nas being shot out the back, hitting the Nas button, offensively driven. That's what moves the league right now. That's what moves the needle. And so I would rather lean in that direction than lean away from it. This is where things are trending. But with that said, if we do end up with Mike McDonald, I'm not going to be mad about it. He says, can't get the accolades and none of the blame. Pick one. Well, it's also, again, even on the accolades, it's the same way. When the Seahawks get to the Super Bowl, again, being consistent with this, Huey, when Seahawks get to the Super Bowl, it's not just John Schneider making all of those picks at that time, right? Like I've long said this, that a lot of why you had that success at that time was Coach Carroll's background with the players in college. He had recruited these guys. He'd gone to their homes. In a lot of ways, he had some knowledge and intimate knowledge on them that John Schneider didn't. And so a lot of those draft classes you pulled out that maybe some are trying to give Schneider whole credit for were certainly a part of Pete. So I'm consistent on this way. I give Pete Carroll a lot of credit on some of those drafts you had in there with it, because he certainly had his say and his designs to a degree on there. But as I also say, and come back to this, Huey, I'm not saying I'm on team John Schneider and saying I ride and I'm giving John Schneider a pass. What I'm saying on it is neither you nor I know what the hell happened on these decisions, right? It could be everything across the board here, right? It could be everything across the board. It could be John Schneider was just as intimately involved in every one of these bad decisions, and his ass should be on the chopping block and he should have been gone. Or it could be Coach Carroll overriding him at every key turn on some of the worst and bad decisions that we've seen. LJ Collier, first round. Jordan Brooks, first round. Trade two first round picks for Jamal Adams. Hey, trade a second round pick for a half season of Leonard Williams. We may come to find that that was all Coach Carroll. What I've said on this is not that John Schneider is without having any blame, but that it becomes impossible to assess blame on this when you have a head coach who has more power than the general manager. And we have one of the only two places in the entire National Football League or three places that had that kind of setup. So it makes it impossible to make that assessment is what I'm saying. We're kind of playing a guessing game there, which doesn't make a lot of sense to do that, both one way or the other, both to lay the blame game down into John or to also say, no, John should be let off all the hook on the other side of it. That's where you lean back, in my opinion, on this big moment we have this offseason. We're in that opportunity. You have an owner who comes in and talks to John and says, John, I want the skinny. How's this going? How's that going? What happened here? How did this get cost? And if his bad decision was so closely aligned to Pete throughout this process, then he goes out the door with Pete. He's right there with him. So some of this is me taking a little bit of a logic step forward on this, because I just can't think that Jody would have been like, oh, you've been crap in the bed at your job too. I'll just give you a pass, but then I'll fire the legendary head coach. I don't think that adds up. And I don't think that Jody Allen just keeps John Schneider for shits and giggles. I think that what happened on that, there was a lot of overriding. But like I said, don't know. There's only so much we can guess on that. El Destructor, do you even need an offensive coordinator if you get Johnson? Do you think he'd be running the offense directly himself? He strikes me as one of those guys who probably is going to call the plays, El Destructor. He will get an offensive coordinator underneath him. He'll have all of that. You need the support beneath you on that. No doubt about that. But he might call the plays. That's oftentimes the thing we see with a guy like this. The Bomber, we need Ben Johnson, Brando. Hell yeah, brother. That's my number one. Strike, thank you for the $2 donation. Did you think Waldron will take Metcalf to Chicago? No, Metcalf's not getting moved this offseason. He would cost $23 million of dead money to move off of him. So there's no money saved. Chicago would not move that deal. Seattle wouldn't move that deal unless you're talking about them getting the number one pick in Caleb Williams. So I don't see how any of that kind of aligns up. I also don't know if DK Metcalf looks at Shane Waldron's strike and says, hey, this guy knows how to get the most out of me. This guy knows how to put me in all the best situations in order to maximize my talents. I think DK might think a little bit of the opposite in regards to Waldron at times. But then it's another one of those questions where I just don't know where Metcalf's thought process is on Waldron. But there's no way that adds up, really. He's under contract for the next couple of years. Too much dead money that you have to sustain to move off of him. Chicago's not going to pay the price for him. There's just, unfortunately, not for I'm glad I want DK to stay here. But no, I don't see that one happening, Strike. Thank you for the donation, though. Haley says, the way we've drafted the past 2 years has been linked back to Pete Carroll losing some control over the draft. There was a stark shift. Agreed. That's where, again, we can logically start to kind of put this together as to what is likely to happen. I still, to try to give the fairness on this, to say, I don't know for sure, but my instincts are on this, that Carroll had way too much say for way too many years, and that there was some wasn't purposely doing it, but there was some lack of purposeful sabotage going on to John Schneider's job at times. 2 years ago, I think Jody came in and saw that. I think she pulled a lot of the vice presidential control away from Carroll at that time. And like you say, that's why the drafts, I think, flipped around 180 degrees. You went from having a guy throwing darts at a board to trust in the value of your board. And it was a stark difference. And it's only really explainable to me unless there was something major that occurred from a philosophy shift when it came to personnel. And the easiest path and the easiest road to get to on that logic train, from my standpoint, the same place you got, Haley, was where you say, yeah, you took the vice presidential duties away from Carroll and said, stop being what stupid coaches do and trying to have too much say in the front office. You're a coach. Be a coach. Concentrate on that. You haven't been doing the greatest of jobs on that. Don't do other people's job. Concentrate on your job first and foremost. I think that's what happened, but I don't know for sure. That's admitted. Will Valdez, Chicago would need to trade at least a first-round pick to Metcalf. Yeah, you're not going to need $23 million of dead money to do it. It's not happening. Plus, we're not giving up on DK. DVD, who are the assistant coaches that we would get a first-time defensive coordinator from the Ravens or even the Jets or the Browns? So sorry, folks. I get pretty far on my understanding of players. I'll scout 350 guys a year. I'll know most of these coaches and a lot of the offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators. When we start getting to linebackers, defensive back coaches, offensive line coaches, and there will be a line to Brandon's understanding and knowledge of the sport. That's probably about the line where I don't know. And honestly, I'm not going deep diving on positional coaches in this league. You know what I mean? There's enough players, there's enough draft players, enough head coaches, there's enough offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, to just fill the line up enough on it as it is, you know. We'll have to, when it comes to the hirings of what these guys hire, we'll have to just find out when we find out on that one, you know. Huey says, so John really isn't that good. He was riding Pete's coattails the whole time. If not, my assessment is I can't tell which of the two apples are rotten. Throw them both out from the start. But see, to me, in my opinion, you'd be doing that without the information. And that's where I bristle back on that, Huey, is that you're saying, well, I'm just going to connect the twos because you got to throw them both out. I'm saying that they both get definitely the credit when they go to the Super Bowl at that time was unique, and that you'd give Carroll that credit because he had that insider knowledge that most coaches wouldn't have had coming on to, you know, provide their general manager. I think with time, Coach Carroll's knowledge and understanding of that did not hold true because now you started going to players that he hadn't scouted or gone to or knew had very much background or knowledge of. What I've said with this is that you make that decision, Huey. You make the decision on whether it's rotten based on what you know knowledgeable-wise about who made those decisions specifically. You don't kind of just generally throw stuff all into one platter just for general reasons because it makes it simpler in your mind to do so. You separate those decisions out. Did John have a big impact on those decisions? Was John pounding the table and saying no on Jordan Brooks, no on LJ Collier, no, we can't make this Jamal Adams trade? Well, then at that point, what do you think, Huey? You know, at that point, is it he to then be thrown under the bus at that point? If he was fighting on every one of these moves for them not to happen, if he was arguing to do the intelligent thing, does he still then a rotten apple that deserves to be thrown out in the trash with Pete? This is why it's very important to know really the true details of what happened and what did not happen. And since you and I don't have the details, I will lean back on my ownership group to believe that they're making the right decision in regards to this and that they're properly assessing where things are going wrong and what most needs to be corrected. It's not to fully give John the blame or to fully let him off the hook. It's to say that in making this decision in regards to those decisions, a litany of them there, that maybe they don't trace back exactly to John's play. Ownership, in my opinion, you may not take the same assessment on your point on this, Huey, but it does seem like ownership's kind of telling us, absent the fact we don't have this information and don't know, they're sort of telling us this did kind of come more down onto Pete's plate with this stuff. Or John would have been thrown out like that rotten apple in the trash too. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that at that point in time if that's that place. It's not like John's just on some new fresh contract. Their contracts are exactly of the same length that they're on right now. They both signed their extensions at exactly the same time. So, I mean, I don't see the need to connect and hold on to John at that point if he's just that bad, if he was in as much of a part of those decisions. But it's always, to me, treacherous to get on this because we're just in an area where we're just sort of arguing over things neither you nor I can know about. So it does become a little bit of an exercise in futility. Tommy says, I think what happens with something like Jamal is Pete asks for a guy like that. John says we can get him, but it's going to cost a lot. And Pete makes the call because it's his call to make. Agreed. I think he'll take into John's account, but then he got the oversay. I think that was the big important part for Pete, what he wanted in coming back from the college ranks to being a head coach. That's what it took for Paul Allen to bring him here. I have to give you control. Haley says, yeah, the Hawks Nest, I think we agree on that logical step as JS was overridden on key negative decisions and needed a chance to shine. That's where I see it. And the proof of that comes back to Jody's decision and her outlook on this situation. There's been plenty of situations where you've seen a head coach fired in the NFL and then the general manager also fired with them. 1-2. There's a lot of organizations that haven't had the least bit of worry to make that kind of choice and that decision if it was the one that needed to be made. And if John was screwing the pooch and making so many bad decisions over these last few years in regards to the personnel department and the drafting, I think Jody would have just brought down that axe. If Pete doesn't earn the benefit of the doubt at that point, why would John? Seahawks blowing green. Pete got fired because of Jamal more than anything. So I certainly think it was a big part of it. Steve says, we'll see how good Schneider really is without Pete soon enough. That's totally true. That's totally true. He's a bad general manager. He was much more part of this process. We'll certainly, I think, get a clearer understanding of that at this point. He will be now fully out in the light of day. There is no Carroll shadow to stand behind. Strike says, that's very good. I love DK. Yeah, you're good to go, DK. Not this year. Maybe next year, but even then, I think the team's going to hold on to him in the long term. Esteban, I think the year's fall in the Super Bowl loss, where we drafted horribly, was because of Pete. I have some worries that it was a little bit of that. I have some worries that there was a little bit of that. Strike, hope we get Johnson, just see how good DK can be with someone who knows how to use him. I'd love it. That's one of the reasons he's one of my number one candidates. That's a part of the reasons. DVDB, with the current situation, do you think the Hawks offensive players are possibly salivating over the potential hiring of Ben Johnson? Oh yeah. I would love to talk to a former offensive player on the Seahawks offense at this point this offseason and interview him to ask him some specific questions about the way they were potentially being held back a little bit there on that offensive side of the ball. But yeah, I think they totally recognize, hey, we'll tear the cover off this thing if we can get Ben Johnson in this house. We'll tear the cover off of it, especially with the commitment DVD to going back and dealing with the offensive line. Samuel Freeman, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Samuel. I can't decide whether I want Johnson or McDonald more. And that's what makes our position right now all the more sweeter. Either or, I'm excited. I love what they've done in this process, Samuel. I feel like a lot of teams have gotten itchy trigger fingers and have gotten a bit jumpy on getting their head coach hired, Got to get him in. We can't really wait on this process. We got to let's go. We got to let's just get this go. It doesn't matter. We'll get the guy. Just get a guy in here, It does seem like with John, there's a little more of let's get the right guy in here, and having the pick of either of these two guys is awesome. And we'll see if it comes down to those two or not. I mean, certainly the Quins, the Rabels, maybe an outside the box guy is part of this process still too. So, but it does feel like you've been running this race with all of these teams for, one of these real hot candidates, and you've kind of turned the final poll, and, you're kind of now, you got a nose lead. Now you just got to bring it home. That's where it feels like this last week is in this coaching search is like, let's just bring it home now. Let's wrap it up in a bow and get that bright, beautiful, bold candidate that's going to take this team now to the next level. That's where it feels. And I think, Samuel, most of the chat is in the same place you are, where it's give me either or. I'll love either or option. I really feel like most of us are in that kind of spot. Haley says, gah, if we get Ben Johnson, can you imagine what JSN is going to do next year? Statistically, one of the most open wide receivers in terms of created separation this year. I just can't wait to see it. Oh, he just gets to come in and use his Amon St. Brown model, Haley, and put it right over the top of JSN. Okay, here's what I did with Amon. We're just going to do that with you right there. Okay? Yeah, just all that. We're going to do all that stuff. And yeah, on the back of Johnson's, what his receivers do and what he really sits at the forefront in is the option routes. He loves the option routes. And that's what really makes it impossible for those slot guys, where I come off the line of scrimmage, I've got a linebacker dropping into space. He leans a little to my right as I'm coming up the field. I can feel him leveraging a little to the right. I work off that leverage. I cut it out to the left. And when you've got the quickness guys in short space like JSN that, in a phone booth can change positions, can go from going this way to going, vertical, lateral. Now you have ability of guy to work off that leverage and get open instantaneously. That's what's made Amon so good, is he's got that same kind of skill set where it's just that burst, that 10-yard split. They're so quick inside of that territory that you give them an option on a route to just find the leverage of an opening, they will find the opening. And once you get the quarterback and the receiver on the same page at that point, they're deadly. UGK says, everyone given Littlefinger the benefit of the doubt? I do not. The bargain basement for agent shopping for years. Made 56 picks from 2015 to 2021, one All-Pro, a punter. Clean sweep was called for. Again, though, I think that if the ownership felt that way, that he was in those picks, again, we're arguing over something we just don't know about anyway, so it's always hard to go down this line argument. Again, I think with a lot of our debates, I don't think either of us are going to get anybody pushed one way or the other to where they already naturally kind of think with this. Let's also remember on a lot of those picks through that time period, you traded to the back of the first round, Huey, right? You had the Teddy Bridgewater year, you traded a 32. You had the year you picked 32 with LJ Collier. You had the first round picks that you gave up for Jimmy Graham. You had the multiple first round picks that you gave up for Jamal Adams in that time. So you're presenting a 6-year period where 3 of those years of period you trade away first round picks. And as I just said at the top, those trades could have happened specifically coming on the back of your coach pushing for those said trades. We don't know. So again, I don't know. It's harder to draft when you're drafting deeper in the draft. It is. And I'm going to lean back and just trust my ownership on this one, Huey. You know, I am. I don't think that if he was doing such a shit job, she wouldn't have kept him. If he was so horrible at that point, I don't think that John Schneider remains. And I don't know a lot of why there would be a reason to do so at that point. Why not just clear house at that point? If you're so worried about change, you don't move on from Carol in the first place. So Jody wasn't worried about making change. She wasn't shying away from making change. But she does seem to be invested in making the right change, in doing the right moves. And she didn't seem to think that John Schneider was the issue at the forefront of this. We'll learn now as we go forward, Huey. But like we talked about a couple weeks ago in the Russell debate, and things changing over time, and opinions changing with new data that comes down. I hope when we revisit this in a year from now, and you and I are talking about this, that when you do see new data, that we find ourselves moving with the new data. So likewise with me, if I see the new data that John's on the crappy end of things and he is just mucking up these picks, it's a little more proof to your pudding, and I've got to move in my way like that, right, Huey? But if it moves in my way, then you got to move in my way that way, right? Otherwise, you look stagnant on the position, or like you've staked your claim to the position of this is how it has to be, rather than I don't know, as I've been proclaiming on this debate we're having back and forth, we don't know, so let's wait until we have a certain point of knowing. Rather than playing the guessing game, let's wait until we know for sure what the hell was really going on there, right? That's all I'm asking for. But that's a little bit of what I'm hoping for in this debate we're having right now, you, in that I didn't feel it as much from you on the Geno discussions. I don't feel as much from the Russell discussions. I feel that a lot of your feelings on this stay somewhat of the same they were to what we had 2 years ago, where there's just this minor, tiny little move, despite the fact that some of the ways you spoke about those things being are disproven. You know, some of the ways you spoke about those things are not the way that they played out. You know, in Geno Smith's case, you talk about some of the stuff that this or that, but like, remember what you told me about how he can't bring you from behind and that's what determines quarterbacks. That's what made Russell Wilson so great, right? I haven't seen you mention once anything about Geno's ability to bring this team from behind over the last couple of years. That changing your spot from 2 years ago, the opinion you had on that. I'll change my spot in my opinion, but when we have these long-standing debates for years, that's the thing I ask on the other side of it, is if you get new data that points you and down that line, then to move with it, not to hold back onto the opinions for 2 years ago, or to wait for the points that might happen week to week that let you go back and then hold back onto those old opinions to reinforce old biases. So that's the only thing I ask on this debate as we go forward on this. I'll own it if I'm wrong, you on my side, but we come a year or two down the line on this and we start to see the drafting continues to hold up for a third straight year where the value approach is there. You start to get less of the wonky what the F trade going on mid-season for a defensive player. You start to see some of these random bad decisions not popping into place. Then we have more data then at that point, pointing back to the fact that Carroll was really coming in there. And that's what I ask on this one. We don't know. We'll learn in the next 2 years. But if I got you in the chat, just come back in if it does change in that way. And I'll change. I'm giving you my promise too. I'll change the other side too. I'll move off my spot. But we've had some debates on this where I don't always feel like I'm getting as much movement from you on things that I have been proven with. That I've been proven right about. You know? And I'll give you proof to this, Huey. We had a debate about Carroll. And I told you I'll assess this over 2 years. I will not have a dog in this fight. I will watch it out, let it play out. I'm supporting him now early on, but if I see the data push me in a way that Carroll's not getting the job done and he's not the guy to do it, you can count on me to change off of that spot, to move off of that spot where it's now less of a uncertainty, less of a question mark, and now more of a, I know exactly what's going on here now. I know exactly what's holding this thing back at play. And that's what I did. As I said, I'm giving it 2 years, gave it 2 years, and then I was out on Carroll. I was as hot as heavy as anyone saying we've reached the end, you know? The important part is, as I always said, not to be right, to get it right. Not to be right, but to get it right. Because none of us are going to be right 100% on anything. Many of us are going to see stuff all the time. I see stuff all the time, you know? But then got to move with the times. got to move with the new data. Haley, 2015-21, was Pete Carroll more in control than John Schneider? How do you indict John? Yes, when you have control. Yeah, this is the eternal debate. I've gotten in with you for a couple of years on this one. I'm same place with you on that one, Haley. Haley, Waldron's a great offensive coordinator, and I'm sorry we're losing him without the chance to see him unrestrained from Pete Carroll's limitations. Yeah, that's valid. I don't think we've gotten to see him unchained, that's for sure. Seahawks Blue and Green, I knew the Lions were going to blow it. I told my coworker at halftime. DVD, even if we get Dan Quinn, I'm not going to be completely out on the hire, so long as John is calling the shots on most of the personnel. If Chip Kelly comes here, I'm going to set myself on fire. Little Lance, do you think Harbaugh heard that Pete wanted the Chargers job, so he put his hat in just to give him one last chance? No. I think those were misreports. I think somebody kind of clickbaited on the Carroll thing. Maybe he made like a call to San Diego, but I don't think he was like hot to trot or trying to jump in there in front of Harbaugh on it. Tommy, how about Paul Allen's insight to give Pete full control after he just had to take it away from Holmgren? It must have felt like a little risk. He saw how that went. Yeah, I think that was a tough decision for Paul to pull that. But then Paul also was looking at Jim Moore's not the guy. We need to get a good coach in here. Who's the best coach? And I think that it came down to Coach Carroll being the answer at the time. And then that informed him that, look, what's the biggest priority at this point? Preventing a head coach from having general manager control or getting the best head coach in the building? They said, we're getting the best head coach in the building. You know, Huey says player evaluation for the Seahawks has been terrible for 7 years. Am I to believe John bears no blame in the mess? Masters of Whispers has been in Jody's ear. I think Jody didn't. Player evaluation hasn't been terrible for 7 years. You've had two really top-notch drafts, two of the better drafts in recent Hawks history, which seems to be, Huey, I think you would agree, there seemed to be a bit of a change of philosophy over the last 2 years of drafting, indicating maybe there was a bad or broken process to how it was being drafted prior, right? From that 15 to 2021 range. So then was there a change made at that time? Did Jody come in and take some power away from Carroll? It's a bit of that question mark we talk about with it, but you're overstating at that point. The last two drafts have not been bad player evaluation. Devin Witherspoon's a home run pick. JSN's going to be a great pick. Boyamafa is being a good pick. Kenneth Walker was a good pick. Charles Cross was a good pick. Abraham Lucas was a good pick. I mean, I can't present it. Even the value signings of last offseason, where you got value out of Mario Edwards and Jaron Reed on the marginal contracts you gave him. The Draymond Jones deal didn't work out great, but that was as much because you had to bump him out to the outside because you lost Uchenna. Uchenna was a good signing a couple of years ago. Hard to predict the torn pec. Jason, there's definitely connections of Johnson to the Commanders. I don't know if it's certain. He says, I don't think Jody would have fired anybody. I think Littlefinger convinced her it was Pete's fault and he could fix it. There's as much evidence as that as any theory. What evidence is there of that? There's not as much evidence of that, Huey. Coach Carroll came out and said that this was a decision that wasn't made by the football people. I know you're calling him Littlefinger like he's stabbing him in the back like something out of the Game of Thrones, but you don't have really any proof from that. That's again back to I have a feeling. Provide the proof if you could for me, please, that he convinced her it was Pete's fault. Then I would be to understand your logic and reasoning on that is that he convinced her it was Pete's fault. Pete didn't catch any wind of that. And then Pete completely protects John in the press conference and putting it completely on ownership's plate. That's the logic and reason on this one? Come on. But maybe I'm missing a piece of evidence you can provide on this that I'm missing on this. I've heard of no such evidence provided that that's the case. DVD, very few gaps to fill on the offensive side of the ball. Ben is salivating just as much as our players with the potential O-line. Run game comes back too. Get it addressed. It'll have maximum effect, that offensive line. Tommy says the head coach is more than schemes, though. It's also about who you can bring in. Maybe neither of these guys have the plan John, Jody, Vulcan want. True. Who you hire is a big, important part. And with McDonald and Johnson, that's the big question with them is what is their staff going to be comprised of? Seahawks Blue and Green, if we get a defensive head coach, then I care more about who he brings in. Yes, sir. Haley, for sure, I'm happy to say John Schneider has mucked everything up if that's proven. But everything we can see and everything in the league seems to indicate that JS is a very good general manager. That's Haley, we are like mind on this one. That's my outlook on it as well. It's a guessing game. If I come to find and hear more evidence out that shows me I'll move off my spot with this, but the evidence seems to lead more in a different realm for me. Stephen says, Brandon, give me some meat on the bone. Huey says, I'm not going to move on my position. I don't care if JS drafts a full Hall of Fame roster in the future. He's done enough in the past to be fired, period. He could 100% do great again from here on. No, and that's maybe where I think that's a little bit of my disagreement on position. I think you have a very smart football mind, Huey. I do. But I think at the same point in time, you get dogs in the fight that you'll dig your trench. You'll dig in that trench. You'll reset your footing in that trench. And there's no moving you off that spot with whatever new data that you get to bring along. And that's a little bit of, I think, a difference in our process is that I'm willing to move on. I can have an opinion on a guy like Matt Stafford having a trade made to the Rams, and I can tell Rams fans for an offseason, you guys are acting like this guy's going to be the Messiah. You guys are acting like this guy's going to take you to the promised land. He's not that good. He's not going to be able to take you up over the top like that. And then I have a season of data where I watch it, where Stafford goes out, especially at the end, and he's money for that Rams team. He takes him over the top. He does things that Goff was not capable of doing. And then at that point, I got to move on my spot. I have to say, eat my crow and say, Rams fans, you were right on that. I was wrong. I was wrong on my outlook at Stafford, But doubling in and digging in because you got that initial instinct, this is the way it was. I don't know. I think it's a way that can lead you to the wrong outlook on things and have you start to sort of disinclude other data that actually informs you on truly what the reality is of the situation versus what you think the situation is. There's a lot of guessing on your part here. A lot of guessing on my part here. I'm the one acknowledging there's guessing. You're kind of saying, well, there's a lot of this evidence that no, not necessarily. Orlando, win or lose, will the 49ers have to sign Purdy to an extension this offseason? No. He's only gone through year 2 now, Orlando, so he gets another third cheap season for them of playing before they have to really pay him. He'll make about $4 million. There is a little bit of a contractual thing where you get a benefit, a bump, if you've been playing for a lot and playing really well as a back-end drafted guy. So he'll get a few $1 million bump, but not significant, Orlando. He doesn't change history, but if your history is impacted as a general manager by the control a head coach has over the top of you, the head coach that hired you to your position, then that's a unique setup that other general managers don't encounter, and you shouldn't put the same kind of outlook on that general manager as you do other general managers, because he doesn't have that level of control the other GMs do. I think you're applying a little bit of that to John, that he doesn't have that control. You're holding him a bit of account for things that you don't know that he has the say over in that situation. Seahawks Blue and Green, if I was John Center, I couldn't take the position he was knowing. You shouldn't have more power than the head coach, but you don't. If John couldn't take the position he was knowing, you should have more power than the head coach. You don't. What's up, Flippin' Flapjacks? Guard TheSeahawksNest. He has little birds through Huddersfield King's Landing that give him info on Littlefinger Schneider. Hey, he may just. Pete says it's John's show now. He was clearly pissed. That was not an amicable parting of ways. That's the evidence? That's your evidence? You're trying to read Pete's body language in the press conference? There's nothing we can really kind of go back and forth if it's on general feelings, or I kind of am feeling this. Was Pete fired? Pete was upset because he didn't want to be let go and he wanted to still remain the head coach. That has nothing to do with John Schneider necessarily. It's as much as just that. And again, the thinking on this that somehow John Schneider's back playing Littlefinger in the background and he's making all these moves in the background on Pete, and then Pete gets fired and he hears nothing about it coming back to John, and then protects John in that same press conference that you're saying he's clearly pissed. He's angry as hell at John. He's so mad about John. He said, it's John's show now. I'm excited to see what he can do. He also said, Huey, that it was non-football people that made this decision. So then your feeling then is that Carroll must be an absolute idiot, where he's been completely waylaid by John Schneider in the background. He's too much of a moron to recognize it. He doesn't have even enough allies in the building to let him know that that's being the truth. Or that he has that happening, but then he's going to, for shits and giggles, protect John in the press conference, even though John threw him up under the bus. You're asking me to make some leaps here. I don't know. But I know with us, sometimes we get the road where it's just, we can't get to that common ground, man. It happens. DVD, John has two obvious reasons that he finds talent, and that's Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. These last years are most likely about 20 to 30% his defensive picks. I think he's been hindered. I do. I don't know for sure, but he says, answer one question. Would it have been outrageous for John Schneider to have been fired with Pete? Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is your guesses are good as mine. I like mine and you like yours. Yeah, it's when it comes down to it, a guy's been there for a long period of time. I think that here's the thing. Is it outrageous to fire a guy who doesn't ever have the power control? Yeah, I would say it is outrageous. So I don't think I'm providing you the answer that you think. If I come in as an owner and I come to find out that my general manager, who from day one was hired behind my coach in the pecking order, who's been overridden time and time again, but who then I'm going to fire, then that's stupidity on my part as an ownership. Because I'm firing a guy for not doing the wrong job. I'm firing him because of another guy who's done a job oversaying him. Yeah, I can't sign up to that. That's that truth we don't know about, though. That's that truth that we don't know what the reality is of it. That's that guessing game we're playing where I don't really want to play the guessing game. I want to know for sure. And we'll know for sure here in the next couple of years. And I find it tremendously convenient for your argument at this point. If John Schneider turns this around now in the next couple of years, lights the world on fire, does really well, and you go, yeah, no, he wasn't held back. He still made those poor decisions about it. That wasn't Pete. I mean, there's a lot of this logically that's pointing you in a given direction at that point that you're sort of ignoring because it more fits and this is my point back to you on this, Huey, is that you're dug in on this like you were dug in on Russell Wilson's going to be amazing in Denver. And you were dug in on Sean Payton's going to be the one, since Hackett sucks because Hackett's the worst coach ever. Sean Payton's going to be the one to do it. Now he'll fix it. No, Russell Wilson won't be out in 2 years for sure. And that'll never happen. It's like, even out to this day, I can't get you to move an inch off your Russell spot. You're locked in on your Russell spot. I can't get you to move an inch. And I mean, there's a lot of new data here now to over that, from that place you were 2 years ago to where we're now. It's stark to me that there's not any real movement there. And that's the place I'm looking for because we all should move with new data, Huey. You have something you think here, but you see something new there, then that informs you newly constructed to here. Huey says Pete's firing had nothing to do with John Schneider, so you're saying it was a surprise to John that he had no idea this was coming? That's hard to believe. No, you're saying he's throwing him under the bus. You're saying it like John's driving the Pete fire train as to the ownership. I've been telling you that we don't know that. You're saying Pete was obviously pissed at John Schneider. You don't know that. There's all these things you're talking about as facts, and I keep coming back to you don't know that. I don't know that. So why are we talking about them like they're facts? That's what I keep pushing back to you on. We do know Huey Pete said the decision came from non-football people. If this is again the lie, if Pete was thrown under the bus by John Schneider and he's pissed about that, as I'll acknowledge, he still wants to be the head coach. He would still want to be head coaching. He's not going to come back and protect Schneider. He's not going to come back on 710 and say it was non-football people that made this decision, personnel decision, when he was just thrown under the bus. That's so silly on so many levels that would go down that way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I know we have our disagreements. I don't think we're going to get to our spot on this, man. But as I say, if we go into the future, man, that's all I'm trying to get with you on this stuff is I will be moved to your side of the argument with the data. You won't be moved to my side of the argument with new data that confirms mine. That's a little bit of how I feel and a bit of our dynamic in our discussion on this. And that's the part where it's less easy to understand your side of it when there is that lack of willingness to move, even when I've seen new data come up on given points. It still ends up doubling back down to the old point. Mr. Dog, could Ben have more power at Washington since John is in charge, thus making Washington a more lucrative job to him? Ben have more power at Washington since John? No, because Ben's not going to be given any player personnel control. They just hired a new general manager there. He'll be rolling full at that point. Oh, yeah, great. Chiefs have to get a lead and they win. Purdy has gotten lucky. He's going to go up against a better backfield and possibly a better pass rush. They're going to make it hard for him too, Ole Angerday. They're not going to just rush 4 and sit back in coverage and try to and leave holes in zones for him to pick apart. You know, they're going to take it to him. He's got to stand tall on that. Brandon Cuss says, why would they be mad at each other? They went to the top together, and all know how Pete is when it comes to his guys. Yeah, Pete's a very loyal guy for sure. But I think if it was Schneider getting him pushed out of the position of head coaching in Seattle, and now he no longer gets to be a head coach maybe ever again, I don't think that he's going to, he may give John Schneider the support when he says something like, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does. But he's not going to bring out a quote where he's tangibly taking John off the hook like he did on 710, saying this was a non-football personnel decision. This came from ownership specifically and did not come from the personnel decision department. And that was a specific nod towards it not coming from John. Jason says, Chiefs blitz every other play. Hope Purdy's ready for it. Yeah, I think he's going to have a hard time with it. He says, I hope John does a good job going forward, but can't get with your full absolution of JS for all of the Carroll era sins. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I won't ask you to go that far. All I'll ask you to go is that if John comes out these next 2 years and kills it, that we do recognize he's a good general manager, the right guy for the job right now, and we're damn happy we didn't fire him. That's all I ask. Doesn't have to be an absolution, just has to be a movement to that spot if that's what the data tells you. And likewise, if the data flips to the other side and it tells you he's complete shit and he doesn't know his head from a hole in the ground and he doesn't know how to draft and it was all kind of a luck and they had a magical run and that's really what was the explanation for it and he sucked in the personnel, if not every bit, maybe more so than Carroll, I will move to that spot as well. But let's see where the data takes us on that. That's all I ask. Let us see where the data purely takes us from that and then land it where it points us. Samuel Freeman, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sam. It's great to see you tonight as well. John can disagree with Pete and support the decision to move on from him while still respecting the hell out of Pete and being close with him. They're professionals and work friends for 14 years. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. I think that's absolutely a possibility where you can do both of those two things there, Samuel, especially when it comes in line to what is, what's the best for the future of the organization and moving forward? What is the thing to guide us into the direction of becoming a contending team? And if I think some of that disagreement was housed into there, then that pushes you in that well. But no, I think that they both had a great working relationship. I think that they're both on great standing as it ended. I don't think that Pete looks at it like John threw him under the bus. These are obviously guesses, but I'm taking a little bit of what I've heard from Pete and that I don't think that Pete would be protecting somebody that would do that to him in that way. But thank you, Sam, for the $10 donation. And yeah. Completely. I mean, for all we know with this, to your point, Samuel, is he may have been still pounding the table for Pete to stay. He was certainly pretty emotionally broken up and not only his press conference on the edge of tears, but he was over there in tears in Carroll's press conference, standing over to the side. I think those guys definitely have some love for each other. Ayan Ali, do we have a new Seahawks head coach by Friday? Yes. It's a guess, but I'm going yes. King Bomber Brandon, I forgot hope that we hire Johnson and not McDonald. That's my guy too, man. I'm okay with McDonald, but I'm okay with McDonald, but Johnson's definitely the preference. Well, if Purdy had that much trouble with the Lions rushing 4, oh boy, he's in for a long day. Chiefs are going to send it from every angle, man. Spagnuolo will bring every different angle at you, and he's going to watch the tape this year, that Browns game, that Ravens game. You know, he's going to see what he's going to need to do. Even the Vikings game a little bit. Even the Vikings game. King Bomber says offense wins championships, and we're seeing that in full force. Boy, are we ever. Lions fan, there's a possibility that Ben Johnson doesn't go, actually. He might say to himself, that job's not done yet with the Lions, but really, I have no idea. It's possible, Lion fan, but it's rare. I don't think I've seen in recent history any coordinator absent maybe one or two. There's I think a Josh McDaniels one year, he could have gotten a job and decided not to. It's very rare where these guys are going to turn down that opportunity and chance to go out there and, run their own show. I mean, that's the end game goal for all these guys. But there are only 2 jobs, Lion fan. There's only 2 jobs left too. So, it's looking better than it probably was for you guys 2 weeks ago. I don't think we keep Clint hurt. Knocked back, so no, he'll be moved on. Will Valdez, by the time Harbaugh has the Chargers in the Super Bowl, the Niners will likely be back in rebuild mode. So that Super Bowl probably won't happen. Probably not. No. Harbaugh's got some work to do, though. He'll probably have that team turned around pretty quick with the Chargers. He'll maximize out that team very, very, very fast. Feed more Seahawks. I'm glad after watching the Lions and Ravens play, Ben Johnson and Mike McDonald squad, hard for him. Did you see how aggressive the Ravens defense was in talking and vice versa? They're very communicative pre-snap. They all get on the same page. He's done a great job. That's something that was missing from our defense at times is guys just were not communicating pre-snap on what they needed to do. And it's very important with all of the moving parts that you get when it comes to offenses, making sure guys are on the same page and reading it true in the same way. But no, they were playing hard for them all day. And the Ravens, a lot of resiliency coming back in that second half to shut down that Chiefs attack and to give them a chance, give their offense a chance to find their footing. They never did, but they gave them the shot. Huey says, I find it unrealistic that Jody didn't discuss the future of the Seahawks with John Schneider before Pete's firing. And if he didn't advocate for Pete's firing, that's another strike against him in my book. No, I think that she went to John Schneider and did talk to him. And John Schneider said, we got to fix this and got to fix that. And this has got to be fixed. Again, this is the thing when we're having these conversations about things. We just don't know how the conversations went. It's all just this big guessing game of what happened where. And you're kind of moving the ball here because you're going from, okay, did he talk about it or did he throw him under the bus? There's a difference between Jody having an honest conversation with John where she says, I need you to be honest with me about this stuff. I need you to be honest with me about this decision-making and this trade and how did this go and how did this draft go? Okay. You're being honest with me on that. Is that then him throwing Carroll under the bus? Is that him little fingering Carroll? Putting the dagger to his neck? Or is that, hey, I got to be honest with this owner who is my true boss, who does pay me, and that while I'm going to be supportive of Carroll, I'm also going to be honest about the situation, and I can do both of those things. It doesn't make me throwing Carroll under the bus to say, yeah, the LJ Collier was him. He came in at Jordan Brooks. I said, he's not a first-round linebacker. He told me to trade 2 picks for Jamal Adams. I said, he's only worth 1 first-round pick. And then he made me have to pay him after the trade when I didn't think we should be paying a safety that kind of money, blah, right? I mean, that to me is not throwing a guy under the bus. If you're asking an owner who's saying, hey, I'm unclear on this decision-making because your guys kind of intersect through your job, whether usually it's general manager here and head coach here, there's kind of an intersection here. There's an overlap between you two. So I need to pull this apart a little bit more easier to determine where the decision-making is going wrong. So that's what I'm saying. Is I don't think that that's throwing then him under the bus. It's him consulting with an owner who's about to make a very major decision and him being honest about that. But that's a keen difference from him in the front of the bus, driving the bus of let's get Carroll out of here. Let's fire him. He's just horrible. Samuel, welcome to Hawks Nest. As a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler, as a member of the channel, I appreciate you for doing that. Robert, I'm 9 hours in the stream, man. I'm just about to wrap it up. So I've got no impressions today, man. I'm 9 hours in. It's definitely toast at 9 hours. Haley says, if the rumors are true, Dan Quinn turned down some head coaching roles because he wanted the Hawks job. I'm still hopeful people just mixed up Washington with Washington, D.C., and Quinn wants the job. I hope so too. And he definitely seems hot to trot for the Seattle job. So we'll see where this goes with that. But, as somebody said earlier today, you felt like you would have hired him already if he was going to really be that guy. Seems like in the way that this team's waited and been patient that maybe Dan's not really number one target on the block, DVD, Mike Vrabel has not got an interview yet for the Hawks. They were going to talk to him. I don't think that there's been an actual interview, though, unfortunately. Sean, Commander's meeting with McDonald tomorrow and Johnson Quinn on Tuesday. Okay. Hopefully we get those lined up this week as well. Vrabel didn't say no to us. I just don't think that we've been as hot to trot on him, Kevin. That's all. Just haven't been as hot on him, on his heels. I just don't want Dan Quinn. I don't want Dan Quinn either, not Vexo. I'm the same way. He says, I want Pete fired, so I'm okay with little finger action. I'm just saying John saved his job through the sacrifice of Pete. It's a dirty game. I'm sure he believes he can fix it. I don't think it's dirty if it's a matter of the guy that had more say over me, especially when there's a lot of decisions he's probably had to take over the years, Huey, that have been on Coach Carroll's plate, and he's not been able to come out to the press and say, hey, I didn't want to do the Jamal deal. Hey, I didn't want to do the Jordan Brooks deal. You know, if you've had a cavalcade of decisions that have mounted up, especially through the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, and you've had to take sort of the heat for all that at every turn, and Carroll gets off the hook because he's the coach and you're the general manager and people just view it that way, then I don't think it's a dirty game when the owner comes to you and says, hey, I want clarity on this, and you give him clarity. I think that's not only the right thing to do in being honest, number one, but number two, it's also about what's best for the organization going into the future. And if John's been overrided on this stuff, if you see a difference 2 years ago, if merely 2 years ago, Jody took that power away and gave it back to him in the drafts, and then from that, you've had 2 of the better drafts that you've had in recent history, then that's just more proof to the pudding that the more I put to John, the more onus I put on him, and the less I take off this Carroll situation, the better this is going to be for the team. Haley, dream scenario, Ben Johnson, head coach, Mike Vrabel, defensive coordinator, Arthur Smith is an offensive coordinator. Ooh, I'd like that. That would be, I'll take that, Haley. Sign me on up. Carson, after seeing what Ben Johnson can do today, I would love to see what he could do for this offense, but McDonald holding the Super Bowl champs to 0 in the second half speaks volumes. Very impressive, both guys today, Carson. In my opinion, both guys did some great work today and were encouraging for wherever they're going to go next. And they both are seemingly ready to be head coaches in this league at one place or another. Jason says, Dan Quinn's the 10th string backup plan. Oh, geez. I want us to be contenders again, too. Holy hand grenade. Tan fam, does Ben or Mike even want to come to Seattle? I don't know, Tan. I've heard Mike McDonald might want to stay more on the East Coast, but all this stuff's just rumors and intuition, insinuation. Congrats, Niners, Art Vandalay. Niners got it done. They got it done. They earned the right to go to the show this year. They've done their part. Will Valdez, isn't Vrabel part of the Belichick tree? He's part of the Belichick tree in the sense that he played underneath him, but he didn't coach underneath him, Will. So not technically underneath his coaching tree, but certainly played for him for all, 10 years or something? 8 years, 9 years, something like that. So understands the Belichick way and got a lot of the Belichick way in his coaching style. No doubt about that, Will. No doubt about that. Well, thank you, sponsor of the show today, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year, as they've been so kind to do so. You can click the top of the link in the description below and go right to Underdog Fantasy. First deposit up to $100. They will match you up to 100% of that first deposit up to $100. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app when you use my code NEST. First time you sign up, as they've been sponsors throughout the year. They've got some great ongoing contests. You want to get into a little final fantasy thing here in the Super Bowl coming up in a week, you can do so. You want to get on basketball, baseball, hockey, anything you want to get on, they've got it there. There's some great contests. Go head to head with other folks across the nation or just go up against the house. Either way, there's some money to win on this fantasy site, and they've been kind enough to sponsor this show. So use my code NEST, and they will match you up to $100 on that first deposit. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. Very, very appreciated. Megan says 4-2. Let's go Kraken, Megan. Off to celebrate. Let's go. Go. David Adams, Mike McDaniel is hired for Seahawks head coach by this week, most likely. Ooh, let's go, David. That'd be exciting. Chase, I prefer Johnson, but would be over the moon with him or McDonald, as long as it's not Quinn. I think that's kind of where the bottom line is for most Hawk fans, Chase. Give me Johnson, give me McDonald. Let's just not double back down on Quinn, you know? Well, yeah, grenade. B, if we get Ben, do we poach an assistant from Mike from the Ravens who do know the system, or does Mike want to pick the whole staff? If we get Ben, If we get Ben, we're not going to get any of Mike's assistants, Mike McDonald's assistants, Hoyer and Green. You'll get Ben's assistants or Ben's tree coming to you through that way at that point, I would say. I think that would be the way it would go. Huey says, so John Schneider says all the bad moves are on Pete and all the good ones are on me. I find that hard to believe. Pete wanted an undersigned slot receiver over the best center in the draft. I mean, where does it end? I've said probably 20 times during our discussion on this, Huey, we don't know, that this is all a guessing game. And part of more of what this is for me is to get to the point where it's not a guessing game for me and where I know that. What I was dialing up was presumptive scenarios where it could be a wide, what I was showing you was the variance it could possibly be. It could be everything from, hey, I'm just as intricately linked to this Carroll's moves as Carroll is, to, hey, Carroll came in, and when you want to take a top 10 greatest hits of the worst moves we've made over the past 3 years, just take that. Coach Carroll's at the front of all of this, Jody. All 10 of these moves, I did not want to sign off on. I was strong-armed into doing. We don't know where it is my point to you. And your willingness is to come to a certainty on, I throw shade at Schneider, the apples are all rotten in the same barrel because he resides in the barrel of Carroll. And so he's got to be linked to these decisions. That's the way it is. I've tried to posit to you that this is a completely different normal. You're talking like it's a normal general manager head coaching situation. I've tried to make the point to you that that's not how this was set up. It's an unusual situation. I've tried to present to you that it could be a variety of different situations in how the management worked in the background, but that we don't know. Neither you nor I are a fly on the wall. The difference between me and you is I'm saying we don't know. You're saying, no, I know enough to make my determination. That's our disagreement. I don't think that we're going to find any clarity between the two, but that's our disagreement. You're making certainty about things you don't know about. I'm saying you don't know. I'm saying that in the case of us not knowing, we got to lean a little bit more back to the owner who does know. The owner who has talked to all of these parties, not just John Schneider and Coach Carroll, right, Huey, but also all of the people in the front office. The guy that was here with Mike Holmgren, I forget his name, but the guy in the front office who's been there going all the way back to Coach Carroll, he would have information. You would check with everybody in house. It's not just John Schneider. It's your scouts. You're talking to everybody when you're making this decision. And then you're taking all of that data. And I think she took all of that data away, and it backed up by the fact, Huey, she didn't fire John Schneider. I think the data told her that a lot of these horrible, bad decisions that we look at and we point to, Jordan Brooks in the first round, LJ Collier, this, that, Jamal Adams, bad trades, that they come back and they sit at Carroll's feet, that they reside at his feet. The proof of that being that John Schneider still has the job. If they were as linked as you believe, I think he would have been fired too. I don't know what would have prevented Jody from firing him if that was the case. Carroll was a lot more of a sacred cow than John Schneider is in that front office. So I'm certainly making a logical reap, but the point of this is, at the end of the day, neither of us know. Neither of us know. We'll know it someday. We'll probably have a bit more clarity down the line, but we don't know right now. So why guess? Why not just take it for what it is and take for what the owner has told us in the way that she's making her moves, and that take those signs of things that is certainty that John's not been fired. And that does point to a little bit of, hey, I think he's doing a pretty good job. But again, I think with you and I on certain subjects, we don't get the common ground with. DVDB, how would you feel if we get Ben as a head coach and grab Joe Barry from the Packers as the defensive coordinator? Bill Barry is a major step up from Clint Hurt. I think Barry would be an okay. A lot of guys I think are going to be steps up from Clint Hurt, DVD. I'll say that. I think that's a pretty small baseline. I'm not a big fan of a guy getting fired to look at him. I feel like the Packers' opinion and the Packers fans and what they've looked at that defense is that it's been underperforming and that it hasn't done a good job. So I'm not a big fan of hiring a guy where the outlook on him is that he's not done a good job and he just was fired, so let's bring him in here. I think that there's probably a better candidate if that's one of the realities you're facing as a possible guy to bring in. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, thanks for your time providing great entertainment for us Hawks diehards. I'm happy with BJ or McDonald. What you think about people so against MM that makes it all the Ravens culture and roster moves? what you think it's about people's, what do you think about people so against Mike McDonald that think it's all about Ravens culture and roster moves? Well, the Ravens are a machine. First, I think we've got to acknowledge that, Don, that the Ravens have been a machine for a while. Maybe they've not been to the Super Bowl recently, but they're always consistently winning and putting a really strong roster together. You don't want to face them week in and week out. They tend to have a complete roster. This leads fans to feel like, coaches are going to have a little bit of an easier advantage at that point in time. I think it's also a little bit of the looking at the Ravens through a bit of the view, Don, of like the last 10 years and where they've been defensively overall as a pretty strong defensive team, rather than looking at a little bit of the fact that as Wink Martindale was leaving out the door, that defense wasn't in the same place that it had been 6 or 7 years prior. So there's not much of a recognition of McDonald takes over from Martindale and pushes this defense up at that point. He's not inheriting a defense flying high and he just has to maintain the soar. He's getting a defense here that he's got to pick up to here. And it's a defense with a lot of young guys and guys that need to develop. Odafe and Queen, Hamilton, and go down the line. There's a lot of Justin Matabuke. So I think it's just a little bit of they've been so good for so long and defense has been at the front of what's made them for so good for so long, Don, that it kind of makes them not think as much that Mike's doing the job that he's done or getting it done in the way he's done. But look at where the Wink Martindale had that defense prior to him coming in there, and then look where he's taken that defense, and he's absolutely done a fantastic job there. I also think there's definitely a high amount of bias that's building in right now, Don, as far as towards the offensive-minded head coach. That's really a big driver right now in the outlook of things, and that the offensive-minded head coach is the one that's going to win the day here a little bit, and so that skews people a little bit against Mike McDonald, probably unfairly so. No, definitely unfairly so. Also because of those reasons, I think. All of that kind of comes together a little bit collectively on this one. But no, he's done a really good job. He turned that defense around. He found the right mix where Martindale wants to kind of just blitz 24/7 and wildly blitz at that. There's a lot more finer details to me with Mike McDonald on, especially what he has them doing on the back end and coverage. And the way that he has his coverage still staying cleaned up, even in those moments when he is blitzing and creating the confusion with the stacked boxes. Whereas Martindale, if he shows you the stacked boxes, you're probably getting cover 0, But Don, thank you for the $10 donation, also being a member of the channel and all your support here to the channel. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Jared Johnson, Hawk Blogger, wrote an article making a case for Quinn despite wanting McDonald or Johnson. Actually, somewhat compelling. That's where a little bit like I labeled Jared, Quinn is the safe option. It's quotations, but safe. And it's not the boomer bust that you get with Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald. To me, it's more of the high floor that you're going to get. Quinn will come in here and get you 6 to 7, 8 wins next year. And you take you a little bit back beyond that. That's the part that I think is the big question for a lot of the anti-Quinn folk out there that may exist. But I can understand the argument behind it. It's not a crazy one. It's not a crazy one. Yui says, I'm not saying I know. I'm making negative assumptions that like you're making positive assumptions. We both don't know how much JS is to blame. I honestly think it's more than you do. We both don't know how much John Schneider is to blame. I honestly think it's more than you do. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. I've said I don't know, which is kind of the opposite of me making assumptions. I've told you I have guesses about it. And I think it's pretty strong to say, look, if the guy was deserving of being fired when you're firing the most legendary head coach, there's nothing to hold you back from then firing him if he's as interconnected as you say. But it is, like I've said 10 times, it's a guess. We don't know. It is a guess. We'll learn very soon one way or the other on this one. We will indeed on that. But it does make it hard for me to where you say he's as intricately linked with John Schneider. John Schneider was just as much a part of these bad decisions as Coach Carroll. And then you have an owner that reaches this offseason where it says something's got to give. This ain't working. And they have a general manager that would then seem to be just as much at fault as the head coach, but she just ignores that general manager for reasons and then fires the coach who's held much more higher in regards in the local area than the general manager is. Even the general manager isn't like looked down upon or frowned upon. It just, that's the part that doesn't add up to me and doesn't add up to your conclusion as well. She's giving him a free pass for why? Why would John Schneider get the free pass, Yui? Why wouldn't she just fire him out as well? If he's done this bad job that you're saying, if he was so horrible as you say, if there's so many of these personnel decisions were so on his plate, every bit as much as Carroll, not solely on his plate, but every bit as much as Carroll, why? Why would he remain? It's a lot harder decision to fire Carroll, much more blowback for firing Carroll than John Schneider. Fan base wouldn't have even blinked if you had fired Schneider with Carroll. Wouldn't have blinked. ADL Williams, Super Bowl script, 800 annoying commercials. Taylor Swift's a surprise halftime performer. Kelsey, 3 touchdowns and win Super Bowl MVP. Yeah, I won't be watching. Sean says, BJs are great, but Big Macs are pretty irresistible. I don't know. I think I'd take a BJ over a Big Mac. That's just me. That's the way I'm wired. Don's with me. He says, definitely happy with the BJ. Stoked with McDonald's. I'm on cloud 9 if I get McDonald's while getting a BJ. We're getting dirty here at the end, folks. We're getting a little dirty here at the end. He says the Ravens are an organization that has continually drafted better than the majority of teams. Indeed. They're one of the quintessential teams to me, Huey, that sit at the forefront of drafting from a value-based model at the forefront. Value-based model. Yeah, I can't do Joe Barry either. I can't do Joe Barry. All right, folks. We have crossed just about 9 hours here on the stream, which is a good time for me to go ahead and give it a call here, as my voice is definitely about tapped out here at this point. So I will ask you at this point, do me a favor and hit that like button. I want to thank everybody for all the donations in the stream today. Just tremendous. We had a great turnout as well. We will be back in 2 weeks for the Super Bowl on Sunday. We'll be doing a Sunday show this next week as well. Probably, hopefully looking a little bit deeper into a potential head coaching hire. We'll have to see how that tracks. If we do get a head coaching hire at some point this week, you can count on me to be going live and giving you an instantaneous breaking live stream show. So if that does come down, I will certainly be on it and ready. If we actually hear that news coming down the pike, see how it goes. DVD says, I'll tell you who it was that fired Pete. It was that damn Sasquatch. What is a horseshoe? What does a horseshoe do? Are there any horse socks? Is anyone listening to me? Oh, shoot. Yeah, nice Billy Madison reference. I like that. That's good. Let's see how it goes. Well, I want to thank you guys for watching. I do appreciate the back and forth with you as always, man. It's always good going back and forth on these debates, and as well with everyone in the chat today. Some great discussions, man, as always, keeping me laughing, keeping me rolling along as ever here on the channel. So thank you guys for a great show again here today. It's had some fun covering these playoffs, even though our Hawks aren't in it. It's good to maybe look at one of the next proverbial head coaches of our Seahawks and seeing how they can do in the moment when the limelight is upon them, when the stress is there and the tension's there. And I think they both stood tall today, being Ben McDonald and Ben Johnson. Mike McDonald, Ben Johnson, Ben Mike Donald, whatever the names are. You can't speak after 9 hours on the stream. The mouth just starts to fumble and just doesn't work. Just doesn't happen. But great football action today. Unfortunately, our Niners are going to the Super Bowl, so we're going to maybe have to deal with a whole offseason of Niner fans puffing up their chest, talking about 6 titles. Dear God, please don't let it happen. Please don't let it happen, KC. I hate the thought of you in a dynasty, but I hate the thought of 6 championships with the Niners, even just a little bit more. Thank you guys for some great discussion. Appreciate you, Meg, and all the mods for holding it down here throughout the stream today, as you guys always do. It is very, very, very much appreciated. We will be back minimum on Wednesday this week with a show, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Until that time, I am going to remind you, please don't ever forget, especially if we're just about on the potential of hiring our next great head coach who's going to take us to the promised land. You better be excited because we're about to make a magnificent hire. I guarantee it. Well, maybe I don't guarantee it, but I feel strongly about it. I thank you guys for watching. Hit that like button if you could on the way out. Please subscribe if you're not already. But beyond all that, please, my God, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.